down.
Favor making a third as he looks up. Making a finds the draw three. Stunning here from.
Welcome back to the second day of the first qualifier for SCS Season 6 Stage 2. I am Lynx, joined by Benny. And well, Benny, I would say, you were here. Would you categorize yesterday as eventful? What's your opinion on it?
I was only here for one game, but I would say it was
Still a little bit.
eventful. It was. I guess the big thing is just seeing these pug stacks, a lot of the pug stacks, a lot of the different teams playing out, and seeing them play against maybe some of the more recognized teams, like here against Bow Blowers, against Nocturnes. Pretty close game actually. Seeing Bow Blowers, some old names you may have heard before in older times that still can shoot, still can, you know, kind of run with the best of them, but in the end, Nocturne's just that much of more of a composed team in the end. I saw some other games too. Some of the games are also kind of crazy.
Well, I was going to say Nocturnes hasn't exactly been having the best results in recent history. I do know they lost a game later on. I believe it was 8-6. And overall, I mean, obviously, you know, losing a game, but they haven't losing to some teams that you'd think for a Challenger League team, they'd be able to take a little bit better, but could be some downfalls within the teams. Could be just best of ones being, well, best of ones. Who really knows? Another game, as you can see, West Garfield Park taking a comfortable 7-3 victory over In Control, another org that I actually have not seen in Rainbow Six for a little bit. Used to be a mainstay in the amateur scene. Now they are back and moving forward. This is probably one of the more exciting games from yesterday. At least these two teams, Eclectic, who seem to be very promising, against Noob Slayers, who has a very familiar name on it, as I'm sure you can tell.
Yeah, that was.
Of course, I'm talking about Trist from 1HP.
Yeah, no. You were talking about Trips and obviously Recruit Tits. That's obviously who you're talking about, you know. But then also the last game of the day, Shiesty versus Whittle Kitties, which I heard had some exciting, in a good and bad way, moments.
That's what I was gonna say. I'm sure our replay operator, yep, there you can go. I'm sure he's brought forth and collected some of the, I believe, whiffs from yesterday, but also for every whiff, there is a very nice clutch or very great moments that happens. You have that disappointing shot by Razor right there, followed up by a nice one from Jake, but of course, as I'm sure we'll see later, a very nice 1v3 from J Slime. But could you have such a beautiful 1v3 without all of those whiffs, Benny? I mean, the universe needs balance.
Yeah, I guess that's how you balance out some of the crazy plays with the not so crazy play.
Yeah, it's just how it goes sometimes.
Dude, yeah, I guess it makes the crazy plays even crazier because you see crazy with the plays where like, what happened there?
Exactly. It's like yin and yang. You can't have light without dark, hot without cold. You can't have an amazing clutch without remembering that sometimes we don't always hit our shots when we need to. And of course, if we want to take a look, what has been hitting, I'd say very well so far, has been the qualifier structure. We're halfway through it right now, or at least halfway through the Swiss stage of the qualifier. If you recall, basically, we have 4 groups in SCS in the group stage. 4 groups, each with 4 teams in it. 2 in each group have been invited. 2 will come in through that qualifier. And as you can watch the format for the stage as a whole come through, week 1, we'll have 8 opening matches in which, well, all teams will play. Just get a win or a loss on the board. Then all you need to do to enter playoffs is either win a second BO3, or win a second BO3, actually. So if teams go up 2-0, they're in the playoffs. If they go down and move 1-1, they have to win their decider match, and that is what stands between them and elimination or playoffs.
Yep, you see it there. It's difficult. It's gonna be, you know, cutthroat, those best of 3s, but that's how you show what you can do, and those 3 matches will be good either way. Even if you don't win, you don't make the playoffs, it's still a great experience to be done here in stage 2. So we'll see what teams make it through. But here again, with the qualified teams, teams have been re-invited from last stage. We have, of course, Wichita Wolves Academy, which was that Surf roster, IF, One Shot, Wichita Wolves themselves, Gassers Goons, Mystic actually was Two-Face previously, Aero Academy, and Carnico.
Yes, and of course, some of these teams still undergoing changes. I did see last night Investigation File going through some of their own roster changes as well. So these teams will not exactly be the same ones that we saw in Stage 1 for some of those re-invited teams. And of course, seeing some new faces come through, like, well, I guess new faces or old faces rebranded, like Wichita Wolves Academy, will be a sight for sore eyes moving into Stage 2. And of course, you can see in each of those groups, 2 of those squares unfilled. Those will be filled by some of the qualifier teams, some of which could very well find their spot in SCS Season 6 today.
Yeah, we got a few more best of ones to go before we get to the best of 3s tomorrow. So these teams are looking to, we're going to watch some of these more of the decider games that, you know, people who are in that edge, that top 16 edge on the the crisp of making that top 16. But so far, we already had our power rankings yesterday. We talked about teams we expect to make it, and well, here we go, our top 16 per ranking so far. We got Chess Club, West Garfield, Aero, Rise, and Achieve, which isn't too crazy actually.
Yeah, definitely Chess Club and West Garfield being up there, and well, of course, Aerial Rise Academy not far behind, but specifically Chess Club and West Garfield Park in that number 1 and 2 slot. I don't think it's much of a surprise to many people, especially West Garfield Park, just coming off of their show-stopping performance, it seemed like, in the standalone tournament, doing very well for themselves. Now, seeing them in the 4-0 spot, not at all surprising. Achieve, I will say, coming through 3-1, they had a good performance in stage 1. 3-1 here, though, that's a little bit better than I thought. Best of ones can sometimes be unforgiving to these kinds of teams. But overall, Aerial Academy, Chess Club, West Garfield rounding out our top 3. I don't think many people are shocked by that. Moving down to places 5 through 8, do we start to see some more surprises emerge? Some teams that we thought might be a little bit better? I don't know. I know for me, it's actually a bit overperforming. I didn't expect to see Lycus Empire that high, especially for how they were placed yesterday.
Yeah, Lycus Empire we placed towards the bottom actually, and they've done very well for themselves. Same with Shadowrun, because Shadowrun, we saw from that first qualifier, they were decent, but they didn't have anything crazy to them, so we didn't expect them to be that crazy this time around. Eclectic, though, still sticking what we pretty much had. We had them in 4th, so they're still within that same place we thought they would be. Didn't ask as well. That's that Pug stack, that Swift Sauna, Delta Force Pug stack we've seen time and time again that we want to do well, but well, they are doing well this time actually around.
Yeah, they are in that top 8 spot, so making it into the regular season still very much a dream that could happen. Moving down to the 9 through 12 position, we see Asylum Patients moving a lot lower. Of course, they are still that 3-1 record. That's always the issue with Swiss, is that, oh, this team is 5th, this team is 11th, but they do have that same record. But Asylum Patients, they are up 3-1. They made it very far in the previous qualifier as well, so that's one team I expect to rise and get a couple more wins on today, depending on what happens. Might not make the regular season, of course, they didn't last time, but I imagine before the end of the day, they'll add maybe a couple more wins to that tally. And of course, for the final, rounding out the quote-unquote bottom 4, if you want to call them, still plenty of other teams they are above. Wichita Wolves Academy, actually, 2-2 right now. I think that might be the biggest surprise on the list, Benny.
100%. We all thought they would be 4-0, kicking butt, just showing us like, oh god, that's why are they even here? They're just crazy. They should just be in the league at the point already, for God's sakes. Yeah. But
yeah, and of course, that is the only 2-2 name on a list. Team Goosick as well, 3-1. They definitely made it interesting in the first qualifier, all the way back before stage 1. They were a team that many people kept their eye on. That's the team with EJ and Baxel. I'm sure many of you recall the Reign of Terror and the Carnage they carved through that qualifier. They're back here, and again, that's another team that I keep your eye out on, that I would expect a couple more wins will go into their column, even if they don't end up making the regular season, just like they did last time. But these are your top 16. Will it remain the same throughout the day? Given how the qualifiers tend to go, I highly doubt it. We'll likely see some upsets in all sorts of areas.
Upsets are fun to see. I want to see these teams show us something but hey, if you didn't do well this qualifier, still one more to go. There's still one more chance for you to get into stage 2. You can go January 14th, 16th, play in the chat. Check out those links, and if not $50, it's only $10 per person, nothing crazy. Or if you already spent that $80 on both qualifiers, don't forget to sign up for the second one.
And of course, keep in mind that everything we do here, the qualifiers, the standalone tournament, the regular season, is only made possible by some of our great sponsors. And of course, Mike and Ike's is definitely one of the big ones that we can just shout out real quick. This entire pre-show segment is sponsored by Mike and Ike's, the fruity chewy candy that always powers up not only the players, but SCS as well. So thank you, Mike and Ike's, as always, for your loyal support to SCS, Nerd Street, and the Rainbow Six community as a whole. But yep, Benny, I have to say, I am very excited to cover the qualifier part 2, and you and I will actually be doing the majority of that based on how schedule's lined up. So yeah, we'll get a close look at what's going to happen.
Both of those first 2 days of best of ones we'll be doing. But hey, we'll be back in a little bit with our next match. We're gonna wait for these players to get ready because we got NCSU versus Outlast coming right up.
B3, make that a 1v2.
2 seconds left. It's gonna come down.
Favor making a third as he looks up. He finds the draw 3. Stunning here from
got a 1v2.
2 seconds left. It's gonna come down.
Favor making a third as he looks up. Faker, he finds the draw three. Stunning here from.
Welcome back, everybody, to day number 2 of the SCS Season 6 Open Qualifier. Number 2, I am Lynx, joined by Benny, and as Benny alluded to, or, well, outright stated, before we cut to a break, our first matchup will be Outlast the Opposition versus NCSU. Thankfully, we don't have Connor casting right now because, well, Connor goes to NCSU. That's a conflict of interest we would not stomach here at SCS. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, we actually have the team I have heard so much about because I'm friends with Connor. I get to cast them finally.
Yeah, hey, Outlast too. Outlast has had some changes. They know a couple players, dipped off. We lost Panic. We saw some other player. Also, forget the other person who dropped off Outlast. But we got Twist and Woos in their places to try and bring Steel Outlast how they do in this new format. And of course, NCSU, Anarchy Taco, NC Jack Predator, and Ride. Though I think, is it NC Jack whose name is crazy in game?
I don't know if it's NC Jack whose name is crazy. I do believe that NC Jack is not playing today. I'm not entirely sure though. As you will see, there are some players in the lobby whose names I can't possibly decipher both in their construction and who they are meant to be. That is just a fun little reality we'll have to deal with. And also for Outlast, I believe it was Panic and Genesis were no longer on the roster and replaced by Twist and Woos. Twist, who I would say made a name for himself previously, but also on that FPL Queens roster that stormed through invite quals, and Roos, well, he's been a demon that I think made a name for himself too in that T3TM standalone tournament. So that's where he comes from. And where we'll be going? Well, we'll be Oregon today, Benny. No break. You'll be starting out with Oregon, the map we just can't seem to get enough of.
I had it yesterday for one game, the only game I cast yesterday, and have it again today. Come on, guys, just don't play Oregon.
I got it again yesterday. I'm like, you casted one game. Like, I might have overstated your role or a couple minutes ago, but you only casted one game. Don't act like this was such a major pain.
I'm telling you, casting Oregon is a pain in the butt.
I still don't think it is. I'm gonna be honest. I know I've said this before. I know we love to do the whole Oregon sucks bit. And listen, I will never pass up an easy bit, especially if it fills the time. I will go for it every single time. But Oregon really isn't that bad. Like, let's be honest with ourselves. Can it be a bit slow? Yes, it can. But I like it because, as opposed to other maps, sure, the verticality is interesting, but here, you need to take a bit more direct gunfights, and it can be a bit more difficult for the attack to take certain sites like Basement, and when they do take it, and they do it well, it makes it all the more exciting, which is why I like Oregon. It has a special place in my heart. It's not great when you have it 8 times in a row, but no, neither is any map.
I don't know. My opinion is it's just I think it's too slow compared to what we usually see.
Well, I
think the only time,
so doesn't matter now, does it?
I think the only time I've seen it like not slow was like either you're watching like that top CL team, but they don't play very often anyway in Oregon, or when we watched CACL and they were just like monkeys.
That is true. But at the same time, I don't know. I feel like it could be fun given the right circumstances, and I'm tired. I'm tired of all you being negative around Oregon, especially when Bank exists.
Cookies apparently loves it. Apparently, I don't know why.
See, and this is why I try and base my entire life around what CJ would do or think, and that is why I have met so much success in my daily life, and why you haven't. So, as far as I'm concerned, I'm the one winning here. And again, Bank is also in the pool, and Bank is dreadful, in my opinion. I don't like casting Bank.
I guess it's the fact we just don't cast Bank enough. That's why I don't care too much. I don't mind it too much. You barely ever cast it.
Keep in mind, a lot of the times when we talk about whether maps are good or not, it's not actually based on the quality of the map. No, I think all the comp maps are pretty good.
Yeah.
It's just the last couple times I casted Bank, they were just bare knuckle brawls, all out, just in the trenches. They're throwing mud in each other's faces, specifically that Parabellum 8-6 comeback all the way in Stage 3 playoffs against Investigation File, where just everything was left on the field, and it was a very long game. Hopefully here, for one of these teams, they are hoping for a quick game and a quick victory over their opponent, but I know all of us at home like something a bit more meaty to start out. We have Outlast versus NCSU, and Outlast, they'll be starting out on the defense on Oregon.
Now let's see what the bands are going to be. Is it going to be the same old? Is it going to be that Thatcher, Flores, Mira, Valkyrie?
I'm sure not.
Or like yesterday, where they banned Maverick and then they had to ban Kaid in response because, if you lose Thatcher, you lose Maverick. Leaving Kaid the board is not fun. I wouldn't do that.
Well, Outlast, they will bite the bullet. They'll be the team to take down Thatcher. Will NCSU opt for that Maverick ban like Benny just said? Will they go for something maybe more like the Flores? And we've also seen Zofia banned sometimes on this map, but not between these two teams. Well, look at that. There you go. I mean, I wouldn't say that's a direct call. I wasn't like, oh, I've read I've read the leaves. I know NCSU are going to ban Zofia. It's just like, I've seen people do it before. Maybe it'll happen. And it did.
Well, this kind of leaves that Valkyrie mirror to be probably next here, because otherwise, like, there's no reason really to ban anything in response to Zofia ban. So I'm assuming this is going to ban Mirror last because of how strong Mirror is on Oregon.
Probably.
At this point, because, you know, having Black Mirrors, it's upstairs, you can put it on basement, you can put it in so many different directions. It's a pain in the butt. Or buy up and Kaid, which, okay then. All right, that works too.
See, you talked about, excuse me, you talked about Oregon being fun under the right circumstances. I think this is one where it can certainly be it. No Kaid on the board means those hatches are just a lot easier to get. You don't need to have that Maverick cut through both the meeting hatch and the security hatch, which can take an ample amount of time to try and actually make that bottom floor clear possible. Now, send a couple X Kairos over there. You can open it up in like 30 seconds to a minute if you take the control quickly enough. So I think this specifically that ban will aid itself very well to a quicker Oregon. You even see the Hibana and the Maverick on the attack right now. We see a Thanos, that's Atheno if you don't know, on the dock. You will 6-pick 2. What do you know, Benny? The Mira.
Also, we say QQ. We're referring to somebody's name in this lobby that you have no clue how to.
We are referring to. Hold on, the screen cut away. I gotta read it all. Hold on. When we say QQ, we are referring to. I have to squint to read that. Wow. Knuven 3W08 07 specifically. So he will be referred to as QQ for the duration of this game. Apparently, he chose this name by, and I quote, slamming his hand on the keyboard. That is the explanation I was relayed to, but to be fair, that explanation was heard secondhand. Perhaps there is a greater meaning to this name that we have not fully appreciated or deciphered. It's absolutely possible. I just finished a book today in which there are some metaphors like that I've yet to fully ruminate on. This name could very well be like that. I don't know, though.
I think Link's giving too much credit.
I try to be optimistic.
Wait, anyway, so we're on the basement floor, and of course that mirror is gonna be a big one. Atheno bringing the mirror along, so we got to see how NCSU can deal with those mirrors. And well, they're not bringing anything like a Ying, so they can't really bring, they can't flash them out or smoke them. But maybe they're gonna try and destroy them with those X-Gyros. Though of course there's no denial of hard bridging wise, so they should be able to somehow maybe shoot an X-Gyros. But at the same point, if you have someone playing that bomb chassis or playing nearby, they're also gonna shoot them off. And so far, I believe nobody from LS is either roaming as well either.
No, everyone is very much concentrated towards the site, and with a mirror on the board and an elbow setup, it does appear that I was about to say it does appear that Outlast are not going to be too far off the site. But right as I said that, Nomad decided to prove me wrong, both in his movement, but also with the M870, as Benny has mentioned. And ironically enough, it's sometimes the weapon choice that can allow these kinds of plays. See him rotating up, moving into attic, opening up the floor below. Yeah, exactly. Waiting for Predator above and for anybody to enter in a meeting with a shotgun. But right as one moves on through, he can't spot the Hibana in time. There we go. He'll reveal his presence, but only do just a little bit of damage to Rai. Not enough to write home about, but one that more so reveals his presence and will alert the attack.
I guess that's supposed to be something crazy with that play, but he didn't kill anybody. He did 40 damage, so I guess it was at least somewhat endangering of Rai's life, but I don't think it's going to make a difference at this point. But we'll see as they're going for that back tower push so far. Wu's got an angle with that single wall soft, but grenade comes out from QQ, taking out Twist with the person, but Wu's there ready to try and refrag and stop it so far. We still lose one member that's maybe helping out Jewel here. As Jewel's pushing up, he's the head of one. Down goes QQ in return, though. So at least that, the construction push has been nullified for the moment.
Well, and again, here's a nice benefit of that M870. Nomad can be the one to play close on this E-box doorway. Jewel can continue holding bunker. He can play a bit later with that shotgun or rotate back, but he can still use his utility to great effect. Though he has used all of his toxic canisters, and there's only a C4 left on the board for Outlast, so if the attack push on in, a lot of that utility will be expended. Nomad put to extremely low HP, 1 health in fact, much better than his attempt on Rai's life earlier on. Even a single bullet will be the end of him, or another nade if he's not careful, but he swings E-box, and Anarchy's back is turned to the Jaeger. Nomad able to win that fight without any contest from the attack. Predator slowly moving down inwards into pillar. Will spot the Jaeger, but he somehow whiffs the shots. Freezer also now a problem he has to deal with. He can't find anything right now on 1 HP. Not much he can do. A lot of this will be on the shoulders of Rai trying to make a play in the final 15 seconds. He's creeped his way into bunker, and is anybody watching? Yes, they are. Atheno takes him down, and Nomad rounds it out onto Predator. And it's the first round for Outlast, and not too much to talk about with NCSU, especially in the final 30 seconds.
Yeah, there wasn't too much to really digest there, besides the fact that just gunfights are important there. Just the fact that you saw there who was getting the gunfights play there, Rai being able to swing onto the player outside of construction, outside bunker, just fights that were just singular fights with no real way of refrag. Nobody's there to help out those players. Sure, there was at least a grenade kill for one player, but other than that, there wasn't much control made by the members of NCSU when it came to the execute. There was nothing either they could use gadget-wise to even make the execute work, because they didn't bring a Ying. They didn't really, only thing they really had was grenades to try and push off these players, and you can tell that only one grenade was able to help in that regard. So at that point, NCSU just got to win fights at that point.
Yeah. And NCSU just had to win fights, and again, the odd benefit of the Jaeger having that M870 is he can play close on that door. Again, not exactly the weapon you would think, but sometimes it is the unorthodox pick that can actually be what you need in routes. Not saying that's what won him it, but it's actually something interesting that probably worked out a little bit. Now they've won the first defense on basement, moving up to dorms is the next logical step for any team on Oregon. That's exactly what Outlast will do. Bringing in a Rooney and a Thunderbird as well, so I'd say a combination we've seen before, but Thunderbird definitely being, I would say, the most out there. Thunderbird always seems to serve kind of odd purposes. Sometimes they might be bringing her for the Kona stations to aid position. Say if they want to play inside of Wolf or Trophy, could put a Kona station there. I don't believe they have, but the Kona station can also be put inside of Pit to aid the player playing close that's trying to counter anybody pushing in from Attic. Beyond that, Thunderbird doesn't really offer much, but hey, if anybody's playing that position and they get naded and they're not killed, Kona station, they will thank very much for putting them back to high HP.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of agree with you. It's not really too much it brings, but having a C4 and a nice gun can always be, comfort pick, I guess you would say.
Those are sometimes the best reasons to pick operators on certain maps, so
yeah,
I get it.
Good gun, C4, go around as 3 speed, just taking fights. Sometimes that's what you need to win these rounds. So we'll see how NCU does this time around, as well, gunfights were kind of the issue last time around, just taking 1-for-1s and not able to win those important fights last round. So first off, we see NCSU going towards that master side, going towards big tower as well. So it's looking to be a master attic push for them to push us out. And so far, nobody from Outlast. There's a couple members downstairs actually. So a couple members are trying to see if they can, catch anybody from NCSU off guard if they're going for some of that vertical play. But they're just going straight to work, looking to open up that wall, open up that attic wall straight out. Not going for any kind of downstairs play for the moment.
Nah, they were anticipating that push in from main door, but the Yana just sends a nade on in, destroys the mute jammer. They can open up this bedroom wall, no problem, and turn their entire attention to opening up attic. Nomad will take quite a bit of damage on that white on that white stairs rotate, and there you can see the benefit of the Kona station, putting both Jewel and Nomad up to increased HP. So again, sometimes even though it might not be the most direct use, when you do take damage, say from a nade, it will be very much appreciated. And while we're talking about Jewel, could be the recipient of one momentarily. 4 nades all gunned towards his position right now. 2 shot at the exact same time or thrown at the exact same time. But neither do much damage to Jewel. He will put himself in the smoke canister, so we'll take a little bit of damage as it landed on him. Ooh, just a bit too far to the right. Jewel so far been unread in this position. Twist gets the first kill. The opening one onto Rai, but finally the third nade, the fourth of the bunch, lands right at Jewel's feet. Now Taco pushing up, the only one left inside of the static push.
Well, so far we have 1-for-1 so far. Rai going down to twist elsewhere, and that that grenade coming out makes the push into attic. So they know they're attic, but Anarchy to pick onto Athena from the window, so it's more damage done. And these players now in Outlast to be wary of the positions, wary of these different angles. But it's that game's attic push. If they can deny attic, I will say Anarchy is going for a big window play, maybe to create a different angle, because Twist is an easy pinched out. He's kind of the first for the stopping motion for the attic push so far, and there's still a player by Gates who's getting aggressive. He's gonna run on one member, maybe Nomad takes down Predator, and yet Q's goes down to Wooz. Wooz now plays the diffuser and plays that game's wall now with those little angles down by him. He finishes off QQ, and now it's down to Taco and Anarchy. Taco's playing by himself. Both members on NCSU are kind of far apart now, though Anarchy's make a play. He's been refragged in that same event, and now it's Taco all by himself, taken down by Wooz. Outlast will take another defense.
Yeah, right there. Once Wooz ran out of that bedroom door and dropped the diffuser, or took down the man with the diffuser, and it was dropped onto that bedroom balcony. There really was not much for the remaining two members of NCSU to do. They had to go for those kills, and based on where the defense was positioned, it was highly unlikely that with the only member actually being in the building, the Finka, stuck inside of attic without any real good opening into the site, and their other teammate that was still alive outside of the building on rappel, very unlikely they'd come away with that round unless Outlast started giving their lives away, and thankfully they didn't. They played a lot more disciplined, though again, ironic that it was started by Wu sending it out the bedroom breach, that the disciplined play then came a little bit later to win out that round. But even then, Wu's play on that breach was probably the defining moment, because NCSU, they were able to get open the bedroom wall extremely quickly. The attic wall as well. Sure, they lost the Hibana outside that, but Rai had already done his job. It was the attic push that was the big problem. It faced some bumps, but not enough to be problematic. But it was Woos who really put the nail in the coffin for NCSU, because once that diffuser was dropped and it was only the attic and the bedroom rappel left, I mean, there really just wasn't anything they could do with the time they had remaining.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because they had the man advantage too at that point, too, having getting that pick after getting the wall open, you know, able to take that grenade kill, getting the kill pop top of that push through, start taking fights. But yeah, just the fact that Woos played that so well, and maybe there was a bit of hesitation from the side of Outlast, but well, not Outlast, from NCSU, because I guess it's hard when you've opened up that game's wall, you've gotten that first opening pick, you've gotten you're pushing away to umbrella pick, but trade at least you got an opening trade to keep it going. And then that attic push is difficult though, because you can't just walk into attic after getting that pick though, because they reinforce half the wall. They're playing it. No, I'm not sure. It's those are difficult situations to go for. But anyway, we're on to the next site. We're not a tertiary site for Outlast. We're on to meeting and kitchen for them, and of course, it's going to be that roam game for them for the moment. Most teams do that.
Yeah, on this side, it's very hard to just play full 5-man stack downstairs on that first floor. Just not enough spots to sit, especially as this is one of the only sites on Oregon where you can actually get some meaningful vertical play going through. Maybe the hatch inside a meeting, maybe the floor inside of dorms. If you get above there and you're going for a kitchen plant, some sledge holes and that hatch as well can go a long way in covering that plant. You do need to roam a little bit and hold that top floor, and NCSU, unless they're going for a meeting plant, will have to clear it. Doesn't appear that's that way right now. One player pushing very quickly into classrooms. Nomad will try to take a fight or just fire a couple shots over towards the Yana, and QQ will be more so off-put than anything, not finding an attacker or defender, I suppose, at the moment.
Well, Twist gets some info from his team, impact the floor right above QQ, but QQ's gonna back off for the moment. Grenade comes out onto what QQ would expect, maybe someone's predictable position, and there it is looking for the head. Twist sees it first. Unfortunately, QQ goes down. There goes your other grenade. That one more is thrown as Predator is trying to push up, but so far NCSU aren't really making a conservative effort, not conservative, but a concentrate effort towards that top floor. Maybe they're trying to just maybe go for that meeting play, open that wall up and push through and get a plant down.
Well, right now, they are certainly opening up that meeting wall, but this one might be more for coverage than anything. We're seeing Predator holding the top of Armory Stairs, Rai opening up one of those split meeting walls. They're trying to go in from probably one of the more uncommon sides on the southern side of the site, as opposed to opening up these meeting walls, opening up the attic wall, and holding and getting a bomb down. They are opening up this bottom wall, but specifically to deny rotations inside of the site and try to get Rai to get a bomb down more on main lobby side. Issue here, Outlast still have all 5 of their men on the board. Nomad can contest from Z exactly like he's doing right now, and that will always be an ever-present threat that Predator, if he wants to watch this angle, will have to deal with, and there's not many angles they can contest from. Nomad will instead rotate back into security, but he can still push out and try to go for a frag. Twist gets his second as Rai pushes in. Is there any denial from Outlast? No, there's not! Nobody's watching. Nobody's making any kind of play. Taco gets one. Jewel finally takes down Rai, but the bomb's already on the floor. Predator watching from the main lobby doorway gets one, but Woos with a nice refrag makes this a lot more winnable. Taco is trapped on the back tower stairs right now with no angle presenting itself to deny the defuse, as you can stand inside that split doorway and get it down without the Finka even remotely seeing you. Jewel will spray all 81 of his bullets to take him down. 3 rounds in a row for Outlast.
One round right there, and yeah, there was seemed to be a bit more minimalistic play there from NCSU. They just wanted to open up those walls, create that crossfire from 2 different directions, from that garage side and from that big tower side. Get that plant down and play the post plant, but they already lost someone early. They lost QQ early, making it already a disadvantage. On top of that, they opened the wall up in big tower. They started opening up the wall into sight from garage side, and even in that execute, they were losing members in the execute. And they got to the point where they're in a 3v5 with the post down. And it was that point too, that member Rai who goes finding it goes down too. So it's like that you're in a you're in a 3v5 trying to hold the diffuser. You got one person by themselves in garage. You got two people, or actually, I think one person with big tower, and two people by themselves in garage. And there's not much you can do when they start swinging. You saw Wu swing. You saw all the members of Outlast start swinging and win their fights. So, NTSU had a plan. Just unfortunately, they have quite the manpower to keep it supported.
Yeah. Once in that 5v3, even the best post plans can still be difficult because the defense could just play those trades and win out their fights. Outlast have won 3 rounds so far. The only 3 they've been played, and they've won all of the sites they've gone to. They'll go back down to basement, what is usually the stronghold on Oregon, and it's so far proven true for Outlast. I believe they'll bring a Thunderbird in this lineup, which I don't believe we saw previously, Benny. I might be wrong. I don't think we saw it on the site, but feel free to correct me.
I don't think so, but I also don't remember it too much because that round was kind of like... Not too much of that round. Like, didn't even see the Thunderbird happen, so I don't believe we did.
Oh, no, because Nomad was playing the Jaeger, and he had M870.
Oh, was it maybe Twist was playing Malusi?
I believe Twist. I don't remember if he's playing Malusi, but he was playing a different operator because I don't believe in any realm that Twist would willingly play Jaeger with the M870. That's just what info I can gather.
But yeah, last time it was kind of just you let Outlast do their thing in the basement. You let NCSU kind of, do their stuff, open the hatches up and create the execute. And well, they went for that big tower, back tower stairs. They went for that drop, went for that kind of bunker play. But it was a lot of solo pushes from the side of NCSU. Just, peeking down single walls, taking a fight 50-50. You lose that fight. You go, one person goes bunker by himself and someone swings from Outlast. They lose that fight too. And those are the kind of fights that kind of leave you man down, and it's difficult to really bring it back when you're in a man down. These bunker-like situations, these bunker-like plays in the defense.
NCSU might be able to find a pick if both the Thunderbird and the Jaeger continue getting a little aggressive. They'll fire quite a bit of shots. Not entirely sure where. Is it through that stage wall?
Oh,
or is it through?
Oh, well,
no,
I shot some through attic wall, I guess, but...
Oh, they just fired a lot of shots. I'm not entirely sure where, but it was in that area. And Twist, well, both Twist and Nomad will get aggressive. They not heard many attackers enter inside a meeting, but right as that happens, there's the Nomad. Walks right into the crosshairs of the Thunderbird. Twist picks up 1, too. There is a trade, thankfully. Anarchy able to take 1 down, but thankfully as well for the attack, they've not lost either of their hard breachers, but that could change momentarily as Rai caught with his back turn. Ooh, a beautiful play by Anarchy. He's able to catch Twist before he goes out, and most importantly, Rai is only downed. He can be picked back up, and he opened up that E-box hatch before he was felled. That is highly important for NCSU on their attack. If he goes down even a second sooner and that hatch remains closed, Anarchy would be forced to spend 15-20 seconds opening it up, and that would basically win the round for Outlast. Now here, it's certainly not easy. Rai on low HP, and they still have to move to the bottom floor. It's going to be problematic. But they've also taken down 2 members from Outlast in turn, both Nomad and Twist. Some of them are ones who are capable of getting aggressive. They can get 1 kill here. They can certainly move down and win this round, their first one for the attack. Nade sails on through. Doesn't do any damage to Jewel sitting in bunker right now. As Rai moves over to security, I'm worried the attack might be spreading itself too thin. 1 on Laundry right now, 1 on Freezer, and 1 on Big Tower Stairs. All of the attack are in solo positions right now, and even in a 3v3, if Outlaws can just win 1 fight, this will basically collapse in the attack's hands. Woos already wins 1, 2 more, and you're 4-0 right now. There's the second. Can QQ deny the third? He's able to win his first one onto Atheno with only 10 seconds left. He has to bet on Jewel or Woos, giving away their position. Half his time is now gone, and Woos' position on red. A 4-0 for Outlast. It became a bit worrisome towards the end, but that early play by Nomad and Twist really got things going, and they never stopped it out.
I would say, too, even the fact that if they evened out when it comes to the man count by taking those fights, Twist losing his fight later on, just the fact that you're in a 3v3 going into a bunker-style defense, going into an execute, makes it so difficult for the attack, especially on Oregon, especially walking into those angles that they're, the defense are expecting. They have mirrors set up, they have, shields set up, they have angles ready for it, and they do make that push. And I can see what NTO is trying to do. They're trying to create different angles for the, for them, so they can try and spread out the defense and take ones rather than walking straight into what the defense is expecting, maybe walking to a choke point where all 3 are expecting to kill them all. But at the same point, again, it's difficult. Those are situations where you're trying to find a pick. You're trying to find a weakness in the defense from Outlast at that point. Because otherwise, how are you going to make that execute? You have barely any utility. You have a couple grenades. You have X-Kairos to try and destroy those mirrors. But you're running out of time. You got to make it quick, and they're trying to push through it. And they made the choice to just, hey, we're going to try different angles, try and push and pull and prod at what this defense is and see if we can find something. And unfortunately, Outlast were ready for it. They were playing discipline and playing together in a sense, while still playing, able to give each other info in that last minute or so.
Well, this round was another example where the setup seemed okay, but then it was a play by Outlast that really threw things out of loop, and that's kind of what happened in the previous round. Nomad and Twist able to make a play early on that really set the tone for NCSU, even though there was a bit better of a chance. Here, it was Wooz and Wooz alone who was able to make something massive happen, peeking out that bedroom breach and putting the man count further in the defense's favor, and also dropping the diffuser in a critical, unreachable position. Right now, it's Twist playing there a lot earlier on than where we saw the Aruni play here last time. Just trying to get an early kill, see if anybody repels up onto the balcony. There's one player over there right now, but there's a much more over by Attic, and we'll see if the defense is as easily or as well prepared.
Well, see if any trades happen, because you saw last time too, they were trying to. You had some trades in the beginning that put NCSU in a bit of a stress there, a bit of a lead there on the man count, but it didn't improve much as let's talk about Woo's making that play, just putting Diffuse in the closet, giving them the man count advantage in the end, just put them just stop them entirely. But last time too, we had this first start. It was the main part of NCSU was they went straight for the walls, they went straight for the game wall, straight for the attic wall. They opened them up, they start execute quick, which is good. We see the team isn't lagging behind, they're not being slow, they're taking quick control of these and these points and making sure that they start to execute early. It just comes down to the gunfights more than anything from NCSU, and just making sure that they can try and take control, push forward past some of these obstacles made by Outlast.
Taco probably praying right now that someone will get aggressive inside of Attic. If he does, Taco would surely win that fight, but it's probably for that exact reason that Twist and Jewel aren't too eager to get aggressive. They might not know of Taco's position, but no reason giving away the game when there's still a minute and a half to go. Plus, Jewel is much stronger playing in pit with that shotgun and that C4, and also playing alongside Twist or anybody wants to move and support him as the second man holding down Attic. The bedroom wall not open just yet. This is taking a lot longer than it did last time. Woo's maybe feeling impatient. Will start to fire some shots through that main doorway, but there we go. Finally, the X-Kairos put on that wall, but here's Nomad, not the Aruni, but he's trying to go for the same play. Spotted, he'll back off, not wanting again to give away his life when he doesn't need to. This could still be the play that wins the round. It might happen a little later, and it might happen a bit different, but it could still be it, especially now that NCSU are quickly gaining ground. Jewel, the pit player, was taken down on a long angle, the exact opposite gunfight I imagine he was hoping he would have to take. So now this pressure from Attic can be realized in a lot more full of a way, as opposed to how it was previously on NCSU's Dorms attack. They are in a prime position to win this right now. All they have to do is just keep pressing forward. Taco starts cooking a nade, but puts it back in his pocket. Him and Anarchy might be enough on this duo push. Twist playing close in the wall with Ruse close behind. If they get the trades here, the momentum could swing back in the defense's favor. They just have to pray that won't be the case. Starting to get low, starting to get close to the red zone. In NCSU, they might be in a 3v5, but they're not pushing very quickly. And a Rooney Gate standing between Q. The Maverick on the rappel. They're getting these kills, but can they still be stopped? Nomad goes big. He's the only one left, but he gives himself up to the White Stairs push. It was looking a little slow. It was looking a little scary, but still, the man count in the end was enough to give NCSU their first round.
I think big thing too is the fact that you saw Anarchy right there going to the big window earlier in that round, 1 minute earlier, but at least at a certain point. We saw I think it was one player on the side of NCSU go to White Stairs as well. Just having those different angles was important to get those picks, and well, the first pick on pit was a big one. At that point, it causes Outlast to worry about that attic push, and worry about those players who were pushing through attic, which was only one. It was Taco by himself, but that causes the movement for Outlast. You saw members like Nomad or Twist, who's just, I'm not sure if Twist or actually Moose lying down trying to watch for it. You saw Athena also try to reposition to make sure that nobody pushes from attic, but that allows for those other members from NCU to then take positions, find weak points, players rotating, take them down one after another, and you could saw it tumbling further and further as round goes farther and farther as Outlast members trying to reposition to try and stop NCSU and losing it time and time again. So great job from NCSU to get those picks. They need to get one more. They gotta try to get 4-2-half. Going 5-1 isn't gonna look for them good for them, and we are going back to this tertiary bomb site.
Outlast rotating quickly for their final round, and here it's not that the execute itself was bad for NCSU. They had a lot of their bases covered. They opened up that split wall, they opened up the meeting wall to cover Rai getting that bomb down. They had control over my classroom to make sure nobody could push in from Z and get a kill from their back, and there wasn't much the defense could really do with vertical play just based on the angle. They were still able to deny that hatch pretty effectively, but it was the fact that they lost a couple bodies early on that made the execute work much worse than it could have. If they're able to maybe not give themselves up to those early fights or even win them, I think they could honestly go for the same play, and it would probably work out. It was just those 1 or 2 early deaths that cost them in the end.
Yep, not having the manpower to, keep hold of that diffuser is huge there. So, well, we'll see what happens this time. As a bit different from Outlast, though, they're bringing the castle along, making sure that there's more coverage when it comes to trying to push into certain angles. But from NCSU side, it seems to be the same play so far. Take control garage, take control big tower, and then start open up the walls and start creating that, that pinch like you saw last time to make sure that nobody can rotate through meeting whatsoever. But they got a drone so far first, see what's going on, see what's they can scope out from the side of Outlast. One thing BP is pretty big there. BP watching garage, so Outlast could have a better time figuring things out if they're going to go for that same play, having that BP watch from Z onwards toward garage. So we'll see how different it is. It looks like it'll be just pushing to the wall. QQ looking to find a pick. Thinks someone's right in the corner, but again, this top floor control is huge. You cannot be, kind of mismanaging and thinking you can just walk through the hallway at someone above watching for that.
And this is exactly where QQ lost his life earlier, and something he has to be cognizant of. This engagement likely favors Woosh, just having the high ground, having that angle already pre-made. He could pre-fire it if he wants to, because he knows generally where QQ's going to be, and it's Theana who has to keep guessing as to the Irani's position. But both him and Twist will just hold this top floor right now. Not content to, give themselves up to any early engagements or potentially lose a fight. Know that this control will age a lot better if it's kept in their hands. Castle, on the other hand, all the way down below, inside of the belly of Oregon. Nomad moving up those main stairs. As the attack accounted for this, Pred is watching Z Hall and that main split door, but nobody's watching this entrance, this doorway from the bottom of basement stairs. QQ spot, he's put to low HP, but it's Raiwai with the first kill. The Maestro down inside of the site. He was pretty big, a massive anchor previously when NCSU tried to attack this, and now they're just pushing on in. Anarchy takes down his teammate as he gets 1 kill, and that might be the TK that seals the 5-1 half for Outlast. That was the push right there. That was it. But now this top control has not been dealt with. Woos can creep down and stop QQ's heart on that main doorway. Rai finally trying to push in. It's Pred to even things up, and the entry, the Hibana, the next to fall. Then Nomad left in the 1v2. He's got to fight Nomad, his counterpart in name, and Woos upstairs. 28 seconds left. He has time to maybe go for that frag, but the Rooney knows it and retreats back into the depths of Attic, moving towards that hatch to watch and play further back, give themselves the long angle alongside Nomad. But Pred wins that fight. He's able to win 1, but he's on 1 HP. The Maestro, could he zap him? No. Woos has the angle on the hatch, and he can spot him easily. Outlast 5-1 on Oregon defense so far. Now's the question, can they just get 2 rounds on attack and seal this out in regulation?
Only 2. But same point, that was just NCSU. Unfortunately, they were trying to go for that same play, but they saw there were countermeasures set in place for Outlast. There was BPs. They were place things in place to make sure they couldn't go for that same play. The castle barricades and different angles that they had waiting for, Outlast had waiting for them, making sure they couldn't go for that same play. So at that point, you saw they had to make a different play. They had to try something different. It was that push that Anarchy and Taco trying to make the Green Hall into kitchen, try to make an impact, try to put a dent in that man count to make it difficult for Outlast to try and hold off. But you saw there, unfortunately, Anarchy gets a kill, but also shoots Taco in the back of the head, and that kind of throws that entire thing out the window.
Yeah, that play seemed to be working. Through that single doorway, it's always difficult. I mean, anything could happen once they breach the threshold of kitchen. They could have won all of their fights. They could have immediately lost it, and all of the ground they previously gained would have been lost. It's hard to say how that would have happened. It really just depends on if they win those gunfights, which were about 50-50s. You could see Anarchy there. At least with Taco, he has more of a chance. They were both lined up. Maybe even if he doesn't TK, that player who ended up taking down Taco or Anarchy, maybe he collapsed both of them. Again, it's a very hectic situation. But here, timeout's done. Move to NCSU's defending half, where they should, in theory, and hopefully, have a bit of an easier time if they want to keep this close. This is a necessary round for Outlast to win if they want to move to match point and crush NCSU quickly. If they're able to get an early win on this basement site, whether it be a quick round by a rush or something much more standard, slow, but still something they can solidify in the end. I don't see NCSU coming back for that after the base win. Of course, it's possible. They always could. This is definitely a must-win round for NCSU to start the pace well on the defensive half, but if Outlast take it, that could be the game right there.
There's a lot of open holes, actually. I don't very often see E-Box like that, actually, where they open up all of the holes like that, but I see the reason why is because they're holding on to meeting. So this is going to be looks to be a full roam from the side of NCSU, and they have the hatch open. They have those holes so they can use the hatch and deny people pushing from that big tower stairs, from that bunker side towards sites. So let us see what can Outlast deal with a crazier strat here from the side of NCSU compared to what we usually see on Oregon, as Anarchy runs by the Witch's window. He's been spotted by a member of Outlast, and I think at this point Outlast should understand there's quite a strategy here from NCSU. 2 members in the kitchen, members in meeting, and well, Predator's dead.
That's exactly what I was worried about. Rome, if Twist is hitting his shots, or anybody, could be an easy opening pick, and, well, it is, but Anarchy's still there. He's able to keep things even, keep it a 4v4, but now without a friend, this is easier for Outlast to take. They can go up above if they want, as nobody's roaming up there, but ooh, a trade, a very impactful one at that. Both the Yana and the Twitch taken down. This entire Rome clear, and the Rome as well, have both fallen. Those nades in Yana's pocket, too, gone as well. If Q can get this kill onto the unsuspecting Finka right here, there we go. That is what NCSU need. They can retreat back if they want to. Taco and Q both falling to the bottom floor because the damage has already been done, and it's going to be very hard for Jewel and Atheno to recover from this.
Oh, that was huge there. Great kills and put themselves in the man count now for NCSU. They just got to bunker down. But the issue is now a lot of these walls and hatches are open now for Outlast to use, and there's quite a bit of time to figure things out. Sure, it's only they're down a man, so it's 2v3. But if they can find an angle on one of these members on their defense, with all the open holes that they've made on that defense itself. But there was one member getting aggressive on the side of NCSU. Oh man, I don't think Jewel is expecting it because he's looking down this hatch, not thinking that some NCSU is going to get aggressive playing side of Green Hall. He backs off. Taco, they're ready for a fight. But he's actually been seen with the drone, so he's going to back off now, which makes sense. They want to get the pick off. They want to give Outlast a chance now that it's 3v2 as we go down, and it looks like that so far. Question is, what does Outlast do here? What angles can they make with that?
Just somebody needs to get a pick. Whatever angle they have or angles they're going to create the next 45 seconds, they need to get a kill. Q will waste his C4, ripping it and sending it a little bit prematurely as nobody had entered that freezer stairs. So that's a good piece of utility to burn, as Taco still has a C4 and Ryver still has all 3 of his smoke canisters, but it's the guns that are doing the work for NCSU so far in their defense. Taco able to get maybe the second to last kill of the round if Jewel isn't able to say much in this 1v3, and he will go quietly into the end of round number 7. NCSU take their first round in quite a while, and they will win what could be a necessary round going forward.
Yeah, that was a wild round, really. That was just NCSU going full on that roam, taking fight after fight. I was scared there, seeing Predator go down first to Twist, but Anarchy able to trade out, get another second pick off of that. That was a trade. But then, of course, QQ gets that pick on to Taco, unaware of his position inside a freezer. That's the kind of thing with that setup they had, with the amount of different angles they created and the amount of roam they created. It was difficult to probably drone out where these players were. And well, Taco had no clue that QQ was sitting on top of freezer stairs with a shotgun waiting for him. So it was the kind of big picks that put them in the way. And at that point, it was the last 2 players on Outlast that to figure out how to get some picks, how to try and isolate some of these defenders, and make that possible. And in the end, they went for that freezer push. And by that point, NCSU were totally ready for it. They knew where they're coming from, focused barrels down on that position, and gunned the last 2 down.
Well, you know what I'm and you know what I'm prepared for? You know what I'm hoping for?
What are you prepared for? Oh, well, yeah.
I'm hoping for an eventful qualifier number 2 from January 14th to the 16th. If you enjoyed either watching or playing in this qualifier that you see going on right now, well, fear not. It is not only your only chance to qualify, and it's also not your only chance to watch some great Siege in the amateur scene, because we have that qualifier from January 14th to the 16th. Type in !play for more info. That will do a much better and more concise job of explaining than I ever could, because, well, it was pre-written ahead of time. We had time to plan it out to squeeze as much information in there, whereas me, a lowly caster, is flying by the seat of my pants every second on every broadcast. So type in !play, go to SCS, follow our Twitter, our website. We'll have more info about our qualifier, and I'm sure you'll hear us talk about it more and more as the weekend goes on.
Wait, you can't give it the secret. I can't tell we just wing everything, because I wing everything.
I didn't say we wing everything. We definitely don't wing everything. But, especially in moments like this, some things are going to come up. Sometimes I'll throw a bit at you that you're not expecting, and you have to adapt.
Adapt. Come on, guys.
It's like
That's how you-
improv.
that's
It's
how
like
you-
rhythm.
that's how you get a good player.
It's like rhythm. It's like jazz.
Adapt, overcome. Come on, guys. It's training. But anyway, we're on NCSU's. Well, they're trying to adapt and overcome right now because they have to see one. Oh, and there's a member.
see
I
what you
don't
did
know if you quite saw that head. It was Nomad sitting on top of the roof as Anarchy's playing a T3 position here. And I don't know if anyone from Outlast even knows this. And it could be a big if they don't. They go for some kind of repels. But right with the first pick on to Wu to start us off. I don't know what it was even, but losing Yana early, losing 2 grenades, and actually that's an angle they're playing from that attic side towards that hallway from Armory. So maybe some quick drone, not let's say not quick enough droning, or not knowing that he was playing that, or just going for it, maybe just going for the fight.
Well, either way, they will know that there was a smoke playing behind a shield inside of attic, and they'll be hesitant to take that gunfight or posture as aggressively inside a trophy as they might have before. They can still open that bedroom wall without much recourse from the defense, though, which is perfectly fine. I'm sure NCSU are like, okay, yeah, they can get it up. They can take down the mute jammer pretty easily. Not too worried about that. More so here, what can you do with that bedroom control? Because this is a necessary angle playing on this wolf doorway to try and make work. Well, there's somebody holding, or 2 people holding inside of attic. Really not much you can do, and the bedroom push isn't all that it's cracked up to be, especially if nobody's pressuring attic either. If Anarchy and the rest are allowed to play here with impunity, really difficult to find an opening.
Yeah, at this point it's been very concentrated from Outlast on this game side. Somebody from Outlast now needs to make a play to disrupt this, because Anarchy and Predator, Rise backed off though, so it's only Anarchy playing for the moment. But you see QQ and Taco now downstairs. Maybe expecting that nobody's playing downstairs. There's a rotate maybe with the C4. Bit of a waste. Unfortunately, Flash comes out, pushes Predator off. But so far, Outlast only have control of Trophy in this master side. It could be strong. He's like to try and smoke out or push through, but wait, the smoke's kind of late. Anarchy, unfortunately, doesn't push off and twist off that play. 1 kill for him. Nomad with another of his own. Ride had to play off of it. Ryder's gotten 2. Well, Predator will get that kill instead, though, but still, that's a kind of a wall to stop them. But the rest of the members who were off-site now they come back, which was Taco. Taco coming back up White Stairs as Outlast now have control of site. He's got to take 2 fights on these members. One's probably going to start the plant in the corner. He does have a C4 in hand, so if he got intel, can he get the C4 in hand? Does he even intel where these members are? He's going to walk in. Taco's made his way through. Where's the coverage? There it is. Jules got him. I was scared for a second there.
Yeah, and I was going to say I was scared, but really, kind of, I wouldn't say it's entirely on the Aruni. Not entirely, but, I mean, come on. Twist pushed a little bit too quickly. He tried to smoke off that attic angle to either push into the site or push and swing the attic. Swing pit, where the Aruni was playing. But right before he does, he times it a little bit too quick. For about 1.5 seconds. I don't actually know if it was 1.5 seconds, but it felt like it. For enough time to be noticeable. He's standing on that smoke grenade before it goes off, and he's right there. His back is turned to the Aruni player, and only 1 shot is fired. Anarchy doesn't die. He misses. That allows Twist to push into that doorway, catch the Aruni off guard, win that fight, and that was the dominoes, the chain that started to fall and win that round for Outlast and crush NCSU. Because once they have that attic control and the push in through that doorway works, everything changes. They push into dorms. They're able to play their trade since the attic pressure and the attic hold is no longer there. They're able to work the bedroom angle very successfully as well, win a couple fights there. If Anarchy is able to stop that push in from or into attic by Twist, if he's able to kill that Twitch once Twist's back turn, I can't say the entire round goes differently, but I know that NCSU, in all likelihood, are probably the victors if they can win that fight.
Yeah, I would say that it's crazy because we saw it was 2 parts to that. There was the Twist play, and I think there was another play from Nomad as well, or another play elsewhere onto the site. That was because if they have control attic, they can deny then that other push from Outlast that was probably from that game as well, I'm assuming. That could have been a different direction in that play, because once they had that attic control, once they had that game control, then they started flooding in the site. They started flooding towards that kid's side, and you saw Rye and Predator are under fire trying to keep control of kids while they're being sieged by the members of Outlast. Could have been story had attic control, but that's all in the past. And Twist starts off once again killing Anarchy. Twist has been on a roll with some of these opening picks, and that's a run out from the side of Anarchy with that DMR once again, and well, he'll get picked off, and that's not a great start for NCSU.
No, it is not at all. At least at least when Twist got the opening pick the first round, it was actually, well, funny enough, it was Anarchy who was able to trade it out. It was Pred who was the first taken down, but Anarchy peaks, swings, gets the trade afterwards. Here, very quick run out is met by an even quicker response by the Twitch, and there's nobody in sight who could possibly trade that unless Twitch just gives his life away. So Outlast have a lot more momentum a lot earlier on than they have in really any round previously, and they just won on Dorms, where they lost the opening duel and couldn't trade it out. They can win that. Surely they can take it here. The X-Kairos going off at about the same time they have, able to open up that bedroom wall pretty soon. Again, without really much of a fight from the defense. Not that there is one. Taco retaking down below could be huge as, well, nobody's right there, but a second kill from Twist could sing and spell doom for NCSU.
Yeah, NCSU with the same kind of strat here, playing those shields towards the trophy side. Looks like Nomad will throw the E1D out. See one player, but of course they're behind a wall. Rai with another kill. Down goes Twist. Stop that, Rai will stop that terror that is Twist with an F2. He's going to pull off, use those smokes to try and push that play even farther. But again, this is the kind of same play from NCSU. So Outlast now, the question is, do they know what to do here? They know what to deal with it. Last time it was Twist who was the main play to stop it. Stop the Attic play by running in after the smoke grenade. But out Nomad's going to go below, maybe go towards White Stairs and throw some of these NCS players off, because that's going to be big. If he can walk up White Stairs and catch someone off guard, throw off that positioning, this could cause terror in their ranks. He's walking up. He doesn't see him promote, but he did catch someone with the E1D.
Most importantly, he still has one EE1D to make this push in work. There's two players inside of Attic right now. Rai close on that door. Actually, no, not two players. Just Taco inside of Attic. Rai is the one who used to be there. He's now moved out, playing close on that Wolf doorway. Predator moving over, watching White instead. So this could be big. He's able to play close with a shotgun, but the second one eludes him for the moment. The White Stairs puts him down to 1 HP. There's still Predator to stop that entry. There's Taco, unread inside of Attic, making great use of the hole made in this wall. They don't know about Predator's position either. Nomad's going to walk straight into the Goyo's crosshairs, but maybe he reacts in time. It's a triple from Taco right now. 2 kills for Rai as well. And NCSU pull back from the brink and win a round that looked doomed from the start.
Yeah, losing 2 players early, it was scary. It was Twist with a 2K to start us off here for Outlast, and we're looking NCSU, we're like, oh no. But Outlast, in the end, from that same play, we've seen time and time again, when there's that same site twice in a row, they go for the same play. They go for the same kind of games take, despite the amount of holes, the amount of utility put towards that games to that trophy side. You saw the Taco play in the corner by the reinforced wall inside of Pit. You see Rai playing the shotgun close in the corner, expecting the push from game side. The only push in there that could have made a difference maybe was Nomad on the Lion walking up White to try and make a play, to try and stop them, make at least get a crossfire in the member in trophy, or not trophy, inside of Attic or Pit. Doesn't really play there, because otherwise you're walking into what NCSU were expecting. You saw them play. You saw Rai play perfectly with a shotgun. We saw Taco play it great, playing that angle as well, and denying the play. They were down. They were 3-5, and they still had to make those kills and make that happen. So great work on NCSU. They've got 3 more rounds though. They have quite a trek to make it back though.
A good start, to be sure. Now they can once again cut their teeth on a basement site they attempted previously. I believe Nomad was not on the floor as well on that first attempt at a defense. So here, those Rotera drones will certainly find some good uses, specifically on the deployable shield from Rai. Didn't see as much of a bunker hold previously because they were so heavily focused on that meeting roam, but still, wherever it's placed will be good. And also maybe to root out roamers and push them further into meeting and into positions where they can be pinched out and they can take that vertical control from the defense. We'll have to see what happens though, as Rai, I believe, putting his deployable shield on bottom laundry stairs. So if they want to go for a freezer laundry take, they do have to worry about the Mutant and the Mozzie, but those Flores drones could take down one of the most important pieces of utility if they go that way. Doesn't appear that.
Obviously, he's the only one really on site too, because everyone else is roaming. So this could be a play where you want to bypass and push towards site, but looks like at this point Outlast are electing to try and push these roamers once again, where last time it was a 2-2. You saw Twist get the opening pick, a trade it out, and then go for another trade at the end there and keep it a 3v3 at the end there. They lose a member, making it a 3v2 at the end. So QQ was caught catching Taco off guard. So this time they want to try and keep it as minimal as possible, at least push these roamers without getting picked off too early, because when it goes to execute, when it goes to that bunker style defense, you go into the execute with not a lot of utility. It's difficult to try and push that and make that happen. So far we see them joining things out. They have control of big tower, but I don't think they're just going to push straight down to the site. They're trying to see how many people are around them.
First Rotero drone sent out from Nomad. Not through that. Oh, no, yes, through that attic wall. There you go. You can open that floor up potentially to see an angle. He's sitting. I've noticed NCSU, of course, they love to do it, but Outlast also love using and sitting on these rafters as an angle. Unfortunately, he'll drop down, so instead trying to aid Woos on that entry onto that first floor. I think they might have some bit of intel on the player playing on that meeting wall who's now backed off. Half the round gone. Outlast seem like they might be getting stuck on this roam on the top floor. A nade sent out, but the Melusi can very quickly back off as the nade isn't cooked even slightly. So Anarchy not too worried about the threat to his life there. Taco also now seeing that the attic hatch is opening up. He'll drop down. He's wasted a minute 45 seconds, and well, that's a pretty easy call sign to say, hey, I should drop. Anarchy will do the same, and 2 minutes wasted with really not that much gain by Outlast.
Well, Twist is in a position here to try and make something different. They are expecting his play. No, yeah, they are actually. Looks like there's a BP watching his very position, so he's not going to catch anybody off guard for the moment. Taco gets aggressive despite being on low HP. He do some damage to Twist, and Twist is going to walk in. He's got his way cleared through, but oh, that little sliver made between the bottom chassis takes down Twist. And so far, it looks like Outlast trying to just brute force the measure, despite not opening any of these walls on site. So far, has not worked out well for them as the rest of the members are starting to push towards that pillar side.
Oh. He has a nice long angle holding over there. Maybe get Twist getting a bit quick as now Outlast slow down to try and push the defenders back, gain some more intel, but with 2 C4s and 2 more toxic canisters on the defense's roster, with 20 seconds left, getting a bomb down seems very unlikely, but the kills start to present itself. Nomad finds one, but there's Anarchy retaking inside a pillar, shoots Woos in the back, gets a second inside of E-Box. There's the third give his way. He runs out of ammo, switches to the pistol. Won't stop Anarchy, causing his name inside of E-Box. Gets the fourth as well. Beautiful play by the Melusi. Nothing else can be said about that. That's what won the round, without question.
Yeah, I saw them pushing on the site, and then I see Anarchy's little, silhouette in the background walking down Big Tower stairs. That was havoc to be done, and that's what happens when you don't clear that roam. Sure, you open up the hatches, you open some of the walls, but you actually clear it. You just push them back. You still have those open holes, and also by opening up those walls, you allow for someone like Anarchy to probably go through attic, jump through Big Tower, and flank you from all the way behind. So it's unfortunate that Outlast didn't really go for that play, try to clear the roam. They tried to go for a minimalistic take, but that allows for members like NCSU to come and bite you in the butt later on in the round if you don't have that kind of flank watch, you don't have that flank drones available to you. And even then, they made the way in the pillar, and sure, they were getting kills, but they had no other way of really pushing that round besides just pushing onto site.
Even then, the kills started to work, and very narrowly did, but there's Anarchy to save things, and to give NCSU a continued fighting chance. If the first round was important to try and stop Outlast momentum, even though it seemed for a second they might still falter, this one is equally as important for NCSU. They've been successful in basement so far twice. They've been successful in dorms once. They still lost that one key round. Here they have to go to the tertiary side, the one that is the most likely and the easiest for the Oregon attacks to go for. Basement and dorms, they can be very hard, especially basement can be oh so constricting and force teams like Outlast to go for what they did, just to try to push into those doorways and get those kills and make up for lost time. Here, especially with a thermite on the board, Outlast could just be going for a meeting stage play, and all you have to do, open up that wall, which half of it's already been done by NCSU, open up that attic wall as well, cover it. You don't even need to hold it. Deny that vertical, have some angles held inside of the site, and you get a bomb down pretty easily. That's what Outlast are going for, and NCSU aren't careful. This could be the game, despite NCSU looking much improved on their defenses.
Let's just see what NCSU would do in turn if that's the play, if they're going for that minimalistic take, but I can see so far they're droning up Big Tower, and there's nobody from NCSU playing, so they're going to take full control for Outlast's side. But half that wall is opened up, though, if they're going for that meeting take, though. So there's probably members from NCSU ready to take fight near that stage wall, near the stage moment. You see probably the Maestro of Anarchy is ready to take a fight with the Aldo, let the thing sing with 81 bullets. Also, Maestro came to ping them out, too. So there's definitely enough intel to see if they go for that play. Also, even now destroyed one of the podium, too. So there's more angles to try and deal with it if they go for that kind of play. But so far, first steps to me, of course, like Link was talking about, open up the attic wall, try to push back these players who may be playing it, or kill them. Probably be the best thing if they kill them, but they only push them out. But oh my god, they don't know. They haven't droned it just yet, so that's a good early pick for Taco.
It is a great early pick. Woos right now, he was the one watching their back, making sure that nobody got aggressive on that stage wall, or just to make sure that nobody flanked them from any sort of position. Twist moving down below. This is an important position to play. Having that hatch open, he can make sure, again, nobody gets aggressive on that stage. There's still some angles that aren't available to him. You can also see that hatch nicely, but you can see Anarchy right now. He doesn't even really need to get all that aggressive, and if he's taken down, they either have to take a fight with him on those stairs, or they have to take a fight with him sitting on that hatch. Slowly moving down, Twist could. Does he have any nades? He's got 2 nades left. He could send one on top, but instead, Anarchy is allowed to swing. And there's the man with the diffuser dropped onto the floor.
Well, they have control of Attic, so it looks like the members of Outlast are trying to. One member is trying to push through. It's Nomad. He's making ways through, see if he can try and pick off Anarchy, but I believe Anarchy's already left at this point. You know, he's still playing the corner. I don't know if there's an angle far enough for him to see him, but no, there is not. So Nomad's gonna keep pushing through Attic towards kids. Maybe try and find pick and keep themselves rolling here, because otherwise, what else can they really do here with the man disadvantage? If they go for that plant and the rest of NCU starts springing and taking fights, well, it's not easy to take those wins. And even then, QQ wins that fight despite the slow peak he did. And now it's Twist dead. A flawless from NCSU. They're 1 round from overtime.
That's exactly what we needed to see right there. That is it's a flawless round. It couldn't have gone worse for NCSU. Obviously it could have, but at least in terms of the ending, that's exactly what you wanted. Outlast, you don't need much to make that execute work. You open that stage wall, you open up that attic wall, things are usually fine. But right there at the beginning, what you saw the kill onto Woos, there was a slight gap in the intel and what Outlast were going for. They opened up that wall, but with Woos just probably accidentally, not even thinking about it, giving himself up to the very angle that the attack created, Lucy's able to get an early kill and then immediately fall back, not trying to get aggressive because he knows there's the Jaeger still up there, but playing further back in dorms. So there's still somebody who can get aggressive if Outlast are lacking and forget. And if they want to clear him out, there's still an obstacle they need to deal with. Furthermore, because nobody wanted to push Attic for quite a long time, Anarchy's position isn't really able to be countered. Unless somebody tries to start sending nades up and they drone out his position, he can sit prone above that hatch for as long as he wants, again, playing that hole made in the soft wall, and he's able to get a kill there. For Outlast, it felt like they got those walls open, they got what they seemed to want, but then they just kind of sat there. And the first kill might not have been on purpose. Hell, it might have just been a position he didn't even think about. But then after that, they struggled to get any kind of momentum going and struggled to find any opening despite the ones they had physically made already.
It's hard. I think the big thing is the fact that Anarchy is allowed to stay in that position for the entire round pretty much. They didn't throw any grenades. They didn't do anything to really push him off. And that stage position is huge because that's probably the biggest obstacle when it comes to getting that plant down. When trying to go straight, just go straight on the stage, get the plant down. Well, you can't do it if there's all done 81 bullets in your way. So unfortunately, Outlast just seemed to run out of ideas, run out of ways to just deal with Anarchy at that point. And they tried to make something else work. They tried to see Nomad upstairs, try to make something work. You see them push Green Hall, trying to push different directions. And unfortunately, time and time again, they were stopped by NCSU. So we're on to the last round of regulation, the last chance for Outlast to try and win this out straight up to 7-5. But maybe we're going to get 5-1 halves from both teams looking to just, show us this is going to be quite the defense-sided Oregon. But we're back upstairs.
Well, I think NCSU can certainly make that 5-1 half happen, and I think overtime is probably, in all likelihood, going to happen. I mean, their most recent attempt at dorms, they won it pretty well at that. And even the first round that they lost, sure, it wasn't the best result towards the end, but if Anarchy gets 1 kill that he honestly should have gotten, he just
killed Twist. Kill Twist.
Yeah, if he just kills Twist and, hey, you miss some shots, it happens. Probably didn't expect the Twitch to just put his back to the Aruni like that. Probably got caught off guard. It happens. They still came very close to winning that. If that one gunfight goes their way, and they still won the second attempt. Based on how well the other 2 attempts have gone for NCSU, just on other defensive sites, I think overtime is not guaranteed, but I would bet money on it.
I'd say, yeah, there was a 3v5 going to execute. They won that. So I think exactly the kind of strategy that seems like Outlast have been not able to deal with time and time again. These different angles and different crossfires that NCU set up, and they've been walking into him despite having the man advantage in that last round. So we'll see this time if they're more wary of it and have a better head on their shoulders when it comes to dealing with it. Otherwise, we'll see how it goes, though, as Outlast. Of course, they're going to go straight forward, just open up these walls as usual, as you see in Oregon. Open up the Gaines wall, open up the attic wall to start us off. Actually, no, they should open it. They haven't opened the attic wall ever. They really should do that.
Hey,
Like that's like the one point that we've seen. Taco last time was huge. Hey, Twist is here this time at least. He looks like he's gonna get a kill too. Actually, that's great.
And to be fair, that previous Dorm's attack started off with an opening pick by Twist on Anarchy, literally sending it out the big tower doorway, and still wasn't enough to win the round come the end, even with the 2-kill advantage they had over NCSU. So nothing is guaranteed in this final round, even with Twist, again, kind of being handed an opening duel based on his current position. He can also open up that attic wall, put some necessary pressure on Rai Rai, and that is the change we needed to fully see Rai Rai not comfortable in that position, because it was that attic player, both in their first attempt at Dorms and the second round, that ended up being the two big players that almost won the round and then did win the round.
I 100% agree with that. If they can just have some pressure, push these players off so they can't play those angles, just because you had someone like Nomad go last time the White Stairs, and that White Stairs player was already getting shot from that same position, so we'll see how it goes out. Looks like he destroyed the shields though, just make sure they destroyed some utility from the side of NCSU. Grenade comes out from the window. I'm not sure if Donnie got anything just yet, but looks like, yeah, Outlast just going through the motions, destroying utility, trying to create that execute, and the first pick, Raid, onto Anarchy. That's the player we were talking about before that had an issue. Rai Rai's not going to get us to play the same angle in the corner like Taco was playing before. As he's going to see that drone, he's going to walk back the kids, and now that they're pushing them back, it looked much better for Outlast.
Is looking quite good now with all this pressure that Outlast have that was missing, and even the first Dorms attack that they ended up winning. Surely they can make it work here. Oh no! Rai caught off guard, sprinting right after he sent that toxic canister out. Predator tries to bring it back, but he falls under the pressure. QQ, the only one left, almost called him a different player by his name, isn't able to seal it out. Outlast, they get that second attack, they deny the 5-1 half, and they stop the comeback that seemed foretold for NCSU. They win a very close game.
Man, that worked a lot better when they just took out of control.
It did. It did work a lot better. Also, for context, I almost called QQ Courageous Carl. Why?
What?
Because I glanced at my screen and I saw an aerial Rise West Garfield Park result come on the screen, and one of the players' names in game is Courageous Carl. That's my explanation.
You confused that. I was like, how'd you get Courageous Carl out of that? What?
You
read the Matrix and you get that name out of that?
No, my brain glanced over because I saw something pop up in my feed, and I was like, oh, and then I realized I almost said Courageous Carl.
I was about to say, like, damn, did you just like read his name and like just decipher the language? Because man, I don't know what that language is.
This is not Courageous Carl. This is QQ, and this is NCSU, as you can see, falling 7-5 to Outlast. Honestly, good showing for them, especially on those defenses, and a lot of problems for Outlast to take care of on their attack, but it could just be symptomatic of Oregon, maybe not being as comfortable on this map. Anything is possible, but either way, a win for both of these teams was necessary, absolutely necessary going into the day. Neither team had been doing very well. Both, I believe, were 2-2, and NCSU was actually placed higher than Outlast, but again, with the same record. So going forward here, Outlast, of course, moving up 3-2, NCSU going down 2-3. That one win could very well be the difference between making it and not making it for both these teams based on the struggles they've had in this qualifier so far.
Yeah, these are the important matches that the people who are at the bottom of the tier, who are at the edge, the crisp of making that 16th place, or somewhere within that 16 people, 16 players, 16 teams. So yeah, great to see the Outlast made out, and great to see NCSU. They came back though. At least they gave us a fighting chance. They tried to bring it back. Hopefully we see them maybe bring it back in some other games later today, because there's still 3 more best of ones to decide who's our top 16 teams.
Yeah, and we're also not even done with streams right now. Usually what happens if this is your first time tuning in, we finish the game a little bit early if we're not literally the last game in the round. We tune into player streams to see games that are still going on. Right now we have Braction's stream up. It is currently 6-6 in his game versus... Who's it versus, actually? I can't remember.
I don't know. I see Hitman.
It's a Silent Patience in their game. Okay. I was about to say.
So it's Bubble Blowers versus Silent Patience.
Believe so. You are correct, my friend.
Hey. Oh, so Braxian was playing a Bubble Blowers. That was the thing that yesterday, because this is the first game we casted yesterday, and I think that's what Ferme said, is that I think his name is Trippy.Savage.
Trippy Savage or something like that?
Yeah, I have no clue who that is. I'm like, who's Trippy? And I think Ferme is like, I think that's Braxian. I'm like, I don't know.
I just remember I saw Hitman on a team. I was like, Hitman. I was excited to see him play.
I don't know if he's going crazy this game. But
Hitman's always been crazy, and he just like vanished into the wilderness. I wanted to
Very true. That's what I said. Old head who just disappeared and he came back.
It's so weird saying Hitman is old though.
I've literally been casting him since like the ESL days.
I know, but like, it's so weird to say that.
He's been around for a while.
He's still not old to me though.
No, he's not old. I agree with that. He's not old per se.
Nah, shut up. As you can see, 6-6 right now. Also, if you're Panic, who was on Outlast, but was then I don't remember if he was dropped or if he just left. I honestly cannot remember.
I don't know.
But no longer on the team. He is actually in this game on Braction's team. So you can see panic.ol. That is not your eyes deceiving you. He's just not on the team anymore.
Oh, well, hey, they're in attack though, and usually I don't know if there's been. I wonder if there's been an attacker or defender side, or has been even maybe on the Villa.
I don't know, but I'm gonna be honest. If it's been an attacker side of Villa, both the teams probably doing a little trolling.
I'll
be honest.
but I think Villa's been like even these days. Really, it could go either way. I feel like.
All right, well, it's a snow-sided game right now, so it doesn't matter. Hitman taken down. I think that was Panic, felled as well. So unlucky, I suppose. Titans also going huge. Just Silent Pains. This is their round. Benny, I don't see how they can win this one. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't see it. I don't see it happening.
It is a 2v4. I don't know if they don't have zero control of master bedroom. They're all pushing from one side. Yeah, I don't know what site this is. Is this trophy statuary?
Yes, it is trophy statuary. If it were kitchen dining and all three had died on the top floor, this round would be definitely lost. I would tell Bob to forfeit this round so we can move on. If it was a 2v4 and they hadn't even made it to the bottom floor.
I would ask, can we fast forward this?
Yeah, can we just can we hit like the like the button appears on the screen? It's like ×1, × 2, ×3, and it just keeps moving faster and faster. That's what I like. That's just fast forward. I don't know why I went.
At this point, yeah, they're just looking for something from the side of Silent Patience, but I don't think they're gonna find anything. Nobody's showing their heads.
Yeah,
nobody's trying to peek out.
I don't think they're gonna peek. I'll be honest with you, especially now that Evil Clown is dead. I don't see it happening. Do you see it happening?
Go off. You got this, Braxton. Come on.
Braxton, go and nuke. This is for the YouTube clip right here.
Come on, Braxton. You got this.
He's playing for the YouTube channel right now.
Oh yeah, he has a new one. I forgot about that. That's unfortunate.
Is what?
He lost his YouTube channel. He had to make a new one.
Oh, did he? I actually didn't know about that.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah. So that's so well. Hey, around it goes.
I have to agree with the in-game comms assessment. That is very unfortunate. I would agree with that.
I forgot. I don't have sound on.
Yeah, I just heard we stopped talking. And I hear somebody go, "That's very unfortunate," and I would agree. They are on Villa defense now, though. And if this, I don't know if it's been attacker defender sided. Certainly not been a Braxton sided game based on that result. Man doesn't even have some of the operators trolling. What if the strat needs Oryx?
Doesn't
have it. It doesn't have it. It's in the Google Doc.
I
cannot believe you're showing up with Oryx not even purchased.
I wonder if there's actually a strat there that requires Oryx.
I highly doubt that there is.
I think there's one like Consulate, but Consulate's not in the pool anymore.
I still doubt it. It's just Oryx is one of those operators. It's like, if the strat never requires Oryx, it's like bring an operator, and then it's like insert requirement that Oryx happens, that Oryx could fill.
Well, I think on Consulate it made sense because of all the hatches you can jump up for like flanks. That was like the only time it was necessary. Coastline you can kind of do that too, but Coastline is much more difficult because the hatches are in like very specific places.
Well, Coastline is just like bring an operator you can kill people with. People will be like,
True.
all right, Oryx, cool. I'll go with that one. Like, that's what I mean. Not the case here, because Braxton can't bring him.
Well, he's gonna bring another operator with a secondary shotgun.
Bringing Maestro. What important is that operator? Intel in sight, good gun. Oh, can't believe it. Shameful. By the way, for context, also talk about some of the other results that have, I suppose this one, who is not done yet. The other ones that have come in, Chess Club have won their game, so they continue their flawless streak in SCS so far. West Garfield Park and Aerial Arise, probably one of the big games in round number 5 that finished. West Garfield Park lost to Aerial Arise. For context, by the way, that is not the CL team. That was a team called Gopher, which is, I think, is what, Kento, Wimpy, CZ, Afer, and Og?
I don't think Afer.
No, not Afer. Valor.
Yeah, Valor. I think Og and Valor. Yeah, I think you're correct on that one. I think you got it right.
Dude, I want to be honest. Like half of the Aqualix players in my head, I'm like, okay, there's an Aqualix player or a former Aqualix player playing. Which one is it? I know it's not Sod. It's probably not Afer. And then usually I rattle off a couple more, and I'm like, it's probably Valor.
You're right. You got the one correct. As long as it's CZ, Kento, Valor, and Wimpy.
But yeah, it's not like the team with Gomez and Diaz Lucas. That's the point I was trying to make.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, because they were called Gopher, and then they took on the name Arrow Rise. So that's interesting to a lot of us. But it's like, oh, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, it's kind of messing my brain right now. I'm not a big fan.
I'm not a fan of all the academy teams. That's what I'm. That's
Dude.
just confused with the academy.
Benny and I were talking. I saw Wichita Wolves Academy on our top 16, and literally for like 3 minutes, I was like, "Aren't they already in?" I'm like, I'm so confused. I was like, "Oh, they have another one. I forgot about." And
It's
then,
like the defender
and then I thought it was the JJ one for a second. I was like, "No, that team's in control. They're not even Wichita Wolves Academy.
They're not anymore.
Different team." There was a game going on, by the way. Sorry, I'm being very.
Well,
I'm
it's
bi-
looking very
kinda
defender
wild.
side, and we only can see one POV, so it's hard to commentate, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, when we get to these, it's just like try to be, super. Well, playing inside a Memorial right now. Can he win it? Like, you just gotta go with the flow. Gotta go with the fact that
Oh,
boom, Fraction just smoked that guy. Maybe not smoked. He at least killed that guy.
no, hey,
They'll
that's
probably
two
win this
players
round.
left. They gotta make a difference, and that's gonna jump
look at
his
that.
bicycle, get his head torn off, and what's Flipper in a 1v3?
Benny, it is Flipper though,
It's true.
and Flipper's
Flipper-
name is great.
Flipper's crazy, so maybe Flipper's gonna flip them all
Oh wait,
like House Flipper.
I'm watching trying to rotate from laundry.
wait, did they actually lose this? Hold on.
I don't think so. It's 30 seconds. There's no way Flipper flips actually. flips both of them.
Fraction's on low HP though.
I'm using my
True.
microphones.
They're also kind of like
Yeah, JB can't. JB's kind of alone right now. Okay, he's
Oh,
in
no,
me-
the
no, he's
intel.
in memo. Never mind, they win this.
Yeah. The fact that you can move the maestro cans if you're dead now is kind of interesting too.
Benny, I don't think this is gonna be the reason that Flipper loses this. Gonna be honest.
I don't think it's a reason per se, but they can just ping them over and over again.
Yeah, I know. Zap him. Yes. Look at that. Look at that beautiful pre-fire. Yeah, he ain't winning that.
Oh.
Oh.
What?
Aw, JB got the kill.
Good job, baby.
Oh. Well, hey, 7-7. I'm assuming it's been defense
What if he
sided.
hit the nastiest 180 flick?
You know what they say about assuming? Don't do it.
I thought you were actually gonna say the same.
No, is that not what they say? Do they tell you to not assume? Is that not the point of the saying?
I don't know. I assume a lot of things on this broadcast. Isn't that our entire job just to speculate and assume things?
Jenko over Ash?
I asked CDFs and Cookies, who casted yesterday, by the way. I asked him, like, hey, what are some storylines you guys talked about yesterday that I can pick up going into
Oh.
the day? And
Yeah.
one of them, Connor said, Outlast not looking very good. And then CJ just sent a tweet a couple minutes ago of Outlast tweeting their victory, and he goes, Outlast blows out beating North Carolina State University. And he's oh, Connor's now left the group chat.
Yeah. I think their best.
And then CJ took a screen grab of Connor liking the tweet of Outlast beating his own team and said, "Look at this! Breaking news: CDAPS likes his team losing." And then Connor left the group chat. Sad. Cannot believe that
Oh,
Connor is
goodness.
preying on his own college's downfall. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen.
Not an actual supporter. It's all been a lie.
Honestly, bro, like we should just
Oh
send
my
him
God.
study
These-
back. Just send him study back. We should-
These radical, disgruntled NCSU supporters
Sure, yeah, we can send him study and I'll
fleeing their own team. Tragic.
See that?
Sad.
Throw it under the bus. You know he's a traitor.
watch, spawn, kill, take your time.
Oh my god. Well, who do you think's gonna win this now?
Well, Benny, we've only seen 2 rounds, and both of them were defense wins. So I'm pretty sure that means with 100% certainty that the defense will win this.
I expect they'll cite there too. They won trophy stat race. So did they go kitchen or did they go?
I'd imagine they went Aviator Games, but based on where everybody is positioned, based on where everybody's positioned, they could still be either site. I'm assuming they're Aviator Games, though. Like, it's a pretty safe assumption.
It's interesting because the one defense round that they got, they played kitchen dining.
Listen, I need a drone memo for 9
Rack,
seconds. I'm trying to
baby.
be patient for a second.
Thanks, Morocco.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Appreciate it.
I'm putting a pre.
Well, it looks like
Yeah.
it is AVG, so yeah, it looks like they
Yeah.
have to push on through, and somebody's got to go to that study side sooner or later.
Yeah, but it's a minute in. They still got time.
Yeah,
They don't gotta
it's like
rotate
2
over
minutes.
now. Brack might be the one to do it. He's on the line. I would say either Brack or the Hibana would be my
It kind of has
guess.
to be Tabana.
Well, Hibana also is the diffuser. Because normally normally I feel like I see the Hibana go over there. Though normally it don't
Yeah,
have a diffuser.
because you need to open up that single wall so
Yeah,
you can
exactly.
deny the rotate.
Why'd you make it sound
that's
like
fine.
you thought I was dumb?
No, the question was why does the bot have the diffuser then?
Like it's a minute 30, plenty of time to change hands.
Well, hey, Panic is the first pick on Titan though, who was roaming, I'm assuming.
Perhaps my flawless logic could be wrong.
They're gonna bring the diffuser to study.
Perhaps they could go for a study plan, which is
Could be.
part of the site. Plan it on the desk.
Plan at the desk. Nobody understand.
It's part
But
of
hey,
the.
can,
Never mind.
what? Oh,
I was gonna make a joke, but then I thought about my head. I was like, that doesn't make sense.
it would be funny because it doesn't make sense.
No, I found if there's just kind of too much of a logical leap between the setup and the punchline, the joke usually isn't very funny because they don't really connect as well.
Oh, you
kinda
gotta
just
connect
like
the punch
basic
for it to
comedy.
work.
You know what else needs to connect?
Hmm?
The defense is bullets, which so far are not doing that for silent patients. Looking like what are they named? Bubble blowers?
Yeah, bolt blowers.
I think they're gonna win, Benny.
They could. Oh, it's 25 seconds though. They haven't destroyed a lot of utility. It seems like, and
Ooh,
they haven't
wait.
really
That actually is
pushed
a good
on the
point.
site. They still have to open up the single wall too to get that plant down. So it's gonna come down to really kills here. If they can kill one or two more people, one person, probably at most, or at least, they probably can win this round out. So well, hey, there's the one kill I needed. So at this point, I'm pretty sure they're gonna win this
Yeah,
round.
they got this. Ain't no way they don't. Ain't no way they don't have this, right? 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 Oh my, thank the Lord! Wow. How did they almost lose that, dude? Panic got a hip fire headshot that man with a pistol.
I was like, okay, they got
Jesus.
this.
My Lord.
It was a 2v5. I'm like, all right, this should be easy, right? No.
Yeah, but that's fine. I could have stuck through that. It just.
Oh my God! Look at the stats of the other team. Hold on, no,
Oh,
hold
God.
on.
I wanted to see that, but they got
Yeah,
rid of it already.
it was like 15, 14, 13, 12. I mean, it's an 8-7 game, but like, wow, that's a pretty even effort across the board for a silent patient. So there's the result of another one of our games. Of course, we do have a lot more results coming on in, as I don't believe the entire round has ended. I would be amazed if it did. But
15, 14, 12, 10 from the side of silent patients.
I
It
was
at 9.
I was close.
You were close.
You got the point. You got the point. But so yeah, we still have a. Let me check. Let me give you an accurate assessment.
Well,
Still waiting
it's a
on.
5-minute delay, so it can't be accurate.
Ah, true. Good point. I forgot. All of the information I'm telling you will probably no longer be relevant. Well, at the time I'm saying this, there are only 3 games remaining right now, so imagine it'll be done quick. I'm pretty sure. Might be wrong. I think it might be time to maybe take a little bit of a break. Before we go, of course, before we do anything else, do want to thank another one of our sponsors, Mavix Gaming Chairs. Of course, the I guess I wouldn't call it a sale. Kind of like the savings you can always get. Pretty much the same throughout. Use code NSG55 at checkout. You save $55 on your order. And you can also get gaming chairs. Like anything, you could pay in installments for as low as $22.22 a month. I don't know if they planned that, but it is satisfying to see a price that is all the same number. That has nothing to do with the quality of their gaming chairs, and that just makes me, I just like the sight of that, because their quality is also completely separate. It is very good. Endorsed by the likes of Scump and Valkyrie. Looking very good. Thank you to Mavix Gaming Chairs for being another one of our great sponsors here at Nerd Street and SCS.
Oh, are you back in a little bit?
You just, you didn't say anything. You sat there just like,
I wasn't sure we're ending there or not, but either way, we'll be back in a little bit with our next round here as we're waiting for the last few games to finish up. So stick around. We'll be back in a little bit.
B3, make that a 1v2.
2 seconds left. It's gonna come down.
Favor making a third as he looks up. He finds the draw 3. Stunning here from.
Welcome to the Nerd Street Winter Championships, featuring SCS 6, a yearly open tournament series hosting the best players and teams North America has to offer, culminating in a community favorite, the Pro-Am. So let's discuss format. During the Winter Champs season, SCS 6 will consist of 2 stages, where each stage begins with 2 open qualifiers. Once Stage 1 is complete, there will be an additional tournament offering 1 more qualification spot prior to Stage 2. Through participating in SCS 6, players will acquire leaderboard points and cash prizing. The winning teams from Stage 1 and 2, as well as the additional tournament, will qualify for the Pro-Am. The top 2 teams from the leaderboard will also qualify. As we approach the end of the season, the final qualification spot will be determined through a last chance qualifier. The Grand Finals of the Winter Champs SCS 6 will feature the return of the Pro-Am, where the top amateur teams have an opportunity to define their talent against the North American Pro League. But in the end, only one team will be crowned Winter Champs. Sign up today and make history.
There once was a tournament during the season of snow, filled with contenders of might, with names Deez, Ligma, and Joe. The road was a trying one, wrists aching with cramps. In the end, victors rose. We call them Winter Champs. Before they departed, they left us these words. Our journey's just begun, all thanks to the nerds.
Welcome back, everybody. We got done with the round number 5 game on stream. Now, moving into round number 6. The stakes here, which team will lose their flawless record? I am Lynx, joined by Benny. Benny, what kind of matchup do we have on the board, aside from, of course, the little prologue I gave to it?
It's going to be a matchup we've seen. It's an Arrow Rise you've not seen much of just yet, and a chess club that I've only heard about. I don't think I've ever casted them. I've casted some of these players. I've not casted chess club specifically.
Yes, of course. As we mentioned earlier, this is Aerial Rise, but not the roster you've come to know throughout CL. This is a different iteration. You have Kento and Wimpy, who are on that roster. Then you have CZ, Valor, and Og rounding things out, though I do believe, I'm not entirely sure, because I'm going to be honest, spoilers, one of these players is named Courageous Carl. And I believe it is Og. However, I cannot say with 100% certain. I'm assuming it's Og. That's an Og thing to do, I feel like.
Well,
just
if you took
have that name.
Everyone else in the roster has a regular name except for Og.
Yeah, but the reason I'm saying this, I believe Rethinkin is subbing in for somebody today, but depending on who Courageous Carl is, that might change my answer. But not Mr. B. Chess Club has Mr. B on it. That has the full 5 in the lobby today, and again, that is the... I don't know if we've seen this iteration before, because the name has... the flag has been held by many different hands, but this is Gunner, Mr. B, Doc, Bills, and Snake, who you've seen some amalgamation of all of these players before.
I'm gonna say, yeah, we saw Pack Rat, Bills, Doc, and Snake playing together at one point. We've seen Gunner, we've seen Mr. B playing with them, Gooseick before. We've seen all his players on different teams, and now they're just kind of here together at Chess Club. But hey, we're going to Clubhouse, another staple pick here in the amateur scene. We'll see Arrow Rise on attack first. Yeah, I do actually wonder who Courageous Carl is actually, because either it's Valor.
I'm like 98% sure it's Og.
It's either Og or Valor.
Og is just because Og did that whole. I think he did the whole Rational Rhino thing for a bit.
Oh.
And so, Rational Rhino, Courageous Carl, you get the parallels.
Yeah.
I don't need to explain it to you. However, bringing us back down to earth, keep in mind, as what I said earlier, these are the only 2 remaining teams right now that have a flawless 5-0 record. Whoever wins this game moves up 6-0. Whoever loses, they still have 5 wins, but they will go 5-1, and they will lose their flawless record. So that's kind of why we decided to choose this game. Odds are both these teams will make it to close qualifiers, if we're being honest, unless something catastrophic happens. We want to see which team has it in them to win this best of 1 on Clubhouse and keep that beautiful 0 number under their loss column.
And it's something cool, because yeah, otherwise, I think also too, I think Permai said if you get 7 or you get 6 wins, it's pretty much impossible to not make close. So whoever makes this is pretty much dead set in close qualifiers. But same point, we don't expect these teams to lose the rest of their best of 1s, even if they do lose this one specifically after this. So we expect both these teams to be in close qualifiers, though. Except hey, anything can happen really. These best of 1s, they're just crazy.
Yeah, that's that is a good point. I did see a tweet made. I think it was actually by Gunner, funny enough, talking about how it seems confounding that a lot of the maybe quote unquote lower ranked CL teams just keep on losing to teams. We just saw Outlast take the win over 1. It was still a very close win over NCSU, who to be fair are one of the top collegiate teams right now. But it does seem to be a phenomenon that some of these CL teams, whether they be quote unquote lower end or even some of the higher tier ones, end up losing to T3 teams that hey, maybe they at least keep it close even if they lose, but it's sometimes dominant score lines. My mind goes back to IF losing 2-0 to Mystic, but a little bit of a different situation. We'll see if that happens here. Will Aerial Arise, who has that CL level talent on the roster, lose out to Chess Club? And will they lose their flawless record? Or will it be Chess Club, I don't know if I would say T3 superstars just yet, but definitely a roster with undeniable talent? Will they be the first one to keep that 6-0 scoreline, the only one to keep it?
Because yeah, it's interesting because there's players on Arrow Rise who've been in CL, who've played CL quite a bit, but then now there's a kind of an amalgamation mishmash of different players. So I do wonder what their playstyle is going to be like. Is it going to be the same Arrow Rise playstyle we've seen in the past, but maybe not as disciplined? Interesting to see. And then Chess Club, of course, I have no clue what to expect from Chess Club. 0 clue what to expect.
I mean, I can imagine, obviously, with Mr. B on the roster, it's not going to be completely uncoordinated, as, Mr. B is one of the big T3 IGLs, and, well, he wasn't T2 for a very short while. He was actually on Outlast in the first SCS qualifier, but he was dropped pretty thereafter. Can he redeem himself here with the likes of Doc and Gunner on the roster, or will Aerial Arise? Will they be the ones to win over the T3 hopefuls? We'll have to see. We're going to Clubhouse as our map. Chess Club starting out on the defense, and Aerial Arise, they will be starting out on the attack.
Well, let's see what the bands are going to be like. Are we going to see anything too crazy today, or is it going to be the same Thatcher, Habana band for the attack and then having Mira and Valkyrie? Either way, those bands make sense, though. Even though they are default, they are very powerful bands here in Clubhouse when it comes to just dealing with hatches, dealing with opening walls and everything.
Well, we'll see. Thatcher, the first one banned out. By the way, you cannot see it, but CZ put his Twitter in the chat at CZ SEEZ. I think it's YYY was what it said. So make sure you follow. Make sure you follow CZ on Twitter. Just want to get that out there. Maverick, next banned out. Probably gonna have a Cade to follow, I would assume.
Yeah, not too crazy. You can just exchange the Maverick for the bottom, but that sometimes changes up the defense bans. So leaving Kaid on the board or Cade on the board isn't really good for the defense or the attack, really. So it's going to be him banned out. And the next question is it Mirror or Valkyrie to news next? I would think be Valkyrie because Valkyrie I feel like has a bigger impact, but anybody can really have it.
I would just imagine, based on the two teams in the lobby as well, Valkyrie, yeah, it's gonna be a tool that would likely be used by both teams in the lobby, but one that would maybe be better served for both teams if it just wasn't in play whatsoever. Mira can certainly be useful, and I imagine either team will be fine to bring her out, but Valkyrie is just something that could keep things a little bit too close and keep the aggression a little bit too high for either team. But those are your bans. Now, let's get into the map. First side up, Basement, coming out from Chess Club, and based on the looks of it, we will have a Mira in the very first round. Unless it's 6-pick, to be fair. Could be changed.
See. Could change, could. The lineup so far, it's interesting to see, Arrow Rise bringing the Jacko, which being 6-pick, of course, because they maybe thought that was going to be a roam. But from the lineup you see here, I don't think they're going to go for a roam whatsoever, unless someone's just going to walk up there and solo roam or duo roam without any real reinforcements utility. So it does seem like at this point, Chess Club are sticking with that mirror, which you can probably place, towards dummies watching blue, probably facing that main stairs from that church wall will be the, usual suspects when it comes to those mirror windows and how difficult it can be to push those angles with the mirror windows available.
See if Doc can make good use of it for Aerial Arise's side. With the Cade ban, I'll be certainly happy to bring that Hibana. Don't have to worry too much. And with the Ace as well, they can use some of those Selma charges to open up the church wall on the bottom floor. I imagine that's what we'll see Aerial Arise go for. Maybe they'll put Wimpy over towards the blue stairs. One interesting thing, though, Wimpy actually on the Zofia this go-around. I have been casting Wimpy for so long that it's to the point where just Wimpy and Sledge are inextricably tied in my mind. But again, as they are missing Aerial Arise, they are missing some of their normal entries. Wimpy will be the one to take up that zone. I'm excited to see how he can make use of it. Not a role we see him on a lot.
True, yeah. So yeah, I definitely agree. I've seen Wimpy on Sledge quite often. Doc going for an early C4. Will he be droned out? See, he's going to drone out. Maybe see him below there. Wimpy's now shooting the drone or shooting the cam, and the C4 comes out. And unfortunately, Wimpy not fast enough on the trigger to shoot that C4. Doc will get the opening pick. Some early aggression. Cheeky C4 to throw Arrow Rise for a loop, and we'll see. Oh, there goes your entry in Wimpy. You won't be able to see him perform just yet.
Yeah, that's my fault, original gangster. That one's on me. My bad. I'll take the fall for that one. They have lost their Zofia and Wimpy as well, so that sucks. Happily though, they still have CZ on the board. Probably the most important in the early to mid game. You can use those X-Kairos, open out these hatches. There is one player who has crept up main stairs. I believe that's Bills on the Malusi, currently playing on top main outside of Kitchen Hall. You see the Ace also fall off the chain rappel, so he might be allowed to play aggressive. No, he'll instead move back down the stairs, not wanting to play things too risky early on. No impacts on the board. I believe Snake or Bills have the option to bring them. They instead opt for the proximity alarms and the BP instead. So all that's needed is a couple X-Kairos and that kitchen hatch will open, and then Ariel can focus on moving back and down to the bottom floor.
Looks like they had some intent maybe in trying to push blue as you're looking down that blue hatch, but nothing so just yet. And well, yeah, with no impact trick coming out, they should have no problem opening up these hatches. The question is, are they going to try and push through dirt? Maybe go for a kitchen hatch, but Kento by themselves, heavy damage done to Snake. Can't finish up just yet, and still that mirror is the issue too. They still have the mirror playing for Snake. So even if Snake dies, which I guess, well, CZ goes down to a friendly grenade, that's not a great start. They should be able to deal with Snake, but it gets, oh yeah, the Snake's dead. Snake's definitely dead. He's been dropped by that grenade, and so that blue control kind of in the favor now for Arrow Rise. Rethinking getting a pick on Bills is huge though, but can they really convert this into an execute?
That is the question. By the way, Courageous Carl is Valor, I believe, has just been confirmed. So do not blame Og for that team kill. Instead, give the credit to Valor. Well, not for that team kill, but gaining blue control. Him and Kento now, the two players pushing in through this side of the map. That does leave Rethinking a little bit hung out to dry. And for Ariel, they have to push past this mirror window with no more Selma charges. They just have to try to take this fight, or instead move and join Rethinking on the bottom of main stairs, which that appears to be the strategy they're going for. Valor, Courageous Carl can continue to look down the hatch if he so wants to, or gate some late verticality. That's the option he will go for, as his team has consolidated on the northwestern side of the map and gotten a kill off it as well. Rethinking patiently biding his time bottom main. Two defenders give up their lives to the ace. Now Mr. B inside of Arsenal, the only one left. Rethinking's been able to make a miracle work happen at holding this angle. Can he get the next kill? Yes, he can. I believe that's a 4K for him in the round, single-handedly bringing that back, albeit with some assistance from the defense.
Yeah, I'm about to say, because that was an early start, a great start for Chess Club to get that C4 on Wimpy. So there goes Zofia, some utility, get rid of that entry fragger in Wimpy. And then from there, you have to make Arrow Rise make the first step. You have to force them to push up, and well, the mirror windows were the first issue, but there's no mute on the board. There was nothing really. I think actually maybe it wasn't a mute on the board. I can't remember if there was or not. Actually, there was, I think, actually, but they're able to deal with those mute jammers, open up that wall in the church, Rethinking, playing main stairs, waiting for a pick. There was also, unfortunately, a team kill. Even with the team kill, still able to win the round from the side of Valor onto, I think it was CZ, I believe, who got hit by a grenade. Able to deal with that blue pressure. Not able to really push blue, though, because even if they get that pick, there's still the mirror window in the way. But the fact that Rethinking was able to sit on main stairs, sit on the angle for the entire round, and get 4 picks to his name kind of spells out why that reason why that round went the way of Arrow Rise.
We'll also see a full reversal for Ariel Rise. Of course, Rethinking's still sticking on the ace, wanting to play at that AK-12, but Wimpy was like, you know, I got C4'd. Now that I've experienced that, I'm not a fan of what happened. I could do without that. Instead, I will play Thermite. And CZ, you know, you're known for playing that entry. You go for it. You take the Zofia. You take the brunt of the C4. I'll instead use those exothermics. It was 6-pick from the Hibana to the Thermite, and which is nice for Gym Bedroom, because really here, you just need a little bit more, but really 2 necessary things open. You need that jacuzzi wall opened, which you'll need an exothermic for. And if it's reinforced, you'll likely use an exothermic to open a plat wall. If it's not, you need that open to deny anybody from pushing into CC and putting pressure on middle balcony. As long as you do that, a thermite will do very well with only 2 exothermics, and they still have some Selmas to maybe compensate for any losses.
Yeah, Selmas could prove to be what they used last time to deal with that mirror on church wall. They could use it again here as long as they're able to grenade out that mute jammer behind it in bathroom. It'll be interesting to get that open up. But of course, let's talk about plat. Plat wall is the first step here for them. Open up the plat wall. Just make sure they can cut off any roamers. Make sure they can't play off of that sort of window. And now the question comes into play: what is Arrow Rise's next step? I'm assuming it'd be opening up that jacuzzi wall like you talked about before. And from there, now the question comes to play: do you push that that cache extension? Do you push those players out? You walk into this con hole that you see, having that one mirror window facing that way, having bills on that shield, of course, as well. But so far, I see nobody pushing it, so maybe they're just going for that jacuzzi side. Because the question too, there's 3 players kind of off towards this side. If they kind of maybe push for that control for jacuzzi, they could try to rush site.
It's possible. Snake also in a tricky position. If he's caught out on red, even with Gunner, one of them could very surely die. But CZ holding the rappel right now, they might double swing the balcony. And at that point, that is CC control back in the hands of the defense. Don't have to worry about the pressure on the balcony. Gunner backs off though, so Snake will just continue passively holding this angle, maybe waiting for one of the defenders to get in position. Both Gunner, Bills, and Snake, the 3 members on this side of the map, as Benny pointed out. Probably not a good chance to rush side, especially with Bathroom Wall. Still with that mirror window, Mr. B can play behind it successfully. Blows open the top of the wall. Can he send a C4 out? No, instead he'll go for the swing as the Thermite pushes in. He's in the wrong spot, though. He can't get either kill. Wimpy, he's weaved his way on through. Bobbing and weaving. He dodges the shots. 3 kills fly in Ariel Arise's favor. Tagged on later by CZ. A bit delayed with the 4th. Gunner's rotated all the way down to the bottom floor. Now he's got to fight through Valor to try and make his way up main stairs. Gets it down onto Wimpy, sitting inside of the bedroom. That's not the play with the diffuser. That's somebody else. No kill goes Gunner's way, despite his down just a couple seconds prior. 2 rounds in a row for Ariel Arise.
Apparently, I called it.
I was gonna say, I was like, you know, maybe they won't. They still have this bathroom mirror, and that's never mind. He just made it past the bathroom mirror.
I don't do well on Zofia. I do well with the 5.56. I don't, you know,
yeah.
I play. That's why I play Thermite 4.
I want to be honest, Benny. I just didn't expect Wimpy to just walk past the bathroom mirror. Didn't even smoke it. He was just like, nope.
Didn't need to. I guess at
I'm
that
good.
point too, because the way the mirror is placed, if you just go to the left in the hallway, because usually you expect someone to play main stairs, but nobody from Chess Club was there. I think it was later on that Gunner was going to that position, but he was late, so that allows for Wimpy to just push down the hallway. And Doc was he was scared of the hatch, so he's not going to play that doorway. And then player, of course, I think it was Blitz. Bills was unfortunately caught off guard. He just pulls back into the bedroom thinking he's safe, and there's Wimpy with a 5.56 pointing your way, and you're just like, wait, what happened to my team? Where are they at?
He's like, guys, I thought bathroom was still up. Ah!
Exactly. Because at that point, I guess the player in bathroom, who I believe I can't remember who it was, they're probably screaming,
Mr. B.
guys, Wimpy just sent it.
guys, Wimpy's in. It didn't work. So yeah, that didn't anticipate that one. Thought they'd have to do a little bit more work for the bathroom, but there's someone got mute jammed. They were like, you know what? Screw it. We're going in. Now now Chess Club will go back down to basement, not trying CCTV and cache very much. They tried jamming. They're like, we could go to a different site, but let's try basement again. Respect that. Try to see if this works. They'll bring Mr. B on the Bandit, which I do believe is a change from what we saw last time. Still don't think it'll be a roam too far off the site. I imagine most of the defenders will still be here, especially once those mirror windows are placed down. One on Church Wall, one on the dummy wall looking into blue. They want to play off those and try to stop the push once it comes down towards the site.
Yeah, I'm assuming the band's place because last time I was rethinking with the 4K from that church wall. So this time they want to make sure that church wall stays closed. Make sure that that mirror window on the main wall doesn't get popped open. But Bills this time playing aggressive, looking for a kill, and he does find it on the Kento. Great shots with MP5, and unfortunately, you're not in an angle to get refragged by the person on that fence rappel. You're just playing the corner by main stairs, able to get the pick on him coming from that billiard side. So great pick. Nobody around to refrag either on the side Arrow Rise because I guess Kento is going maybe a bit too quick there.
And keep in mind, by the way, that this is the same trend we had on the basement so far. Chess Club getting an opening pick very early on, untraded. The only reason they really lost that round was because they started swinging and rotating in front of bottom main, where Rethinking was just sitting. That round was going very well for Chess Club up until that point. So starting off here, again, they might have lost a similar situation, but if they just play this a little bit more disciplined, they can take full advantage of taking out, again, an entry for Aerial Arise and it not being answered back. The attack might have full reign to get this verticality, even start opening up that mirror window. Of course, some progress related to main stairs, but can't really capitalize on it just yet. There's still plenty of time for Aerial to turn things around, especially with how quick they've made this happen. But if Chess Club just play a bit further back, they should be okay.
As long as they keep this wall open, because last time I was rethinking just keeping that opening of that wall with the Selma, not having any hard breach on the side of Chess Club, but we'll see. So far, looks like they're drawing things out, and that wall, it's been electrified. So unless you throw a grenade down there, you somehow burn out any ADSs that may be behind that, and you're not going to get that wall open. You're not going to deal with the mirror window. But so far, it looks like maybe going for the kitchen hatch instead this time around. Mr. B playing dirt. So Arrow Rise, what's the other side of the angle here? You just can't go kitchen hatch by itself. There needs to be a different angle here. Are they going to go for dirt, try to open up that dirt wall? The Bandit of Mr. B's playing it, though. Are they going to go for blue, where, that dummy's mirror is facing, though, too? What are the options here? Actually, Wimpy's just going to send it. He's jumped down the hatch. Wow. He's going to go for the plants, rethinking, holding for the cover. What other C4? It's got to be something to stop them. But the C4 does come out, and the Wimpy Doc gets it. Bills with 2 kills. Down CZ, down rethinking. It's up to Courageous Carl or Valor, and now in a 1v4, and he's dead.
Yeah. Really there, you lose the opening pick. There's not much you can do to capitalize off it because the defender just immediately runs back down main. And even if there was somebody playing close by Kento, the timing would have been very awkward to make it happen. Otherwise, like, okay, that's frustrating. We'll just try to continue, though. Try to make the best of it. They open up all the hatches, start opening up Church Wall. It's looking all right. So much so, they're like, you know what, let's do it. Wimpy, send it down kitchen hatch. This is where things start to unravel because keep in mind, it is a 4v5. Aerial Rise have not really even damaged anybody on the other team substantially. So Wimpy goes for the kitchen drop and plants in default. Okay, but they have Amira on the board. Amira, who in all likelihood will be playing inside of Church. Amira with a C4. Once the intel is relayed that Wimpy's planting in default, that C4's coming. The only option there is just to shoot it out of the air, and that's not something reliable to bet on. Aerial Rise went for about the most bog standard kitchen drop you can play, and they had good coverage on people actually swinging Wimpy. Rethinking did a good job at that. But they couldn't even counter the default C4 in response. And based on the damage that was done to their man count earlier and the little that was done to bring that advantage back, Aerial just kind of losing to the oldest trick in the book.
Yeah, I would say it seemed like they were they were kind of out of options on that play there. They're just kind of like, well, we can't push the mirror window on church wall. We can't push the mirror on dummies. Mr. B's playing bandit inside of dirt, so I guess we just drop kick should actually go for it. End of story. But hey, we're going to CC for the first time for Press Club this time, and well, once again, Mr. B playing that bandit. He's gonna try to, bandit trick the exothermic charge Whippy, which is going to be, interesting to see how they do it. And we'll see what Arrow Rise do in store. If they're just going to go below, destroy the bandit batteries. If maybe he's actually going to be a trick. Looks like he actually is, because he's barricading that doorway into red. So now we're going to see the members of Arrow probably take control of Lounge, go from below, and stop him from doing so.
Well, they could do that. Could try to use maybe Courageous Carl with a nade over by CC window, but no. Him and the Sophia both down below. They are trying to take this from Lounge and deny Mr. B that way. You can already see the intel related to that position saying, hey, this is where you got to aim. This is what you got to do. Try and deny the bandit playing there. You can see him playing close in that wall. The lifeline will surely go out momentarily, and it downs Mr. B. Fortunately, maybe getting a little bit reckless, maybe not even aware. The wall will be opened up, and as you saw, his teammate contemplating going for a res, and that is just not viable. With Mr. B's only safe haven stopped. But oh no, look at this. The barricade opened up. Good job. Ooh, Wimpy finds a kill onto Gunner, unsuspecting, or at least unaware of the breach open up, caught with his pants down, and Mr. B could be picked up, but it's still a 5v4.
Oh, nobody's watching the drone hole. They could have maybe shot Bills there, but either way, you're able to down Mr. B, get a pick on Gunner, who was trying to support him in return. Great work on Arrow Rise. Snake was unread for the second here. It could be prove to be a problem because they didn't drone out full secret stairs, so this could be big as he's pushing up. He pushes straight through Swamp, looking to maybe find a pick, but he'll shoot a drone, so they should know of his presence now inside of Swamp. And now Doc's undercover because it's going to be that garage take here for Arrow Rise. So at this point, you can push back Snake, go for the play into Doc, try and push him out with grenades, with those throwables, of course, because it is 1 He's gonna have disc available to him to try and stop that, but he's by himself. There's no support for him, so it should go pretty well for Arrow Rise.
Thinking desperately just trying to fire some shots over the head of the Rafters player. Bill's taking quite a bit of damage as he's getting aggressive on those garage stairs. We're thinking, no! Not able to get the kill. Doc goes big despite the 1 HP. He gets 2 kills for his troubles on the garage stairs, but Wimpy finally finishes him off. Again, he wasn't long for this world. He got those 2 picks. Big at that. That garage position on the 1 HP is still untenable to hold for any defender. Mr. B and Bills also, like the Wamai, both on low HP, and Wimpy's able to easily fell to Malusi, trying to take advantage of the elevated surface, and Malusi will reveal that Wimpy has now entered CCTV from bathroom. Mr. B could get a C4, but he gets caught on the doorway. Mr. B hops off for just a second, fires some shots, but returns to default. Mr. B could deny the plant right here. If he can arc this C4 right, it's sent over, but Wimpy dodges it in time, and that was it. That was the Hail Mary play Mr. B needed to go for, and now he has to hope that CZ whiffs, and that simply is not something you can bet on. Arrow Rise, they take their 3rd round on Clubhouse Attack.
Looking great for Arrow Rise so far, and that was unfortunate though, but it was just early fights, not able. Mr. B trying to go for that, control, trying to go for that bandit trick. But if you're not having control of Lounge, if you have control of Swamp, they could just go below. Like we saw, they had stock control. They walk in, they point that lifeline right at the wall, and they blow up Mr. B from below. Mr. B isn't the casualty though. Mr. B actually lives through that regard. He actually is able to retreat through that red hallway, get picked up by Bills, but Gunner, who was playing for that support, swings plat, dies to Wimpy. That kind of puts Arrow Rise in that lead there. From there, it was kind of just, at that point, Arrow Rise then taking control garage. And it was looking great, actually. Doc gets 2 picks on that thing, but Snake goes down elsewhere, and then Doc gets refragged after getting 2 picks, and 2 picks isn't enough at that point to put them in the lead after Doc dying of losing Gunner and Snake. You're down to a 2v3. They have control of that. They have control of Raptors. They control server. They go for that plant, and at that point, you just gotta deny anybody else trying to push forward. You have that full control, and you can see from there, the Chess Club could not try to bring it back.
They won't try CCTV and cash a second time. Instead, they will return to Gym Bedroom. They tried to make things work previously, and it wasn't going terribly. It was actually going well. And then Wimpy just pushed into sight and won the round. Now, hopefully that doesn't happen again, because remember, bathroom mirror was still intact. Sure, the left panel is soft, but the ace charge that was meant to make playing behind it impossible was mute jammed. Arrow Rise didn't deal with it. They just ran past it, and Wimpy somehow made it work. There's still a very winnable round for Chess Club if you just even go back and change one thing about that round. Say Wimpy's run and isn't successful, Chess Club probably win that round, depending on what happened. So with this same defense, I still think Chess Club have a good round here. They just, well, need to keep a better hold on the site. Maybe put Gunner in main stairs early on would be a solution.
Yeah, having someone in main stairs, or maybe Doc being more aware and being able to push that angle earlier, because it looks like Doc was late trying to take that fight with Wimpy earlier that round. You know, Bills goes down, Doc's not in a position to refrag, he goes late and allows Wimpy to take that 1v1 against him. Could be different, but we'll see here if Arrow Rise do push this extension, because we saw, like I said before, there was 3 people on this extension. There was that Bills playing that angle towards Khan, there was Doc on the mirror, there was Gunner and a Snake playing by Red, playing Cash. There was a lot of stock put into this side of the map, and Arrow Rise ignored it entirely, which made it worthless at that point. Had to have, you saw Chess Club have to rotate back to site, and Wimpy took full advantage of that. So you'll see if this time, if maybe they rotate faster, knowing that Arrow Rise aren't going to push that extension. But so far, it looks like Wimpy are waiting for somebody from Chess Club to try and push that position, try and push towards that side. But so far, it looks like they're actually able to open up that wall and really think get the first pick on Mr. B.
Yeah, important distinction here. The Soma Charge successfully destroys that mirror window, and Mr. B, without much better of an option, maybe tries to take a fight. Bills does the same as well. Crouch walks in front of the opened mirror hole and the Soma Charge hole at that, and he gets taken down. His kneecap shot, but 2 bodies for Aerial Rise fall soon after. Man count still held intact thanks to CZ making good work watching Platwall inside of CCTV. We're still losing Kento and Wimpy, one of the players on that jacuzzi balcony. Aerial Rise will likely be forced try and consolidate a bit and regather their strength. Rethinking, holding outside of Jacuzzi Wall. He'll have a teammate join him, and that's Courageous Carl cooking a nade. Can he send one in? Yes, he can. Lands directly on top of Snake. Second as well, trying to find impact on the shield, and it's not the grenade. Thought it was for just a second. It was a well-timed shot by Rethinking. Timed in sync with that grenade right there through the smoke. That moves things up 4-1.
Wow, Arrow Rise looking great in their attack, except for that, that one downstairs attack where they had no choice. Well, maybe not say no choice, but they were kind of left to no choice with a jump down that kitchen hatch, which we're going to right now. Going back to Church and Arsenal, but last round was just, again, that same kind of play from the Sun Arrow Rise. Open up the jacuzzi wall, open up plat wall, make sure nobody can play that angle over by, actually, I'm not sure they even open plat wall, because I think actually they got a kill from that window, that server window, which is where they got those 2 picks to try and bring them back. But it was still the fact that Arrow Rise started off so strong. They get open that wall in bathroom. They kill the player in bathroom. They kill a player in main stairs. They force Chess Club at that point to rotate and try and take fights and get aggressive to bring that man advantage back or at least even it up. And in the end, it's so difficult to do that despite the kills going in the way of Arrow Rise. Chess Club have to go into overtime and try to get the kills back. And unfortunately, they can't. The Arrow Rise are ready for it despite losing 2 members. And they even took a second to, just as Link's talking about, regather their strength, push back together, figure out what the plan is going to be. And, that calm, collected cool is great to see from Arrow Rise.
It certainly is, and all they have to do is do that on this basement site where, in all fairness, they have struggled. It is the only site where they have lost the opening duel, both Jim and CCTV. All the times they've gone to it, they have won that opening pick. It's only been basement that has been a bit pernicious in that department, and they end up either not having a great round, still salvaging it, but having a not great early to mid round, or losing it entirely. They may be able to win that opening duel here, deny Chess Club that early advantage that they seem to thrive on. Things could go a lot differently, and it really starts with, again, not losing your entry early on, which has so far been the big issue for Ariel on these attacks specifically.
Oh, you say that already. Mr. B taking the fight. Snake's there too, trying to find the head. If I believe that's CZ. C4 thrown out, and down he... Nope, no, unfortunately,
okay.
It was low. Well, actually, said that was late. You were wrong.
I just like,
CZ.
it's... Come on, man.
Last time it was Kento. First time it was Wimpy. Now it's CZ. Again and again, early picks for Chess Club on this site specifically. And again, it comes to the point where we have to see Arrow Rise figure out a game plan, because again, having Mr. B as the bandit inside of dirt, denying that push through, having the mirror windows facing towards main stairs of blue, the only real thing they could really figure out was kitchen hatch, and we saw, well, it didn't go so well because he just throws C4 and deny the plant if it is that default plant.
I'll see what different strategy they go for, because, I mean, they're in the same situation they've been in 4 rounds now, early 4v5, that they have to try to squeeze all the life out of if they want to win this round. They haven't done it successfully at all 2 rounds. See if they do it here. They're going with the same plays. Opening up these vertical holes inside a kitchen. Opening up these hatches with Wimpy's X Kairos. And then likely using Rethink and Soma charges to open up Church Wall like we've seen previously. Gunner getting a little bit aggressive on those main stairs. All he gets is a drone, and there's still plenty for Ariel, so nothing to write home about just yet. We really need to see what Ariel is to do, because so far it's still coloring by the numbers for their attack.
Well, if they could bait out Doc C4 somehow, they could go for that same play and they have the coverage from the catch. It could work out this time. But again, baiting out that C4 is going to be difficult because, well, Doc's in a position once again just to throw it out. Sitting position, and he's done. He's playing dummies for the moment. They're burning the ADS by him. He's playing for the moment, trying to deal with that bandit battery so they can blow up this mirror window and push through dummies, push through blue into sights. But so far, it looks like they hear that alarm on secret. They know he's coming from that direction. He's going to bait it out for the moment. But so far, I still don't really know what the play here is from Arrow Rise. And, well, Gunner is going to start off. He's going to put another dent in their attack.
Wimpy will finally put a dent in the armor for Chess Club, but not really a substantial one. Bill's, sure, he's gone, but there's still plenty of defenders to hold these necessary angles. Wimpy, he's a rogue warrior right now. He's the only one fighting inside of Moto. Kento's on blue. There's still one. Courageous Carl's over by Kitchen. He could go over and help out the Hibana, and that's exactly what he'll do. Maybe the blue push can work, but well, no, it all collapses, actually. I was gonna say the Moto push starts to falter, but it's tumble, misstep, and then faltering by Aerial Arise. They don't get the 5-1 half. They still get a 4-2, and it was just basement proving to be near insurmountable for them.
Well, you'd expect the 4-2 half when it comes to attack on Clubhouse to be pretty good, but hey, we don't know exactly how these teams play, and maybe both these teams are more of those attacking kind of teams where they know how to attack, but their defenses sometimes can be lacking on some of these sites. Hard to say. We'll go first time Church and Arsenal for Aerial Rise, and it seems to be somewhat of a roam based on the fact they're bringing the Mozzie, but at the same point, it's only a Mozzie by himself. No Vigil, no Castle, no Mute. So I don't exactly know if there's kind of, maybe it's a half roam just to try and bait out some time and some utility. Or, well, no, we think it's just a Vigil, so it could be a half quarter roam. Quarter.
I imagine still just trying to waste some time. It's always the importance of the Vigil. Plus, if you are just trying to get some early momentum, putting a player like Rethinking on the Vigil who can get some early kills, play off that lack of intel that teams will have to deal with trying to clear them out, it'll be something that's good. Plus, you don't have the mute, so the drone denial won't be as oppressive as if you have that mute on the board. But yeah, as you said, it's kind of a half and half. You have the Vigil and the Maz, you can do some work. You have the Mira down below who can hold the site a lot easier. I honestly like this. As long as they don't spread themselves too thin and they aren't caught by their own strategic, not indecision, but strategic in between the going for right now. Half and half, trying to have it both ways. As long as they don't get caught right in the middle and fall into the pit, should be okay. I like this.
I guess as long as they waste enough time and if they're able to get picks, because the problem is now they don't have any heart-breaching denial. So like we saw from Rethink in the first round, if they get open the church wall, deny that mirror, there's a lot of different angles for the the attack to play off if they open that wall. But again, we'll see how this roam goes so far for Arrow Rise. As looks like 2 members of Kento and Rethinking are probably upstairs just running around, causing havoc, just making it difficult for Chess Club to drone them out. And it looks like they use some of those reinforcements on Plat, probably on Jacuzzi as well. So we'll see if Aerial Rise or we'll see if Chess Club actually go for it though, because they could just really just barrel down side if they wanted to, I guess.
Interesting that normally see the mirror window placed on a reinforced wall there, but there the entire wall is soft. There's even some feet holes opened up, so worried they might expose themselves a little bit, but still the dummies mirror could be very important. Rethinking using the last remaining 2 of his impact grenades to open up part of that Logi wall, allow for a rotation. Him and Kento right now, the only 2 upstairs. Wimpy, the first one to take an engagement, though. The Yana of Bills fires some shots over towards Bar, where CZ is currently playing. Neither has been spotted just yet. The drone taken out, I do believe, and that's when Bill strikes. Wimpy caught reloading on top main. Chess Club, first attacking round. They take the opening duel. Now CZ is left hung out to dry.
He's playing by himself in Bar. There's still Kento and Rethinking upstairs, which they're being droned out. Rethinking is waiting for a drop down that Logi hatch. So at least they're wasting time, but they've already lost 1 member in Wimpy. If they lose another one, this could look to be an easy win for Chess Club with the man advantage, but again, depends. And actually, at this point, I think everyone from the side Arrow Rise is playing on the top floor. Who's actually on site? Is everyone on site? Well, Snake will get the pick on Rethinking upstairs. At least Bill's been refragged, but less members of Chess Club are barreling down on these roamers, and one after another, they're all going down. Doc will still go down, but C's on low HP and a drop down from Mr. B. He's just gonna finish him off, and Snake will take down Valor, and that's Chess Club denying the entire roam Arrow Rise.
Not a great start for Ariel. You don't need me to tell you that. So, there, as you can tell, Wimpy and CZ were like, okay, let's try to get aggressive inside a bar. CZ not as aggressive, but Wimpy definitely trying to take a fight inside a bathroom. He's just trying to play on those stairs. Gives himself up to Bills, who is playing aggressive as well. Interesting strategy to play aggressive against Chess Club, who are likely, and as we've seen, thrive on winning that opening duel, but at least him and CZ are playing close by. That fails, though, once Wimpy's taken down. Now, Kento is not the only one left. Him and Rethinkin are there, but they can be isolated on that top floor. One playing inside of construction and CCTV, the other playing inside of master bedroom. At that point, as CZ is struggling to have an impact down below, it's exactly what the attack does. They start to segment off the top floor, and when people start rotating down, again, Chess Club, working and thriving off their man advantage, have more players in positions to cut off Aerial's rotations and cut off their positions. So for Aerial, again, as you said, Chess Club did a great job at clearing out that roam, and everything that Aerial tried to do, Chess Club either accounted for, or if they didn't, they won their fight anyway.
Yeah, I would say at this point it's kind of running. It's interesting because, like you said, the fact that Chess Club thrived off that first pick, and we saw them get that first pick so often. Not I might say often, but quite often in the defense and the rounds that they did win at times. So it's interesting to see the Arrow Rise are trying to go toe for toe like that, despite seeing Chess Club do that already on their defense. But we'll see. We're on CCTV and Cash next for them, and we see a similar lineup here from the side of Arrow Rise compared to Chess Club. Bringing that Bandit once again. We'll see if they hold on to Pit onto Lounge for the moment, because that was the issue, is that Arrow Rise was able to take control stock, able to just kind of walk or just point their way towards Lounge, open up the floor bottom of Mr. B and deny the Bandit whatsoever. But Wimpy looks like he's gonna destroy one of those Bandit or one of those Salmos. But again, because of the fact that it's Ace, you can just put two on them, and Bills will find an angle onto Wimpy with the second Selma going off, and it goes his first pick for Chess Club once again.
And again, nothing Aerial can really do to trade this back. Kento tries to go for a pre-fire on somebody repelled on flat balcony, but there's nobody there. Bill's got his kill, just holding on the left side of the breach, repelled outside. Once he got the kill, repelled up. Don't really need to do more at that point. 30 seconds in, they get the wall open, the opening pick, and now they can turn their full attention to clearing CZ out of garage. They have the utility to do it. Plenty of flashbangs, plenty of nades to send up after the burn has cleared out these ADSs and magnets, and the breach open to catch CZ off guard, which he walks directly into. So all the utility I just hyped up that they need, they don't even need anymore, because Snake has now got 2 kills and a down for literally no cost to the attack. Courageous Carl, or Valor, the artist he was formerly known as, is now the only one left with no real hope of picking up Kento, with all 5 guns trained on his current position. Can't even get 1 kill as Gunner takes him down. I mean, Aerial they didn't have anything going for them. The car didn't even start, it exploded.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of the issue with Bandit tricking an Ace and not having the Bandit batteries up first, is that he can just throw the Selmas on the wall, both of them on the wall, and you have to Bandit trick both of them, which you can't do. It's literally impossible. So the wall opens up, Bills is ready for it, kills them, and then at that point, especially with the kill onto CZ, because CZ was like on the edge of the rafters, and he gets into the angle of Snake. At that point, Arrow Rise starts swinging. They start trying to take fights to deny the push, because once they have rafters, they have plat. That's the 2 cars they need to get that plant down. So at that point, you had to see Air Rise get aggressive, take fights, and lose them again and again and again. Flawless round from the side of Chess Club, and it seems as though, at this point, it seems to be some mistakes here from Air Rise, and it's interesting because this is not the same full roster we've seen CL. It's a different roster, a mishmash of different players from different CL teams or amateur teams, and, it seems to be lacking maybe some of that, what they had from before with some of those older players.
Well, they'll try CCTV and Cash again, and I imagine Wimpy won't go for that Bandit trick a second time in a row. As you said, the presence of the Ace, making it not exactly a viable strategy. So he'll put his X-Kairos there, or not his X-Kairos, put his Bandit batteries on the wall early on, force them to take it down, and then probably just put his other 2 on the con panel or somewhere else, and then call it a day. Don't worry too much beyond that. Because once Platwall fell and then Garage fell literally 25 seconds later, I mean, that was an entire CC attack that can sometimes take almost the entire round to happen, done in the first, minute of the round. So, just playing a bit more passively here, not trying to be as active, denying, again, that opening engagement, that second kill, is what we need to see.
I definitely agree. They cannot just let... They at least let Platwall open, but don't die trying to do it at this point. Well, we'll see. Looks like they're opening up Garage first, as Wimpy yeah, of course, they've put the bent barriers down first to have the runic gates to on top of that to try and make it more difficult to walk in. There is kind of a amalgamation of players here inside of Cash that are pushing off as they're expecting this to open up. Bill's going to throw a grenade from below to destroy it, and there he goes. Both bent barriers destroyed. Gunner is going to open the wall up. And that's the first step. Again, out the door. CZ is going to be the next step. Last time they were just Snake just pre-fired through that window. CZ was in a position to get shot from it. This time, hopefully, he's not in that position, and we'll see if he can actually try and bunker down and stay alive for as long as possible. And if someone from Airlines can at least try to help him out.
Also happily here on the plat wall, there's 2 runic gates, so if they want to enter and do the breach, they have to use some flashbangs to burn it out. So that'll be some burn that could otherwise go to clearing out garage and clearing out CZ position, burning those magnets and ADSs that they'll have to save for plat wall unless they want to use nades or more desirable utility. Doc trying to get this by just kills though, as he's got intel on CZ's position, but he's found by Gunner instead on the garage door. Again, 2 times now CZ has just given himself away to a player watching that angle, and the attack has not had to expend any utility whatsoever to clear him out.
Oh, that control now. They're in the same, pretty much the same place. Sure, it took a bit longer this time, but they're pretty much in the same exact position, though there is more members of Airrise available. There's at least a smoke canisters and a C4 ready to try and stop them from planting, but they have time now to bait out those C4s, bait out those smokes, and try and get this plant down. But Bill's with the kill rethinking, so there's one of those members to try and stop the plant. You don't have to bait out the smokes anymore, you just have to bait a C4 or get these kills, because if Airrise just keep peeking their heads out, with Kento actually getting aggressive, trying to find a pick through pit, but he's actually been found by Mr. B watching the flank. So at this point now, Wimpy and Valor trying to take fights. Gunner downs Wimpy, running out through Cash. It's up to Valor, who's already low in HP with a DMR in hand. He's finished up by Bills, and another flawless round for Chess Club.
And it didn't start with step 1 of their first attack. It started with step 2, which is just CZ dying for free. They didn't need to expend any utility. They didn't burn any magnets. CZ just tries to peek, or is caught out rotating and sliding his way along the rafters. You don't need to expend any utility. And again, you have plat wall open, which to be fair isn't inherent. I mean, it is inherently a bad thing, but it happens. It's going to happen on your attack. If you're not actively bandit tricking, if the enemy team is competent, they're getting that wall open in a minute. In some way, shape, or form, it's going to happen. So then the focus there is garage and wasting as much time as you can there. Is CZ probably going to die in that position at some point? Yes. It should not be in this way, because once plat wall is open, the runic gate's burned, and you've cleared out garage for free at that, not much they need to do at that point to win their attack. But what I can say is that Chess Club have been performing very well so far, and even if they don't make it here, if you want to see more of the performance of teams like Chess Club, like Aerial Arise, like anybody you've seen and been impressed with so far in SCS Season 6, our second qualifier for Stage 2 is January 14th to the 16th. If you want to play and compete, type !play in Twitch chat for more info on how to register, where you need to go, what you need to do, that sort of thing. If you're just excited to watch, then all you need to know is January 14th to the 16th is where you can expect Benny, myself, and a bunch of other incredible broadcast talent and players as well to show you some great Rainbow Six. January 14th to the 16th is when you can expect all of that to happen.
Coming right up soon to a theater near you.
Or a computer monitor. We don't have that kind of money.
Oh, if only.
We haven't bought up movie theaters for this.
Well, speaking of that, we're on the bedroom and gym where we're going to see how Aaron Ryans can defend it in Chess Club, how they're going to attack it. Actually, they're trying to maybe go head on and deal with this extension on the side of Aaron Rise. Despite we saw Aaron Rise, when they came to their attacks, they actually didn't even push the extension one of the 2 times, or none of the times, of the 2 times that you saw Chess Club set it up. But so far, at least they know one secret. They know the Malusi of CZ's playing that direction. They're expecting a rotate, but CZ's going to run all the way down the basement, run back towards the main stairs, I'm assuming, and not go for that pick. But there is kind of an extension. It's actually interesting, these mirror windows, too. We see mirror being brought. These are different mirror windows. Well, at least one's different. They have one facing towards from gold, facing towards if they push from con to site. And the other one's probably bathroom facing jacuzzi side.
I imagine the other one will be there. How the hell does CZ win that? Bills has the drop on him, a pinch and everything, and CZ just slits his throat and runs away. I don't know if Bill's game froze. I don't know what just happened. It is a holiday miracle that CZ got away with that just now, and that it's a 5v4. But importantly, shenanigans aside, Aerial Arise have won the opening duel, and it's not been traded. This has been a trend they have not been able to set, and that Chess Club have thrived in. Now that they have the 5v4 and Chess Club have to pick up the slack left by a low man count, this could be Aerial's first round on the defense.
We'll see so far. We'll see if they can. There's so far been a one-side push from Chess Club, but they have control of Khan. They need to push Logi neck, open up that jacuzzi wall, which I don't know if they will or not, but from the windows, Gunnar with a kill onto him. CZ goes down. The Kento's been taken out. So now it's a 4v4. CZ's low in HP, so it's still anybody's game at the moment. But a grenade comes out, rethinking great. He's thinking he's ADSs because that grenade was really right in his face. He's actually gonna peek it. He's not able to finish the kill. Wimpy the C4 on Mr. B, and so far Wimpy's going off, though, stopping the push entirely.
Wimpy going absolutely massive right now, as that still started to crumble under the weight of Chess Club and the tactical prowess. Well, right as I say that, ironic that Gunnar vaults into a frost mat, so that was a blunder. To continue with the chess terminology, that was like breaking the rules and putting your king in line of attack. That was a round that still could have been salvaged, and he vaulted into a frost mat.
It's so could have been salvaged, but the fact that the entire con push failed to Wimpy, kind of crazy there.
That's true. That's a good point.
That was a 4v4 there. It was looking pretty good. You know, you had that balcony, you were pushing back some of the defenders, and Wimpy somehow can get a C4 off, swing the other player in con, take full control, and then even go to server, swing the player on the balcony once more and kill them. And then also you saw, gonna jump in the window and die to a frost mat. So apparently Wimpy could just cause things to downward spiral entirely.
Hey, Wimpy is a great player. However, probably shouldn't have happened. Probably should not have been that close. But it happens. Chess Club have so far looked indomitable on the attack, aside from that one slip-up. And now they get to go to either basement or CCTV. In this case, on basement, it was not entirely a similar story to CCTV, but similar enough, just not as bad. They got the opening pick here, no answer back by Aerial, but in this case, it was a roam that Chess Club primarily had to deal with, and did so successfully. They successfully cut off Kento and Rethinkin upstairs, separated them from CZ down below after they got the pick on CZ's support, Wimpy playing on main stairs. At that point, everyone took fights, they fell soon afterwards, and there wasn't much they could do. This go-around, it appears that Aerial Arise have completely foregone any kind of roam based on their lineup and where they're positioning themselves right now. And even though it's nice to delay control with how well Chess Club have done clearing out roams and getting the opening pick, I think this is an okay move.
Yeah, that was a pretty unfortunate. Well, not unfortunate, but it's just the fact that Chess Club had every single move counted down, and just the fact that they could just deal with every single roam was huge, and so it makes sense for Aerial Arise to just totally stop roaming entirely. Not even try it even. Don't go toe-to-toe with it. Go for that kind of utility-based one. We're just trying to waste time, deal with these mirrors, because they saw in their defense. Their defense was so difficult to deal with these mirrors. On top of the fact that having someone in, having the bandit in dirt, having the mirrors being bent or mutes on them, can't open them up, can't deal with them, forcing the attacking team to then try and make a play, try and destroy these bandit bags, trying to destroy these mirror windows, wasting so much time, or at that point, as we saw from Aerial Arise, just jumping down the kitchen hatch. So this is what they're going to do. They're going to probably play that same game and force Chess Club to make a move, make something crazy happen, because otherwise it's going to run into these utility-based setups that are just painful.
We'll see a lifeline sent down. Burns a magnet. Thankfully, don't have to worry about any more magnets on that side unless Rethinkin decides to place one over there. It's not the same C4. It's two sent out by CZ and Wimpy to take down the Hibana and the Sledge, respectively. Two operators you definitely don't want to lose in the first minute 30, because now Gunnar is forced to use two Selma charges to open up one hatch. Mr. B was not able to use his X-Kairos to get work done, and Gunnar has to expend almost all of his hard-reach utility to do such a small, minimal amount of work. And in a 3v5 as well, Aerial can do exactly what they want in this situation. Play sight. Force Chess Club to try to manifest a play outside of such a heavy disadvantage. They'll drop the hatchet. Bills is down pretty quick after. Gunnar gets the first kill in the round, but now he's the only one left. He's pushing on in successfully so far, with Wimpy on low HP as well. This could be a 1v2 if Wimpy gives his life up and Gunnar lands his shots. He's got the diffuser as well. With some light intel on a player inside of Church, he can start to put the bomb down and hopefully bait out some of the positions from the defense. Behind box one, that's exactly what he'll do. 45 seconds left, plenty of time to play with. He'll fall off. Aerial Arise, they call his bluff. They don't push. knowing that Gunner has to make a play, either plant or go for the kills, and they have the advantage either way. Will slowly start moving over, spots the Mira. Wimpy was already close to death, so that headshot will only put him further into the grave than he already was. Now, his time is slowly elapsing. Gunner has to decide. He has to get CZ and Kento to make a play. He falls off the plant. He calls them out. He knows they have to peek with 15 seconds left. The time is running short. Spots his head through the railing, but he can't round it out. They're able to play off the 1v2, but they come so close to defeat. Aerial still grab match point by the skin of their teeth.
Oh, that was scary there. The fact that there was 2 members left there in a 1v2 that were far apart at the end there. Looking great for Gunner, but still, we start off again at this. We're going to that same play we saw from Chess Club in their defense, and Arrow Rise will play the same exact one. They'll just force Chess Club to go for an execute, try to force them to destroy these mirror windows, force them to try and use utility to open it up. But again, I say this time they weren't able to do that even because 2 C4s will put 2 members down, the Habana and the Sledge, which are 2 important facts. 2 fire grenades you might need, X Kairos you may need to open the hatches, and maybe even destroy some of those mirrors. And then you're down to only Gunner with his 3 Selmas, and so he can only open the hatch at that point. And from there, at that point, it was Chess Club forcing blue, forcing down main, making plays. And well, the only play that worked was Gunner jumping down the kitchen hatch, able to take a kill for his own, able to take another and make it into a 1v3 where he kills Wimpy, but he's in a 1v2, and where it could have worked, could have been his win. But in a 1v2, time ticking by the second, it's difficult to win those fights, and he came close to doing so.
This is still problematic for Aerial Arise. They won basement, which they desperately needed to do. I mean, if they wanted any chance of winning this match, they needed to win it. Of course, win it in regulation. Keep in mind.
Yeah.
Now, they need to win CCTV, which, based in the 2 attempts they've played it, were both flawless wins for Chess Club.
10 seconds left.
That is the site they need to win. The 3rd time now,
5 seconds to insertion.
in order to seal this out 7-5 and win in regulation.
Attackers are
We will see some changes, which I think are good. We think it will instead take up my position inside a garage. So far, CZ has been the 1st or 2nd to fall each time. I think this is good. Get some fresh blood in there. Wimpy also trying to put some bandit batteries in that garage wall as well. I'm liking the focus on garage because Chess Club paid some mind there. It's time the defense did so as well, but Snake still gets the opening pick on to CZ. All players.
Once again, unfortunately, CZ playing secret this time. I think someone last time was playing secret too, so Chess Club being aware of that secret player once again, able to get that first pick. Great job from Chess Club to understand that, be adapting to those plays. So they should open up that wall earlier, but again, it was Arrow Rise who didn't pay much mind to it. And then, you said New Blood, but apparently New Blood doesn't mean anything.
Now the garage player falls without so much as a whimper. Silent on the rafters. He falls 3 rounds in a row for Aerial Arise. And it's even worse this time. We're not even a minute in, and it's a 2v5. This has been the worst for Aerial Arise so far. Thankfully, they have overtime at least, and that's what they need, because this has been pitiful from the defense so far. Wimpy finally gets a kill, so if he dies now, it's a whimper, not silence. And that's all he'll manage to utter before he's felled by the Yana. Overtime is on the menu in our round 6 match of the night. Who starts on defense? Thank the Lord, it's Chess Club.
What do I even say about that round?
It was just their CCTV defense. Which just collapses under any semblance of weight. And I say thank the Lord Chess Club start on defense. That's from Aerial Arise's viewpoint.
Yeah, but I'll say that's
their POV.
Yeah, but that's good that Arrow Rise are attack because it's been attacker side at Clubhouse so far. We'll see what stays that way. But either way, that last defense from Arrow Rise was just
Hey, it wasn't flawless.
After easy pick.
It was not a flawless win for Chess Club, Benny.
Oh yeah, that's
I want you to keep that in mind. Wimpy got 1 kill.
Attackers
After he
how many flawless rounds they have actually that half? They had 2 or 3, right?
They had 2. Both on CCTV, as I mentioned.
Oh god.
So,
it wasn't flawless.
That's true. At least it was not flawless. Going forward here, Chess Club's best site, without question, on the defense has been basement. They won it twice. Probably should have won it 3 times, but they did a little bit of trolling in the first round. So starting out, this should be a round win for them if they can just, again, kind of recapture that same glory. The big thing here Aerial Arise were giving away opening picks like they were giving away candy to children. And Chess Club were eagerly taking it up. Again, Aerial Arise, if they don't give Chess Club that pick, they just play a little bit further back, they usually have good success.
On this site though, they still haven't figured out a way to deal with the setup though.
Well, but it seems more of a matter of maybe not even droning properly. I mean, how many times has it just been a main stairs player who's just sitting there, gets no one to pick because Kento kind of rushes in?
Like, that's true too. I agree with you that there's always been someone early in the entry gets picked off. But at the same point, even without that one player, I feel like they still don't understand what to do here to deal with those mirrors and get a play down in the first place. Because otherwise, we've seen them just jump down kitchen hatch or force a blue take or something like that. Let's see this time if they actually happen. Once again, if another player from Aerial Rise is too early on the pick, but it looks like, oh, there was an early fight, but this time it's Bills to run away from it instead. Not going to take the early pick because he got droned out. They knew his position this time around. So it was not a surprise to the members of Aerial Rise early in this round. Valor's going to throw a grenade, destroy some of the barbed wire, destroy some of the utility inside of blue. My issue always has been that I don't know what exactly the play is here for Aerial Rise. With the amount of C4s, well, not C4s, just the amount of the mirror windows, with the different angles they have, the only real option they have, besides if they don't destroy mirror windows, is jumping down this hatch. And Mr. B's just kind of asking for it. Entirely.
All right.
I don't know what you were doing there.
What did he think was going to happen? Well, he already gave away a C4, but now losing his life, you talked about Mr. B was a big player inside of Dirt. The attack, and honestly, never even came close to dealing with and just served as one of the many reasons and factors that were just unanswered by Aerial Arise and a reason they lost those attacks. He gave his life up below the kitchen hatch now, and while there is one player inside of Dirt, Aerial Arise have something they sorely needed, a win in the mid-round. Of course, it's come a little bit late. They still have a lot to do. They do need to actually move down to that bottom floor because a well-timed C4 by Doc could throw the entire thing overboard for Aerial Arise if he can still get that piece of intel or piece of utility to land, or even if these mirror windows stay alive inside or on that church wall. If they can still hold that and deny the push down bottom main, or use that C4 to deny the plant if Aerial go for a kitchen drop, this is still a winnable round for Chess Club, and that could be the way they make it happen. Doc is sitting inside of blue right now, so he could fall to a well-timed pinch by the attack if they can play their cards right. Gunner also getting aggressive below these vertical holes opened up outside and inside of kitchen. Hasn't found anybody just yet, as it's, courageous Carl to find the shoulder of Snake sitting inside of Dirt. Gunner waiting for the kitchen drop. He's gone unread. The diffuser dropped. Somebody's got to pick it up or go for these kills. It's the ladder, and that's what's working the most. Gunner, the only one left on 1 HP, can't make it happen. Finally, Aerial are able to compensate, build something off of their early success they've lacked for a good portion of their basement attacks. They just need to win one more round, seal this out in overtime.
I thought Gunner was going to ruin the round there, being under the hatch like that. But apparently elsewhere, that Dirt push, the blue push, the main stairs push, well, there's a Moto drop. The Moto drop worked out perfectly for Aerial Rise elsewhere. But even then, the beginning of the round was first the fact that Mr. B, well, gave his life away. He just kind of under the hatch. Just kind of sitting there through the C4, wasn't able to get a kill, wasn't able to kill anybody in the window, and then kind of stood there expecting somebody to maybe jump in the window. Not sure what he was doing, but he goes down early, makes it a 4v5. And from there, Chess Club, well, they played their angles like they had before, playing the same angle. So, Snake takes the place of Mr. B inside of Dirt. Nobody can play under the hatch except Gunner goes early later on. But from there, actually, Aerial Rise are able to deal with that mirror window from dummies facing blue. Throw a grenade in there, destroy the bandit battery, open up that mirror window, force Doc to actually play behind the gen, rather play behind the mirror window. And at that point, having forced those players, you know where the rest of them are, they play perfectly. They have the Moto drop. That player pushes through Moto, gets the kill in church. One player goes through blue, kills Doc behind Gen. Snake dies as well inside of Dirt, leaving Gunner by himself. He does get the pick onto the dropping Cabana, but that's the only thing he gets at that point.
But now, again, this is another problem for Aerial. They're able to take down Chess Club's ace in the hole for basement. Good job. What defensive site is really their equivalent here, Benny? What is it? Is it Gym?
This has been the site they've won. Playing that same kind of like, bunker style defense.
I suppose that certainly is true. Playing this playstyle, this could be what you would call it. And hey, if it proves true, it's 8-6.
At the same point, Aerial Rise just wanted a one against that bunker down defense, and I'm hoping or expecting Chess Club to have that same kind of aspiration now, seeing how well it went for Aerial Rise. So this could just be, you know, the same thing. Chess Club figure out the same weak points in their defense, open up that mirror, get a pick off of maybe that kitchen hatch like we saw last time. I won't hopefully expect from Arrow Rise to sit under the hatch. But either way, if they're able to get those, you know, work these picks, again, it seems to be Chess Club's big thing is if they can get opening pick, if they can snowball these attacks, it could work out. But again, we don't know what they're going to do here. Looks like they're clearing top floor for the moment. We'll see if they even do that, because again, the big thing was the fact that Arrow was able to destroy that mirror from dummies, push their way through and pick off these players. Looks like they know when Gunner sees one, able to get that pick onto the mute of CZ running away.
So that could have been it right there. That could have been the moment where Ariel just kind of give the game away. He's still spotted playing on bottom main, but he can much more easily move back into the site now. Even prep a C4, hoping that somebody starts opening up those holes on I suppose, not exactly what I was thinking. I was going to say open up the holes watching main stairs. This is more so to find the default cam. By the way, it opens up and nothing found for the defense, except CZ does actually get a kill. This time he's pulled all the way back into Moto, but almost trades himself out by giving himself up to the main stairs angle. He still rotates back in with his life, just not much of it remaining. Bills can also be picked back up, so with a minute 30, we're still at a 5v5.
Nothing too crazy happening, and we're going to see Chess Club forcing hatches. Wimpy trying to find a pick, trying to find a weakness in this attack, trying to find somebody from Chess Club unaware of his presence. But nobody's there. At this point, they've opened up the hatches, and so far, are they maybe just going to go for that drop? Doc's opening up the holes above to push Wimpy out, but Wimpy's playing so aggressive like we saw from Mr. B. Could this be the kill that pushes Chess Club over to get this opening pick, further them into the play? But it looks like dirt push from Gunner as well, so it could be a dirt kitchen hatch drop for Chess Club if they can't open up these mirrors.
Still have 50 seconds to do it, so time to use, and again, a 5v5. In all likelihood, a kill is not going to give you the momentum. It's going to be the utility to clear out those mirror windows, and then likely a kill behind it. Wimpy holding a tight angle inside of dirt, spots one for just a second, but right as a drone rounds the corner, he repositions, spots him again, so he's not a safe man inside of this position. And if his C4s take it down, that could be big for the attack. That's exactly what happens. Gunner works that angle well enough, but it's still even with 20 seconds left. A 4v4, sure, Doc is fallen, but is this favoring Aerial Arise? Gunner's the only one inside of dirt. He has a nice angle, but there's this C4. What could win the game for Aerial Arise if the kitchen drop isn't stopped? And it lands successfully! 3v1, Snake the only one left. They win it. They lose basement to the oldest trick in the book more times than I can count. And they do the same here to Chess Club to be the only team retaining their flawless record in the first qualifier.
Oh, unfortunate for Chess Club in last round, just not able to work any picks, wasting too much time trying to find something. At least Gunner was able to make his way through dirt, but that was the only real push they had. Otherwise, it was drop it down kitchen hatch was the only other thing they really pushed for, and it was that. And I think there was a main stairs push too that lost too as well. So just unfortunate that Chess Club could not find a weakness compared to Arrow Rise when they were able to win that defense against, or win that attack on Chess Club's defense. But either way, great job to Arrow Rise. They'll stay, what, they're 6-0 now for this qualifier so far.
6-0 for the qualifier. Aerial Arise remain. Chess Club going to a measly 5-1. What a terrible record. Now, of course, again, we picked this game to see who will in all likelihood guarantee themselves a spot in the closed qualifiers, which, to be fair, could still likely be both of these teams. But right now, as Aerial Arise are 6-0, odds are they will make it into the closed qualifiers. I believe there is still like a slim chance that they lose the next two games and their differential is bad enough. They could actually not make it in. Assuming that doesn't happen, though, they are basically in the closed qualifier. So, premature congratulations. Not full yet, though, because I don't want to jinx them. I have seen crazier things happen than 2 BO1 losses. So, not unheard of.
Also, that CZ kill.
I was about to say, that CZ kill would probably be crazier than 2 BO1 losses. I still can't believe that happened. That was one of the weirder engagements. I don't know what happened even. Like, did he jump off the railing and he tried to get him and then he just CZ was there? I want to be honest, Benny. That man was concussed, sprinted straight into Ayana, and probably hit his melee button out of reflex. I don't think CZ even knows what happened. I don't think he
I
still
would need
does.
to see it from like CZ or one of the screens. They got to post that clip of what happened there, because that was crazy.
I'm sure. I would imagine probably Bill's perspective, I would guess we see that from. But I think we'll probably see that one on Twitter be like, hey, this weird thing happened, as we usually tend to see. So, of course, we still have Chess Club to see if they make it in. Arrow Rising made it in so far, just to check on the other section of, I keep wanting to say the bracket, but is it technically a bracket, Benny?
No, because of rounds.
Yeah,
There's
okay.
no bracket per se.
It's just, if you go to the website, it's listed under bracket. I didn't know if they were still.
No,
I wasn't up to date on the terminology. I've not been around the block as long as you are. You're more of an expert in this department. I just wanted to check. Still have a lot of games going on, of course. I believe, though, we're starting to get closer to the end. I think we still have, what, like 6 games
1,
remaining?
2, 3, 4. Yeah, like 6 games remaining. Still
Okay.
waiting on a few to finish up.
Any upsets, Benny? Here, Benny, why don't you scan the bracket for... Sorry, scan the round for any upsets or cool things to talk about. Let's talk about another one of our sponsors, specifically Mike and Ike's. Mention them at the top of the show. They sponsor our pre-show segment, and of course, they are always here for us at SCS Season 6. I don't know off the top of my head who I would give my made-up Mike and Ike's player of the match to. Honestly, it was just kind of both teams playing, or I'd say pretty doing equally. I always usually just give it to Wimpy because he usually shows up big on Clubhouse, especially when he's playing Bandit and Mira. So I'll say it's Wimpy, but I don't know. But I do know this. Mike and Ike's, thank you very much being the fruity and chewy candy that always allows us to power up our game and power up our broadcast with your support. So thank you, Mike and Ike's, as always. Benny, anything cool happened in the round number 6 list of teams that technically isn't on a bracket? Okay, I'll take that as a no.
Somali India beat Valkyrie.
Okay. Cool. Thanks. I suppose... No, not really. It's just,
Yeah, there's not much to really go off here. Most of them are pretty expected.
I
Unless it's
mean,
just a
Achieve
random game.
Esports beat
Yeah,
Whittle
what is-
Kitties.
Yeah, you gonna say that?
That's kind of the Okami stack, what they used to be. That's Exo, J-Slime, Rice, Lava, and Bry. I don't know. To be honest, that pretty much actually most of this just went about the way you'd expect. Not a lot of upsets that happened. Yeah. That's kind of it. We are still waiting. Coincidentally, one of the matchups we're waiting for, we are still waiting for both In Control Nation and the team called In Control. We're both still waiting on them to finish up their games, so funny how that worked out. Are there any teams that just cannot make it anymore? Teams that are just completely out of the running that we might not expect?
Let's see. Probably for 2 and 4 at this point. I don't think you're making it.
Yeah, that'd probably be...
Or 1 and 5.
They literally
like
can't go
EV,
positive anymore, so...
EV, Talentless. I think like Blockstar is definitely Blockstar is 0 and 6, but I'm pretty sure like if you're 2 and 4 or 1 and 5, chances are you're probably not making it, unfortunately.
So you're telling me that In Control have a chance?
They do have a chance to make it to close qualifiers. They
Oh.
do have a chance.
Well, we will see. We do have another game to look at while the round is going on. Guess what? It is Braction again on another game. That is 6-6. Funny how that works out.
Another
You
one.
love it. You love it when life
Who
gives
are
you
they
these
playing?
little
Bubble
coincidences.
Blowers.
Bubble
Oh,
blowers.
they're
Who are
playing
they
Team
playing?
Gusick actually.
Ooh. Yeah, let's cut to that game. I don't get off our faces. I want to see how EJ is doing. I want to see what
Oh,
happens. That was y'all could not hear that, but Ferme was just very loud in my ear. Not at me. I didn't do anything wrong. Technically, nobody did anything wrong. Fate was not kind to us. I believe Braction was running an ad, as Benny said.
Armor's clear, master's clear.
Alright, I
Give me a second. He's running an ad.
User and Braction. Oh, I can't read it anymore. Never mind.
I can come right in, alright?
Oh
You guys
my
give it a drop.
How
god.
much damage is this? Oh my.
Look at little Sung defending the teammates like that. Shout out.
Yo, Hitman. I think we need
That's
to go down
literally
freeze
intentionally
kill us
trolling.
flying
There's no
early.
way, right? There's not intentionally trolling.
Somebody
Just trolling
is somebody
here.
intentionally trolling in my SCS qualifier.
Watch backside, tower
Sit
stairs.
in trolling.
I can't watch it. I have to get the hatch.
You there? Nice,
What?
Back it up, back it up. Yo, map it
That's
a
what they should've
couple
called it,
times
too,
and then
that
stop,
trolling.
right? Just hold it.
But I'm not sure why
I
it's that.
agree.
Hey, go ahead.
I
Back,
agree.
can you rotate?
Censored
You
word
want me- I'm
happens.
watching backside though, hold on.
I hate that too.
You don't want me to open
Yeah,
up the hatch.
140.
That's what
Nah,
I'm
leave, like,
saying.
my gadget on it if they take it off, no?
Yeah, they took it off.
Braction wants to use his gadget right now.
Smarter. Look, now we have way more time to fucking do shit.
Oh.
Fed, Panda, come hold backside.
Can't
bro.
open her
Go ahead.
that
I'll hold your
hatch.
freezer. Go ahead. Hit the
No,
button.
it's like I'm decent. What
Are
decent
you?
at?
Are you Furball 1? Are you decent? I think you're Furball 1, actually.
I hit laundry. laundry.
I just missed by like pixels, man.
Oh,
Hit man down. It's over.
I guess either way, like this attack seems to be pretty
Laundry side.
not a lot to go off of really. Hey, at least they kill Baxel in return.
I'm freezer right now.
But so far it seems to be a freezer laundry take, and
Fine, keep
you
the
know how
freezer
those
there,
go
bro. I'm
usually.
not fucking playing anymore, bro. Two smokes
Yeah,
on me.
you lost one set of nades plus your. I'm presuming entry. I could be wrong.
Smokes, use all
Don't
three
necessarily
smokes.
need to be an
One
entry,
closet, one
Ziana.
closet.
What?
That's
Do they
2
not
or
have
4.
freezer holes?
No, it's okay. You have your.
I think
freezer
they-
guys there.
I thought they saw they did, but I'm not totally sure.
One guy Chala, one guy closet.
I don't.
At this point,
I'm not sure if they have
Braxton's-
freezer holes made in that wall.
What do you mean?
Or head holes
I would
made in the freezer wall.
assume They have to, because Tay just got a kill.
Ah, it
Well,
does-
Braxton
it
just
doesn't
got
matter.
slammed.
Oh, they do. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I
I was
couldn't
about to
tell
say,
for a
because
second.
yeah, I'm pretty sure Teddy slammed them through those holes. So at least JB's there to try and bring it back, but it's a 1v2 with 20 seconds left.
It is a 1v2 with 20 seconds though, and he does have 2 nades. This isn't unwinnable.
Whoa.
Okay, this is very winnable, actually. Where is the smoke? We cannot tell, unfortunately, right
He was
now.
in-
He's behind a shield.
Yeah, he was in the closet. That's probably what he was looking there for, because that was the last call out.
It's actually so fucking bad.
Because Braxton died to him.
Yeah, they didn't have I don't know. I feel like they're shifting.
Well, hey, 7 or 6-7 now, and that color. What is with the colors?
If we just get map control quickly, we just do circles
That was
around
weird.
and figure out the utilities to push opposite side.
And
At
hit
this
your
point,
shots,
you're
bro.
s-
You can't blame teammates if you're always getting smoked. Facts. Absolute heater coming out from that guy. It's not all about kills, but that KD says a lot. Oh! Oh! He just smoked that guy. Sit down, whoever he's talking to.
I don't
Jeez.
know who he's talking. Is he talking to Braxton? Who's he
Wow.
talking to?
Was that playing here? Well, mine.
They fucked me, though.
That was whew, that was like a George Carlin joke right there. That was
I
so well
understand
written.
that.
There were
I
so many
do.
layers there. What ops is he using?
What are you doing?
Good advice by Pelek. Do practice those T-hunts.
In stuff better mechanics and aim.
Sledge. He just said sledge.
I need a definite vent to myself.
Because
I
my
don't get
main
how
don't
to
wanna play
play
on
You
it.
don't know how to open
What?
the hatch, shoot a hole here, bounce a nade, break the mute.
What is this
bottom
chat?
The fucking wall, you kill the
What
guy
is
Chala
this
every
chat?
round. I don't know how we haven't done that one single time. It's just they overcomplicate everything. It's an
Is
absolute
Fraction venting about his own
explode in
teammates
my
right now?
brain.
Is he really? I can't listen out here. Bro.
Fraction is yelling about his own teammates right now.
It's on stream. You think you should do that on stream?
I don't think he
They'd
knows.
rather drop a hatch than throw a nade and break a mute. That's fucking crazy, son. They rush every single time here.
I need it.
That is tragic. That really is tragic.
Where will my guy go? I need something on my.
Now we'll go back like that didn't happen, right?
I got
Pretend like that didn't happen. That's kind of suspicious.
I don't know.
I don't know about that
Hey,
one.
well, let's see if they can win it again, though. Win this one.
Outside con
It's just
cams up.
they gotta win this defense and bring it to max OT.
Cam still up.
On a main,
We
bro.
have nothing for Tala.
They're in shower. Shower hall.
Rotate one of your ADS, Marcella.
I'm still caught on that
Something like
earlier.
this. Watch front side.
Are you really still?
Like that's you're playing with them.
Get John's at the
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like, dude, you would think you'd just wait to say that
I don't know.
not on stream.
I don't know. Anyway,
Trust in the hit.
yeah. Beside the point. That's my own personal thoughts. Anyway, as you said, it's basically what we're looking at right
This
now.
for the Goya shield long.
I think the comments at Twitch chat are now contextualized. We'll see if they can improve. I mean, it's Oregon defense, Benny.
Our freezer
Probably
cam is
got this
still up.
right.
They're working slow.
I'm assuming they do. We have 2 people upstairs, though. That's the question. Is those 2 rumors? Can they stay alive?
Nah, I'm not feeling it. Actually, hold on. They got 6 drones. What?
Wow. Yeah, they destroyed a lot of drones actually.
Yeah,
Holy
what is
crap.
Gusick doing with these drones?
One A main.
Not a drone.
I gotta DM EJ after this game and be like, what is
I'm
this
assuming
drone
that's what
economy I'm
the,
watching
uh,
right now?
I'm assuming the guys upstairs who are roaming have been just shooting drones for the last like minute and 2.
Someone go play long with him. I'll watch laundry side.
Look at that.
I don't even know what the plan is even. What is
Dude,
Gusick
disc
doing
in your
here?
hallway.
What's the
You
plan,
should-
Gusick?
I don't know, man.
If you don't,
I
that's it.
don't know what's happening. I'm not
Why is
clairvoyant.
this,
I'm
why
not
is this screen
omniscient.
shaking so much?
Things are exploding, Benny.
No one's
Oh
watching.
my god.
Get it together.
In my hatch.
I can't watch with all the movement, all the shaking.
Finger dead.
I actually forgot where we were looking at for just a second. What?
God, I didn't see this guy.
I didn't even see needles there. Wow. I didn't even see them.
Another one laundry.
Was he
I'm watching
behind like?
tower
I think he was
default.
behind.
Yeah, I
like,
think he
the
was. Yeah, I think he
basket.
was behind.
Prone
Dirt.
freeze, prone and freeze, prone and freeze.
I don't know. I mean, that he literally could not have been
I have
anywhere else. So
tower
I'm
dirt
assuming it's
info.
where he was.
Yeah.
I can't see. I'm fully white.
4v3, minute left. I mean, they should win this, right? Bubble Boy should win this.
Mini catch open.
7 drones. They only have 3 drones left. Like they have no intel. It's gonna be based off really just on kills and back
Oh,
was
yeah,
dead.
they
Yeah,
got
there's no
this.
way.
More, that's it.
Freeze on
But
you.
now they're on attack again, and they're probably going back upstairs.
Deep freeze.
Close, close,
Yeah.
close.
Yeah. They got this 7-7. We saw them win at 8-7 last time.
20 HP.
What?
I'm dead, I'm dead, 20 HP, don't peek.
Okay, good. I thought they got clapped there for a second there.
Gonna go door, gonna go door, gonna go door.
We good, right? They ain't gonna lose this, right?
No way.
No, they got this.
Are.
No, they only have a crossfire on the diffuser. Like there is no
Yeah,
way
yeah,
they lose
no way.
this. There is
Yeah.
actually no way they lose this.
Oh, he sees him too.
There
He
we
sees
go,
him.
okay, yeah.
There we go. Good.
Chilling.
I thought he was close.
All right. But either way, so now the defense of Goosey goes upstairs to the dorms. I don't know how, we're gonna see how they attack it because I've not seen Braxton's team or Bobo's even attack that site yet.
I mean, you're also clip chasing.
Actually, no, I did actually because we saw Bobo players yesterday. They played Oregon. I'm crazy actually. I remember last time the big thing was the fact that Hitman was the big reason they won a lot of those rounds because he would just walk up white or walk big window and kill everybody.
That sounds like a Hitman thing to do.
Yeah, yeah.
I feel like half of Tara's tweets are like, "Oh my God, Hitman is so good." I mean, be like he is.
You should take flashes.
You are.
These guys-
She is not wrong. He's very good.
He's a shooter. He's a gunner.
He is a gunner. I would agree with that. Hitman is one of those players I wanted to cast more of and see more of, but I never really have.
Because he just fell off the face of the earth.
I don't
At
know,
least
man.
from a siege competitive standpoint, he just kind of disappeared.
Somebody bring him back. A man with the skill of Hitman and with a name as cool as Hitman cannot be falling off the face of the earth. He's got to be front and center of the lineup. It's too cool. Oh, I'm getting word. JJ's team, in Control Nation, by the way. JJ's team has lost 6-8. That makes his record. Doesn't make his record, actually. Let me go look.
Let's see, In Control Nation is...
And now In Control is higher ranked than In Control Nation. They are 3-3 right now.
Oh, God. Well, it depends. In Control... Oh, yeah, In Control won against not OCG, so yeah, they have a better... Wow.
I'm literally throwing my drone out of the spawn.
Oh, boy. Maybe we cast In Control next. The In Control, the troll team.
Wow, that was super close. It was 8-7. It's not OCG. Not OCG, by the way. That is Phoenix, Zoinkers, Bravo Dog, Gooby, and Kenji Meister, formerly known as Japanadian.
Literally the old...
It's like the OC. It's like literally the old OCG roster, and then like their two friends
Yep.
that they have played with extensively. So
I think what was it? I think the two coaches are also on OCG as well.
Use your gun
Or something like that. But either way, at this point, well, it looks like they're attacking upstairs, and from before we saw before, when they came to the attacks on the top floor, Moblos like to go for that games wall, and they like to go for a white or a big window. They really go for attic very often. It's kind of the interesting part, despite going for that top play, they never really went for attic at all, which is odd.
Bro, I've heard so many people say KD doesn't. Wow, that statement was wild.
What did you say?
Hey, now you want.
Okay, if you're not gonna say it, that's fine.
No, it wasn't inappropriate. It was just.
Okay. What the?
Outside, yo, main lobby, Lamai. He ran back upstairs. Back
I guess
upstairs.
not as
What
objectionable.
game do you want me to watch?
I don't know.
Kitchen and freeze.
So
Alright,
right
watch
now,
1 and 2. I'm
I
watching
think
1 and 2.
actually the last time we saw Bubble Blowers win, Braxton was playing Lion, so we're already starting off
You're gonna
well.
nade, tell me so I can line call.
I'm nading, go.
It was on Villa, to be fair, so a bit of a different game. There we go, okay. Got a nice E1D use. Should be used to good effect. Never mind. I think they tried, though. At least there was the attempt. Sometimes you feel like, Benny, I feel like teams just use the E1D, and then you just wonder, like, why when it's
I mean,
done.
someone on big window.
Yeah, I do agree. At times where they call it out and they go for the push. Hey, Hitman's been activated though.
Okay, he's got one kill. I don't know if I'd say he's been activated.
Well, he needs one to snowball Snow though, and they've got cams on someone flanking too, and that person has no clue they're walking
This is
by.
He's in kitchen
Hey.
somewhere. I'm calling.
I'm pretty sure that's 100% soothe. I'm pretty sure that is a freebie right there if they can get that.
That should be a freebie to kill him. Yep, there we go.
There we
Hitting
go.
with another. I told you, he's rolled into it. He's gonna get those picks.
Ash,
Evil Clown with
I'm
another.
Oh.
The Teddy. This is probably it right here.
Yeah, this has to be at that point. This would
You wait for me, I'm
require
coming behind you.
require
Wait
a
for me.
throw of not biblical proportions, but pretty massive proportions, especially now it's a 5v1. There we go. Wow, Benny, that actually followed the exact same pattern as what we saw. Bubble blowers lose the first round, then win the next two. It's what we saw the first time we jumped into their game and the second time.
Yeah. Looking good, bubble blowers. Let's see. What is their
record now?
Bubble
Let's
blowers
check.
Win.
Call me
Where are they
checking.
Actually, trying to find them in the list.
Bubble blowers are 4-2
it'd
now
be 4-2.
after that game.
I wonder who they'll play next. I do want to see if we can cast In Control, the troll team.
We could, if we wanted
Depends who
to.
they're playing.
Do
Depends
we
who they're
though?
playing.
Do we though, Benny?
I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know. My camera's freaking out right now. I just like, hold on. Frame rate, come back. There we go. I have bad apartment internet. It's not my fault. But yeah, I believe. Wow, hold on. Wow, that was actually the last game.
No.
Wow. Well, I mean, do we want to send it to a break? Or you just want to stay here, Benny? You just want to chill?
That's up to you. I don't really care.
Why do you gotta
Up to
leave
you.
this up to me? Why you always gotta
I
leave it
don't
up to me?
you're
Why
on
do
the
I
left
have to
side.
make
You're
all,
the one
why
calling
do
the
I have
shots
to
here.
make all the decisions? Ever consider that? Huh?
You don't like wearing the pants in the relationship?
No, it's not bad, but maybe I'm tired of agency every now and then. Maybe I want you to, take charge.
Well, if anything, we do need to figure out what game we're casting, so we'll probably do that off stream, if anything.
Yeah, I suppose. All right, well, now that all the games are finished, we will be back in just a few minutes to go over the bracket. Do not go anywhere. Don't turn off the stream. We'll be back shortly with round number 7. See you then.
B3, make that a 1v1.
2 seconds left. It's gonna come down.
Favor making a third as he looks up. Make it up. He finds the draw 3. Stunning here from.
Welcome to the Nerd Street Winter Championships, featuring SCS 6, a yearly open tournament series hosting the best players and teams North America has to offer, culminating in a community favorite, the Pro-Am. So let's discuss format. During the Winter Champs season, SCS 6 will consist of 2 stages, where each stage begins with 2 open qualifiers. Once Stage 1 is complete, there will be an additional tournament offering 1 more qualification spot prior to Stage 2. Through participating in SCS 6, players will acquire leaderboard points and cash prizing. The winning teams from Stage 1 and 2, as well as the additional tournament, will qualify for the Pro-Am. The top 2 teams from the leaderboard will also qualify. As we approach the end of the season, the final qualification spot will be determined through a last chance qualifier. The Grand Finals of the Winter Champs SCS 6 will feature the return of the Pro-Am, where the top amateur teams have an opportunity to define their talent against the North American Pro League. But in the end, only one team will be crowned Winter Champs. Sign up today and make history.
Players rose from their beds from the east to the west to compete and prove which players were best. Through weeklies and monthlies, the hype did climb. As soon came the grand finals. Locations in due time. The road was a trying one, wrists aching with cramps. In the end, victors rose. We call them Winter Champs.
suffering. I need you like I need air to breathe. I need you to save me from me. I'm caught in your wave, I'm drifting away. I need you to save me. Please don't let me drown. 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 Whoa. Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in, and I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. I'm drowning with all of this darkness surrounding. You need me like you need air to breathe. You want me to save you from me. I know that you're trapped inside this wave. Who's gonna save you? Who's gonna save you from me? I can't see you drown. 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 Whoa. Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in, and I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. It's a toxic addiction. You're a guilty affliction. Yeah. I can't breathe. I need to get some air, but it's a toxic addiction. You're a guilty affliction. Yeah. You can't breathe and you just need some air. Yeah. Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in, and I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you?
B3, make that a 1v2.
2 seconds left. It's gonna come down.
Favor making a third as he looks up. Faking he finds the draw three. Stunning here from
Welcome back, everybody, to round number 7 of the SCS Open Qualifier for Stage 2. I am Lynx, joined by Benny, and I'm just going to level with all of you. The match you're about to see will probably not be good. It'll probably be awful. However, we decided to do it anyway, because depending on what happens, whichever team loses will probably be ineligible to make the closed qualifier. The game we're casting, Benny, it is In Control with the troll at the end versus Iddle Whittle Kitties.
Yeah, it's not In Control Nation. It's In Control, and we got Iddle with the Kitties. Names you probably seen because they were previously on the the CL Team Okami, with J Slime, Rice, Lava, Bride, Exo versus In Control, a team names you may have heard not for a while though.
Yeah, for context, the reason they are called In Control is because the last time the core of this team, Navozo, Yusuke, and Bone teamed together, was actually on a previous iteration of In Control Nation. Important addendum, though. Turbo is not playing. You know who is playing?
The social media manager of Beast Coast.
The caster turned Beast Coast social media manager, Jazzman. That's it. That's all.
It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting.
By the way,
yeah, these are two
if
teams. What's up?
if I make some seemingly rude comments this game, it is because I'm friends with like 80% of this lobby. I just want to say that, by the way. I am literally friends with everyone on In Control, and I'm friends with like 2 or 3 players on Whittle Little Kitties. So before I say anything, seemingly out of pocket, I'm friends with them. Map we're going to is Cafe, Benny. This is actually where we saw Little Kitties play yesterday.
I didn't watch that game.
Okay. I'll just move past that then. This was the map that we saw quite a lot of whiffs on. Quite a few clutches on. J-Slime had a very nice 1v3. I believe EXO had a 1v2 as well. So a bit of a chaotic map, whose energy, I believe, will not only be matched, but be surpassed by what we're going to see in this one. By the way, for also proper context, In Control are coming off a very close 8-7 victory, in which Raffi dropped 29 kills.
Sheesh. They are being hard carried by Raffi.
That is literally the most kills I have ever seen in a competitive match. And I couldn't tell you if there were more. I really couldn't. I'm sure there have been in a best of one. I'm sure some madman has dropped like 30. I don't know. 29 is the most I've seen. So
How many kills does the rest of the team have actually at that point?
not that many. I can tell you that. I think Raffi was the only one in double digits. So how much?
Wow.
Actually, hold on. To do math.
15 rounds, 5 kills per round.
Yeah, that's what 1.8 kills per round.
Yeah, that is ridiculous.
That's got to be impressive that I just did that in my head, by the way. That's got to like get some award. I thought that was cool. Personally. Not the math guy, I'm a political science philosophy guy. I thought it was okay. But yes, we will have Cafe on the board. We're getting some different maps. I do like that. We have Oregon, we had Club, now we're having Cafe. Likely the next one will be Villa, following that trend. Maybe we'll get something off. That's, of course...
I hope it's not a repeat.
I was going to say, that is assuming we don't get a repeat, which, if you're watching... First of all, get your head in the game. Stop watching. But if you are watching, before you go, don't take us to a repeat. Don't do it. If you hear you're getting streamed, don't take us to Oregon, Cafe, or Club. Don't do it.
Take us to Chalet or Coastline.
Dude, take us to Chalet or Coast. That'd actually be super cool. I'd be a big fan of that. Please do that. I'd be very happy.
Well, actually, they'd have to know we're casting them. There's like 40 teams, so.
That is a fair point. So I guess, I don't know. I just don't want to repeat, man. I just don't want it. We've had a nice day so far. We've been having games played in and out. This one's, I can just feel that this one is going to be close. It's just a gnawing feeling in my stomach that I cannot shake. This will be a close game. And I don't want another repeat. I don't want another Club, Oregon, or Cafe, Benny. It'll hurt me. And then I'll be sad.
That'll be sad, you know? Sometimes you gotta be sad, of course, apparently.
I don't, no. We're gonna break that mentality, okay? We're gonna try and turn a new leaf here on SCS. We're at round number 7, okay? This is not rounds 1 through 6, both literally and figuratively. We don't need to be sad, okay? We can be happy. We can strive and reach out and grab our own joy. That's my
This is a motivational speech.
I don't know. I was starting to get into some weird territory there. By the way, for further context, we're waiting on one member from Whittle Kitties to make it into the lobby. I believe it is EXO. So please, give him the requisite flame and smoke because of that. Still waiting on him. Don't know what he's doing. Don't know what he's up to. Probably in a shopping cart somewhere. I don't know. Could be up to anything right now.
He's in a shopping cart. What?
Oh, wow. You don't know that?
I don't know that.
Wow.
I don't know
that's
an
old one.
That's probably like a while ago. Of course I wouldn't know. Why would I know that?
For context, here's a photo. It's very old. Or very old, at least in terms of like the amateur scene.
Yeah,
Meme's kind of dead. I just kind of brought it up as a bit. It's EXO in a shopping cart. That's it. That's the photo. Just in a shopping cart. Do I need to add further context? Do you need to hear more? Like, it's just that
I guess
it explains itself.
Why
do you keep asking questions? Actually, why are you interrogating me? Do you work for them?
Who is them?
You know. Don't act like you're not. I don't know,
you should not be named.
Who do you think's winning this? In Control, Whittle Kitties. I know there's just so many angles to poke and prod this.
To guess, I'm gonna say it's probably going to be Whittle Kitties, but
do you?
Yes.
Bold pick. I think this
Yeah.
will be in control.
Oh.
I really do. I genuinely do. Actually, no, I don't. This is gonna be Widow Kitties. No, I'm sorry.
you're the give yourself like the I think they're gonna win. And you're
I
like,
said it, and I was like, wait, they're my friends. I know my friends. They're not winning. We'll find out, though. We finally have EXO in the lobby. All 10 players gave the R. Well, one representative from each 5 players gave the R. You get what I mean. See if in this game that I imagine will be just a barn burner in all the wrong ways, if we have some new bans. I don't doubt it. Rafi asking a great question in chat, by the way. He asked, why is this getting casted? I wanted to. That we were like, we need to get a game where whoever loses will get eliminated. And I was like, in controller playing Widow Kitties. This game will be hilarious.
This game is gonna be fun. We need to break away from all the seriousness and just have a fun, goofy game, which I hope this is. Which might not be actually. Maybe it'll be serious. But we see Thatcher band first. I'm assuming the next band's probably going to be Thor.
It's no ban.
Am I being trolled?
They banned nothing for the attack. I'll just let you know right now. It's not Thorn/Maverick. They banned a nothing. Next ban up is a Valkyrie, though.
Sense.
Yeah, I was about to say. I got word. It's no ban. Don't worry. Final ban. Will it be a no ban? Will it be?
Not,
no,
actually.
it'll be mine. Okay. This game is this. What? I thought they would do no ban for both attack and defense, but why do they only do no ban for attack?
I don't know. Why did the ban do it?
They did a no ban, and then they
don't know.
banned Valkyrie. It's like, all right, guys, we got our one joke out. Now let's play it serious. Let's ban the Valkyrie. Can't deal with it. Can't deal with it.
Can't deal with it. Wait, we're on our first defense for Widow Kitties. I can't.
God forbid we have Jay Slimmy Kitty flying out of windows with the Valkyrie. I'm not saying we want to see.
He's gonna throw things out the window. Mute for God. He goes any operator throw out the window.
That is true. That's a good point.
But we'll see how if In Control can actually. What is their attacks like? I don't know how they. I wonder how they attack. Are they actually a well-structured team?
I mean, in all fairness, I mean, they are my friends. I have heard them play. From what I have heard, it's not just like I'm going to this and I'm swinging. They do actually try to take it seriously. Like they're like saying, hey, push here, hey, I need help here. It's not just like bro, I'm making a play kind of thing. They do actually try.
No crazy chaos.
No. I mean, like, listen, I'm not saying we're in the comms of a Challenger League team or a Pro League team. But, for a pug stack that was solely formed for the standalone tournament and the qualifier to have fun, there's a respectable amount of structure there. Again, it's not crazy, and it's nothing, to, like, be stunned by. But it's alright. Also, by the way, Mira's been left up on Cafe. Forgot to mention that.
I guess we're talking about the ban so much, though, the no ban and the Womai, that we forgot Mirror's available. But we'll see if they if Any Control can deal with it. They have at least brought the Habana, which was
That is true. That is a fair point. He is a caster and social media manager. He is not BC's new pickup. He is not who they're building the roster around.
Yeah. Don't expect too much. This is all for fun. Nothing crazy.
It's Rafi you gotta expect stuff from. Man's coming off a 29 bomb.
He has been kicking butt. All right, then. What does that mean?
Workers rise up. Bozo dedicating this match to the proletariat.
Well, so far they've opened up some of the windows. They've seen that there's a mirror window and a shield and pixel. That's gonna be the first steps to deal with here for In Control. Let's see if they're able to deal with it, though, as of course that mirror window is also an interesting spot. It's kind of like low down rather than usually at the head height. So interesting there from Littlewood Kitties. And so far from In Control, other than that, they haven't done much.
No, they have not done much. I've been wondering why we were spending so long just kind of memeing about. Well, In Control haven't really done anything up until that point. Now they're in a position to start making some progress. They've opened up that Christmas wall. They can start moving in. I believe it's a little bit shaky with those flashbangs, but finally a nade goes on through, destroys the shield. It's more flashbangs sent on, but now this is the real problem. Because sure, you got to clear that shield, but now Bri can play behind a mirror window. That is infinitely more problematic.
How do you deal with the mirror window? Well, you gotta shoot the next Kairos, but there's a mute jammer on the wall, so you're probably not gonna do that either unless you have a grenade thrown from that white window, which they're watching. But Raffi already striking down Exo. He's gonna get a kill. It looks like Bones trying to find a pick, but a C4 ready and waiting from J Slime from Lumber is gonna help out Bry in that position. So at this point, they're now stuck in a corner, still have the mirror facing that way, and this is gonna provide heavy damage to Raffi. And what do In Control do at this point?
Well, try to work a pick. The Rooney Gate still separates Cigar and Christmas, and not exactly a lot of burn left. They will send out one, and that rotation is allowed, but they just have to send it into sight in a 4v4 and hope they can get these picks. Raffi could be huge, playing on the Cocktail Repel, and his position becomes of even more vital importance. The more and more In Control's man count dwindles, he repels in thanks to the cover of a nade, opens the mirror window as well, but a C4 only downs him, oddly enough. Don't know how that happened. Nice flick by Yusuke. Nice two-piece at that. A third could present itself if, I believe that's J-Slime pops his head up, but he does right as Yusuke is not looking, and Jazz is not long for this world as his back is turned to the remaining player.
What is this?
Okay.
Oh, nice wall.
Interesting. I think that means that Bry is walling.
Oh my.
He's cheating. The game showed us a pic of the wall to show that he's actually using hacks.
PSA, that's a joke.
It is a joke. That was a joke. Just
make sure you have the disclaimer.
Yeah, again, that was a joke. Do not worry.
But either way, from the side of In Control, well, again, like Link said before, we were memeing for half that round because, well, In Control didn't do much for half that round. Really, they were finally able to get a kill. Raffi started us off picking up Exo, but they weren't able to get open the mirror window. They weren't able to push the way past that mirror window inside a bathroom. They tried to push away the bar, and Yusuke was the man next to try and, start off and get some kills. And you saw he gets a great 2 picks. But in the end, he's one man trying to hold off 2 other people trying to just kill Jazz, who's planting, and he can only do so much.
Oh, now Little Kitties after that win, they'll be like, all right, let's go to basement. Or not basement. I have Oregon and Clubhouse on the brain. They will go down to kitchen, the first floor site. So the bottom floor, still some similarities there. Imagine we'll not see a bakery hold come out. Surprisingly, we'll see it fully reinforced off. Holes made on bottom red, and, well, with a mute and a Mozzie on the board, some kind of extension off the site. Not playing too aggressively, not trying to hold with all their might that top floor, or even that second floor. Just try to play, destroy some intel, waste some time, and then move back down to that bottom floor once about a minute and a half has been burnt off the clock. That's the strategy I imagine we'll see from Little Kitties. Not too crazy.
Yeah, pretty same old, not too crazy from them just running around. I don't see too many reinforcements put onto that second or third floor, so it's gonna be interesting to see how long they stay their welcome on that top floor as In Control push them. Well, that's if they push them. Maybe they'll just push for site instead. As see members of In Control are droning out that bottom floor, but it looks like, yeah, they're all ascending to the roof to open hatches up and start descending towards the third floor and start pushing back these defenders or taking fights. Some good drone work done by Yusuke, seeing some of them, what other members are on sites. Oh, well, unfortunate. Bry's ready and waiting for Navoza to stick his face in the hatch, and down he goes. At that point, Bry's like, see ya.
That is true. Bry, I believe, said verbatim in the comms, see ya. From what I heard. Just this incoming.
Oh.
Lava, wow, playing very aggressive on that skylight. Trying to, not play Shaiko, but play a similar angle. He's, all he gets is a lot of damage. He gets negative HP. So, not the best. Exo also in a bit of a tricky position in front of that soft wall. Yeah, he's kind of playing his life there, and that's a fight Raffi can easily win. Bone also catching Lava on the rotation down. They might have lost Navozo before he could use all of his utility, but the 2 kills they've gotten on top of that, and J-Slime also not exactly being in the best position. And Brian might make something happen, but he's still a little bit vulnerable, and it's after a really good clear by In Control.
At this point, if they can clear J-Slime, it's looking to be pretty much a win for In Control. But hey, anything can happen. They, like you see, is going to pick out, but still, J-Slime's still going to pick on Raffi despite being droned out. Now the rest of the members from In Control will start circling his position, triangulating where he is. One person swings from the right, one person swings from the left, but the right person, Bone, goes down. Left is another person, it's Jazz to finish him off. But still, Bry from above is taking out Jazz. Bry has been unstopped. He's been not been able to track this entire round. He's going to strike back once again on Navozo, another onto Jazz in return, leaving Yusuke by himself in a 1v2.
Yusuke will just drop down into the site. Smart move as Bry is off site. If he wins his one with Rice, he can probably get the bomb down before Bry can move forward. Of course, the intel's been relayed, but there we go. That's the pick he needed. Now he can start putting this bomb down, but Bry has made his way down red stairs and could catch the Yana off guard. He finishes the plant. Bry could catch the Yana off guard, but no, he can't! Beautiful 1v2 by Yusuke. Makes it happen despite the odds, and a good read, recognizing that it's just a 1v1 on the site. And all that's after that is one engagement separating him, his team, and their first win.
Sheesh. That was quite a round there, but yeah, that was a kind of a interesting round from Wood Kitty. So we talked about that roam. We didn't think they were gonna stay there for very long, but despite that, members like Exo, members like Bry, members like J Slime was still sticking around for taking fights in lava as well, trying to stay their welcome on the top floor, and well, they paid for it. Members going left and right, gunfights again and again. J Slime pretty well. They did great inside of mining, able to take out 2 for his team, bring them back, and then Bry able to go back to the top floor, take out Jazz, who had taken out J Slime, giving him a 1v2. But Yusuke, great decision, goes down and takes the fight with the member on site, leaving it a 1v1, and able to get plant down despite Bry being close to his position, walking the double door.
You know what I want to see, Benny? I want to see Jazz get an ace. Just imagine it right now.
I can imagine Jazz screaming.
I actually can as well. Dude, if Jazz got an ace in this match, I would not hear the end of it.
Yeah, I could imagine Jazz making a Twitter post. I can't say it.
Are you okay?
Of just a video of him screaming.
Are you good?
I couldn't say it. I don't know why.
First unstoppable last round, now tweeter? Words. I'm stumping you today.
Sometimes English just doesn't work for me.
Hey, it happens. Nice thing here, by the way. Since Mira is on the board, you get some 2 very powerful Miras on Reading Room and Fireplace. You can get that one on the dining wall, see if anybody pushes in through train, and hold that side of the map. And also one to put upstairs to aid, well, the extension onto that top floor. Part of the reason why Mira is so strong, just 2 Miras in that position can make holding this site and the floor above it so much easier and so much nicer. Of course, at the same time, Bryce still getting aggressive inside a cigar and could very well lose his life, but instead it's Nevo 2 rounds in a row to be the first taken down.
Oh, poor Nivozo. He just goes down once again. And well, with especially the mute jammers too, they can't really open up those mirrors either. Unless they throw a grenade down there, destroys mute jammers. So we're going to see how In Control can deal with this utility. Maybe destroy these mute jammers, just get rid of these ADSs and open up these mirror windows to make it possible. Not so much possible, but at least more likely that they can make this push. Or if they just go straight for sight, because I see members of In Control pushing down towards train. And again, like he's talking about, that second mirror facing into dining is a dangerous prospect. Lava gets aggressive inside the hall. He takes some shots, fires off to the hallway, and now at least he's made his presence. And now we'll see how In Control deal with this. Maybe they're just gonna go straight for that reading push, but again, that vertical pressure could be an issue. No, I don't see any vertical holes.
No, don't see many right now from either team. At that, Rafi could, of course, go for some. He'll go for a nade right now, sent up down the long haul. Doesn't destroy the mute, but does take down the jammer, allowing for some Hibana charges to be placed on that mirror window. Yusuke gets a kill on a J-Slime, just holding down Pillar right now, making sure nobody can rotate out or downwards, as Bry's still up top, but that's something Yusuke has to be careful about, is if he making a play on that cocktail balcony, but he maybe is a bit too reckless. Bry's able to flick up, cut off the head of the Yana, before Yusuke can really have an answer back. Now 50 seconds left, Rafi moves in to compensate and to mitigate the damage done. Can he do it? That's the question. Exo holding the angle could spot Rafi, and he does, but it's not a headshot. It's only a little bit of damage. Quickly, really just equalized by Bone using that Finka charge. It's now like nothing even happened. But what is happening is Whittle Kitties are taking this aggression and completely stopping it. 2v4 right now. Rafi and Jazz, the only ones left. Rafi goes up for not some late vertical play in all likelihood, just to try to get some more kills, even up the man count a little bit. Spots the head of Bry for just a single solitary second before the Aruni rotates back down and leaves Jazz in the wrong end of a 1v4. Now Rafi makes it a 1v3 as it's officially that number now, but he's got to drop down with only 10 seconds left and find 3 bodies, 3 kills. Not going to happen. Whittle Kitties, they do fine. They're third round though.
Yeah, that's what's the problem with having mirror available in Cafe. Those are just obstacles that are so difficult to overcome, as In Control had saw those mirror windows with a B inside of that inside of cocktail facing bar, or whether it be inside of fireplace or dining, watching towards entrance if they walk in from fireplace or from train. Those are such difficult things to deal with. And from the side of In Control, well, they want to go for the roam clear. So they push up downstairs, they go for train. They were able to destroy the jammer. But they weren't able, they didn't have, I guess Jazz didn't want to throw the X-Gyros towards that wall or would have him, but he didn't end up using the X-Gyros on that mirror. He ended up taking fights. You saw Yusuke try and position himself in cave. You saw members of In Control push towards the hallway and try to take fights. And time again, you're trying to take fights on members of little kitties that are in positions they're expecting. They're crossfires. They're sitting in positions, bunker positions they're waiting for. And time again, In Control losing them mostly at that point too. So we need to see how they're going to do this time, because once again, those mirror windows to the side too are just so difficult to deal with.
Definitely not something that In Control will be pleased to go against the second go around. There's still plenty of problems in the early round beyond those mirror windows. There's really just a lot of the damage done early. The mirror windows compounded that damage on top of all of that because of how long In Control took to really make any progress on that top floor. In Control looking for an opening, at least maybe hopefully an opening pick, will definitely be the first and foremost, because usually how In Control have at least one, what I've seen, the little I've seen in the past. If they're able to get that opening pick, they can really make it work, but as is often the case with Pug stacks, they don't exactly have, you know, a lot of experience and cohesion together. They really struggle to try and work a man disadvantage into a victory.
It's hard, man. It's difficult, especially with these defenses with mirror available, and especially because you don't see. Well, I do see some aggression from little kitties, but they've been able somehow to get away with that aggression, getting those early picks, swinging on people like Nivozo, who's just been unfortunately poking his head in the wrong places and getting picked off time and time again. So we'll see as time, Nivozo's not the first pick, as they're gonna go for that again, opening up the walls, pushing their way into piano, and then deal with that shield, and then figure out how they can deal with that mirror window facing away from piano. Jazz is gonna use some of those X-Gyros on the wall, but I think one out of the 6 is mute jams for whatever reason. So they gotta destroy the mute jam. Yeah, 1 out of the 6 is just been jammed because that mute jam on the side of the wall. So that's gonna be annoying. They're always playing Humidor, so they can just walk in Cigar, take that control, and try and push off of it as much as they can. See if they can find a pick.
Yeah, need to get that final X-Gyros. That really makes the whole set. It's really nothing without that final 1/8 X-Gyros pellet. Do get the cigar wall open. Now they can start progressing inwards. Bri has already moved back from that pixel shield, so In Control can dedicate their entire attention, or the majority of their attention, to opening out the bottom of that mirror window, forcing him back towards pallets. And if they do that in the next 15-20 seconds, I'd say they're looking good in this round so far. But of course, sometimes even that final step, either pushing up Whitehall or pushing inside of the site, can still be very difficult for teams to make work. Yusuke forced to burn the Runegate with a nade. If he misses this one, this could be problematic, very much so. It burns. Yeah, it hits another Runegate. So Bri, who is still facing pressure just because of Yusuke's position there, a lot safer now because of the 2 nades sent into a Runegate.
It might be even there to destroy the mute jammer, and of course hit the Runegate. It can't do that either, so that's unfortunate. Bones gonna be the next one up and throw a grenade in there, destroy the mute jammer, and maybe even kill Bri. Out there goes the grenade. C4 in the wrong place, but good grenade from Bone. Down goes Bri, down goes mute jammer. Jazz can open up with the X-Gyros next. They can open their way through and push through Whitehall. And like Lynx was talking about, if they can do this to the next, few seconds left, they can really make a play happen here compared to the last time they attacked this site.
Ooh, another kill by Yusuke. He's able to catch J-Slime getting aggressive inside of Whitehall, and now, unfortunately, Little Kitties might need to make a play or hope they can win these gunfights. Rafi spots one on the right stairs, but still loses the fight. It costs most of Rice's HP to make it happen, but it doesn't really matter. The attack has not been stopped, even just a little bit, based on the control they've gained and the pace they're going. Jazz get the bomb down fairly successfully. Exo put to 1 HP, but both Yusuke and Nivozo have him basically in gridlock and force him down the hatch. Rice trying to get aggressive in Cigar, cut down pretty quickly. The final 2 kills go very nicely into In Control's favor. We're 2-2 right now, and the attack has gotten all of the rounds they really needed to get.
I would say taking it back, because we saw such a poor round before. To see that In Control bring it back and have a much better round is great to see. That was just great work to deal with that mirror window in the bathroom, throw the grenade in there, get the kill onto Bri, get the mirror window open, and then also pick off J-Slime, who got aggressive. Sure, Rice trying to come back to site, but it was just pick after pick that push from either, Vozo and Jazz or members pushing into Bar, getting the control they need, pushing back those players, having someone on the rappel and cocktail as well. Just good work from In Control, and an overall just a great attacking plan. Though, of course, things can go wrong, but still, overall, worked great that round. We're going back to kitchen this time where it was Yusuke who gave us this 1v1 at the end, who really popped off in that 1v2 to give them that round.
Yeah, that 1v2 overall from Yusuke is very good. Early on, Nevo, as Benny mentioned, was the opening pick, and that was the start of an unfortunate trend that lasted a couple rounds. But after that, In Control did a good job of trading it out and bringing it back. A 5v4 became a 4v3 very quickly by clearing out that room. Still became very problematic because they tried to move down to that second floor. J-Slime was a little bit too problematic for In Control's liking and a little bit too just untrackable. Couldn't really get the intel on him, either by choice or by oversight, whatever it was. That's what they need to do, because even though they lost the opening pick, they still were able to trade effectively, but it was that mid-round intel that was lacking for In Control and something they need to shore up if they want to get an even half.
Well, this time it's going to be more difficult. The visual here for J-Slime, Bry with the Mozzie, and well, the Mozzie's dead. I say that Bry jumped out the window. Another person jumped out the window. J-Slime with the second jump out. So Nevoz was the first pick, but at least one person traded him out, I guess, in a sense, and refragged him somewhat. But still, that was quite the aggression from Widow Kids to start us off. And now losing that Nomad early on a site like Kitchen, where aggression running up those stairs, Bry was able to do it last time, though he was dead this time. Just the fact that he was able to ascend those stairs at other times and retake the top floor now becomes that same situation without the air jabs in hand. So this comes to the point: what is In Control's flank drones? What is their drone network going to be like?
Drones have not caught lava just yet. Moving down to that second floor, the Vigil's there as well. And of course, the drone work could be impeccable for In Control, but if that ERC is activated at just the wrong time, it doesn't matter all that much. J-Slime can still get the drop on you despite your best intentions. Everyone right now moving over to Bakery, quickly leaving the roof and the balcony, all dropping down to that first floor. A complete shift of their entire take. Minute 40 remaining, so plenty of time to do it, but very sudden change.
Look, Raffi's just walking, trying to take a fight, and he knows he's there. Great shots of Raffi on the lava through that little, over the bomb chassis, though there is a problem, though. They can't open the wall because this is Mute Jammer. They're going to push out in. Rice taking heavy damage as they push through Small Bakery. But at this point, In Control can't get the wall open, so they're going to walk through the bakery, walk through prep, and take these fights. Smoke canisters in the white Exos trying to stop them as long as possible with these smoke canisters. Grenade comes out. Second one stopped there. It's like, at this point, In Control are kind of hitting a wall.
Still a minute left, though. Plenty and a lot more time they might otherwise have to climb over that wall. But Yusuke taking a little bit more damage. He's just crept up. There's still a second player there, but the shotgun can easily take him down. J-Slime gets it in the end, but it's still based on the support of Exo. Now sends his final toxic canister to further build up that wall that is stopping In Control from gaining any more momentum in the final minute of this round. A 4v3 turned into a 2v3 in the blink of an eye, and a couple shots fired from that shotgun. Now Jasmine, one of the only attackers remaining, put to lower HP because of J-Slime inside of the site. Him and Bone sitting inside a bakery can play off this 2v3 and hope they get a pick. Rice is playing a little bit separately right now, so if they're able to get intel, they could make this a 2v2. With how close he's playing, and the two other defenders playing close inside the site, he's gone completely unread. This is now unwinnable for In Control. Jasmine finally finished off. Still the chance for an even half. Now that's the best they can hope for, as Kitchen is won by Whittle Kitties.
Unfortunate for In Control, but that was interesting because Widow Kitty started us off by Bride jumping out that red hallway window on the second floor, looking for a pick. He gets taken out, but at least there was a second person to jump out. J-Slime to kill Nervosa once again. Get him out of the round. Get him out of here. Especially as a Nomad too. They don't have those air jabs, but at that point, without the air jabs, it seemed like In Control started on maybe droning out those roamers, figuring things out, but especially you have the Mozzie and the Vigil, it makes it difficult to pin down those roamers. So at this point, In Control is like, hey, we're just going straight for Bakery. But the problem is, work straight Bakery, you can't open the wall due to the Mute Jammers. Mute Jammers on the Bakery wall, you saw them put all the X-Scouts on there, and from there, they stop. They have to then go through angles that the defense are waiting for, whether prep or small Bakery. You saw once time and time again, they were just trading fights, and in the end, losing most of those fights to Widow Kitties. So, unfortunately, we're on to now back to Reading and Fireplace, where they also didn't clear the roam.
They have the Cali now, Benny.
Oh.
Their problems are solved. Do we even need to play this round?
Yeah.
Need I say more? No,
Cali
of course.
solves everything.
Of course, you know the nice thing about the Cali, since Thatcher was banned, Cali could be a nice substitute for Thatcher, and if you're really worried about those mirror windows, you know, you're having trouble, say, nading off those mute jammers, any of the hard breach denial, you can just use a Cali, put her little gadget, jam it into that reinforcement from long range, don't need to worry about the hard breach now anymore. You could then use Jazz's X Kairos, open up those mirror windows, and make them unplayable. If they want to go for a dining plant this go around, that could be the key to victory. Because that was very problematic for them last time, and they struggled to work around it.
Well, see this time if they're going to do it for the same plan or if they're going to go a different one. Once again, open with the Red Hatch as per usual. And like last time, yeah, they had problems dealing with new gyms. They had problems trying to push their way through if they want to go for that take into Fireplace. This time around, are they going to do the same, though? It looks like they're droning out. See Bry here once again getting aggressive inside of Piano. Despite having the mirror windows, he's going to play that aggressive take anyway. He knows that one drop red, but at this point, he's being droned out. He's going to pull back, expect someone to play off of it. Jumping implicator from Yusuke is giving info to Raffi as he pushes through. So far, just making sure that Piano is clear. And now they're going to see, though, there is that long-range mirror all the way at the end of Freezer towards Cocktail. That's going to be the question. Can they use a lance appropriately to try and stop that mirror or explode it, destroy it?
Might not matter if J Slime is able to get a pick or two on this Cocktail balcony. You can see Yusuke anticipating, waiting for J Slime to peek his head out from the doorway and lose his life accordingly. Sends a couple shots over Yusuke's way, but they just collide into that wall. Nothing found just yet. So half the round is gone, and we're still in a 5v5. All 10 bodies still on the board in this round. A lance sent out, tries to open up that Cocktail wall, but nothing found just yet. Still waiting for some action to happen. They start finally creeping across that long bar, but even then, Benny, look at how long they are taking to make their way over. Bone finally rushes in, but he's quickly cut down by J-Slime, who's not been dealt with. Jazz with a nice refrag. He's able to take that man down. And remember, for this kind of site, if you're going for a reading plant, all you need is that vertical. If it's even 20 seconds left, you can make it work. And they finally get it. 4v3, they have his control, but there it all goes. It starts slipping through their fingers. 2v2 as Exo and Rice finally enter into this round, getting some of the only kills for Whittle Kitties and making Yusuke and Nevo the only two left.
Well, at this point, too, they have a C4 in hand. There's some holes already made for them, so at this point, Whittle Kitties have to be aware of this coverage, vertical play here. But again, without the sledge in hand, they can't try to sledge in more of those specific positions, like where Lava is at the moment inside of Reading. Exo's waiting for a drop down Laundry if they do go for it, but it looks at this point they're going for that play, trying to get the plant down, and you're going to have someone like Navozo above and try and clear any rotates, stop any from trying to kill Yusuke, but Yusuke may just push the pressure. Nope, he's going to go for the plants. Navozo has the cover. A C4 still in hand from Lava. Can it be stopped though? C4 goes out. No, it can't be stopped. Navozo doesn't have quite the angle. He's going to drop right in the Laundry, right into the welcoming arms of Exo, and Whittle Kitties will take their 4th defense.
Seemed like this could be a 3-3 half for In Control based on especially how that round started to go. That C4 towards the end, and specifically Rice and Exo getting those 2 picks was so big for Whittle Kitties in that round. Through the floor as well, by the way. That wasn't like, oh, you know, the Rome put in a fight before they were taken down. No, aside from the kill J-Slime got on Bone as the first pick, they pretty much collapsed after that and were even caught running with their tail between their legs back down the hatch. It was Rice and Exo down below who successfully brought that back and made things happen for In Control. 4-2 half, though, on the defense is nothing to be like, yes, we're so good at. That's about where you want to be on Cafe defense, and where In Control could still find some momentum. Of course, I feel like with these poke stacks, Benny, I always say that, but the attack seems to be their preferred side. Don't know if it's the same here, but at least in theory, just based on how this map goes, In Control, this will not be unfamiliar territory.
Yeah, same old, and well, Jazz starts off by throwing an impact at the floor. Doesn't damage anybody, good. Just kind of wasting impact. He's playing that Rook, though, we see very often using the 2x, looking to find some long angles onto these attackers, try and fight fire with those long magnifications. But so for the moment, we'll see how it works out for them. But it's top floor. Going for this bar and cocktail for In Control to start us off, and we'll see if Whittle Kitties can do the same, but no mirror being brought. We saw a mirror was such a powerful tool for Whittle Kitties, but In Control don't seem to want to bring it.
Bomb located by attacker.
Trying to make it a little more challenging. Forfeit him right now. Ban him from the tournament.
Slash kill right now. Get him out of here. Oh, wow. Oh,
Jazz is going for a spawn peek, huh? Yeah, that's what I thought.
that was a slash kill right there. Oh, my God.
Good one, buddy.
Oh, man. I did spectate you. Anyway, so that's not a great start for In Control. Jazz throws his life away. He's gonna be the one 10 for that start. And well, with that kill, we need to see In Control maybe get aggressive with bring it back. But we'll see what Widow Kitties has in store because the Kaid's on the board. They can't really get these walls open. It seem like maybe In Control are probably gonna ignore that bathroom, maybe that bathroom side, that piano side, and let them push through. And then we're gonna see if Widow Kitties can make their push through the white hallway, as it's been all reinforced off, been all kaided, electroclawed. As at this point, one player walking back, Bone's gonna walk back to site through the hallway, and Exo, actually, someone right at his window. There's just on the stage window.
Yeah, there is someone playing very aggressively inside of Christmas right now. Direct intel on his position as well, so is a bit problematic. Never mind, Yusuke gets a kill anyway. Good shot. Nice one on to Bri. Just got the hiccups in the middle of play-by-play. That's always when you want it to happen. Nevo also puts lava. I think I made them go away. Nevo also puts lava down to 1 HP. That was really close, both for Lava and myself, as I'm trying to make them go away. And Yusuke is able to very nicely spot the head of Lava, just sitting there awaiting the shots almost. Rice also now falls. The entire cigar push has completely collapsed and crumbled. Yusuke, bad timing with the C4, but right timing with the shots. Doesn't even matter. Benny, I want to be honest with you. I don't know how the hell that clear didn't work. How did Yusuke was just on stage the entire time.
I don't know.
How did they not clear him out?
Did they open the red wall to piano?
I don't know.
Because if they didn't open that wall, then it makes sense he could stay there. Because if they didn't open that piano wall, then you can't really find an angle on him, can you?
No, I really thought with Jazz just utterly getting dumpstered on that spawn
That
peak.
was funny.
I thought that round would be a loss. However, it was not. In fact, they were stronger without him.
Yeah, that just proves Jazz is not needed.
True. This is a 4v5 that we are watching right now.
What is Jazz kills like? You guys see the score for it?
Yeah, let's see the scoreboard. See what it looks like.
I don't know if he's. I don't know if there's.
I don't think
he's here with us.
I think Max can.
Yeah, I don't think he hears us. But anyway, yeah, after Jazz died, that was unfortunate. But at that point, it was saw from Little Kitties. They tried to push in the piano, but they couldn't open up the piano wall for whatever reason into read the piano, so they couldn't deal with Yusuke in a timely manner because they didn't really have an angle on them. And of course, you have Raffi playing elsewhere, playing with him inside a piano from that pixel side, able to help him out and deal with what saw Rice who walked through, and they were getting shot as well from Bar. Like you see members on Little Kitties walking by that cigar door into Bar, getting shot up, getting lit up by the members of In Control. Then they walk in a cigar, and someone like either Yusuke or Raffi finishes them off. So it seems like Widow Kitties were just walking into the trap that In Control had set up for them.
I don't even. Would you even call that a trap?
I don't know.
It's just Yusuke sitting in Christmas.
It was some kind of trap because they just didn't seem to know that he was there, or Raffi was playing with him either.
That's true. That's true, I guess.
Maybe it's called a trap because it was a lack of intel.
Is that a trap? By the way, Max is now here. Max, we need to see the scoreboard. We have to see how many kills Jazz has. Look at that. Barely any. We actually could have just seen that on the... We actually just could have seen that on the side anyway, actually, think about it now. I feel kind of stupid now, I'm not going to lie.
I do feel kind of stupid now, too.
Well, we'll see if Jazz gets a fourth here. As you can see him peek the holes made at the bottom of red stairs. Thankfully, though, he can't, because nobody from Widow Kitties has jumped in yet. I believe they are going for a bakery direct their own. One already might be working their way into prep, if I'm not mistaken.
Or just gem replicator.
Oh yeah, I believe it's just a gem on a replicator, as you can tell. Yep, there it is. He's trying to gain some intel. They will spot. I believe that's Jazz playing behind one of the stove tops. There's two players playing there right now. Ooh, nice drone by Lava inside of the site. If that's not spotted, that could actually be huge.
Yeah, that's some intel they need. They spot the smoke of Jazz sitting in the corner, especially the Rooney as well of Nvozo playing long into the angle. So if he can, J-Slime plays angle quickly, he can probably see him. Lava pushes in for a moment, causes some noise, causes Navozo a swing, and J-Slam's ready for it. That was a bait for Navozo that goes down. Great job to Widow Kitties. Now another one takes his place. It's going to be the Kaid of Yusuke taking that place, and now he's dead too. So one after another, they are falling into the bait that is Little Kitties here. So at this point, Bones loves trying to go back. He takes out Brian. They know Jazz is pushing up, but it doesn't matter. They know he's there because he still takes 2 and a 3rd onto Exo.
Not the caster social media manager triple right now. Again, I'm hearing about that one later. I was about to make a joke about how the cost of that drone was off the charts, but Adam, Jazzman, Jassim going absolutely massive in that round, evening it up 4-4 for In Control. I don't know if I'd say that's a redemption arc. You're still bad, but you still misspelled redemption.
They even knew he was there. Lava had his location. He still walks through prep and just murders 2 people with a shotgun. And
I was actually flabbergasted. He got the first kill. I was like, all right, they literally know who he is. He gets traded. He got the second kill. I was like, what?
And then he downs Lava, and you're like, what? Or Exo, he downs Exo. But still, that's crazy. That was crazy right there. No, we wouldn't spectate, but we saw you do it, Jazz.
We spectated him getting fried, but we didn't spectate him getting the 3K.
It's sad. Hey.
Oh, I love life. I really do. It is the moments like that I live for.
No, just no.
4-4 now. Hey, you can't say that. That's a TOS word.
Damn, Jazz, about to get media banned from SCS.
The social media manager gets media banned. Ironic. Jazz is also even now. 6-6 for him.
Wow.
Look at that. Beautiful. It's Nevo who's slacking right now, actually.
He's gotten opening picked like 3 times.
That's true. Nevo's had a rough go of it for a few rounds this matchup. In Control have won 2 defenses. They won Cocktail, they won Reading, and if they now win Reading, they will complete the hat trick, Benny. 3 rounds in a row for them.
Wait,
all 3.
What are you doing?
Why? Like,
why?
What's the point of that?
Why would you?
What's the point?
He's not even in our.
Bro, can you imagine if he gets banned for toxicity mid-game?
It's a custom game. You can't get banned for that.
Could you?
I don't think you can. It's a custom game.
What if he does, though?
They don't watch the logs for custom games. I don't think they do, at least. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think he would. That'd be fun.
I don't work at Ubisoft. I can't tell you.
Anyway, we're on next defenses, Reading and Fireplace for the In Control guys, and what we've seen In Control on this attack not really go for the roam clear is Widow Kitties gonna do so instead. Though they seem to be going so far, there's not really any aggressive play compared to Widow Kitties besides the one man of Bone, who's been taking some shots from picks, so he's gonna back off though after getting shots in return. You also see Navozo trying to get a pick of his own, but once again, unfortunately, he's the opening pick. Sorry, it's not for you.
Yikes. Tough watch for Nevo right now. Tough game. But it happens, you know. Not exactly on the most glamorous of roles, though he was a Rooney swing cocktail back there, so he was trying to go for his hero play. Doesn't work out. Opening pick for Widow Kitties. Nothing answered back. Kind of problematic here, though, because that leaves, I believe, Benny, if my eyes do not deceive me, and correct me if I'm wrong, 1 person on the top floor right now. I think there is some support on White Stairs, so he's not completely alone. I actually think I might have spotted a 2nd person there. I'm going to be honest, I can't fully tell.
No, I think it's only 1 person white, 1 person inside cocktail. You're right.
That's what I thought. Okay. I don't know why I second-guessed myself like that. But now that he is the only one left, this is a little bit problematic because he's got to fall back pretty quickly, and that'll be top control with like 1:20 remaining.
And they still got the sludge available too. So that's Bone dropping down. The member on white also picks back up. So now it's gonna leave Widow Kitties to do their job, open the floor up, see if they can find a pick. Though there is a C4 in the hand of Yusuke. If Yusuke can try and deal lava with that C4, you know, pinpoint that C4 onto him specifically, it still could be a round for Widow Kitties if they can't control that vertical play. But Rafi just waiting for someone to peek his head, but they were ready for onside Widow Kitties, knowing he was playing the position. That's not good. Yusuke's gonna play for the white pressure if they go down that white stairs. But this point, it's gonna be scary. Who's gonna play Reading to try and stop the plant? A-Bones. Oh, Bones actually great position. Okay.
Yusuke, nice position too. Close on White Stairs. Could make it work with the shotgun, but there's somebody watching White Stairs right now. He should be dead man. No, he's not watching. Oh, but there's the air jab. All right, there we go. Oh no, he's on drone. Oh no, he loses the fight. What? How does Rice lose that? It's a 3v4, so still advantage favoring Widow Kitties, but I mean, that is just Unbelievable. Lava down now, too, from below. Surely this clutch is not going to happen because this would happen in the most ridiculous way imaginable. 19 seconds left. Jazz does fall. So 10 seconds of denial. The little toxic canister he had remaining now off the floor. But as you said, the C4 wasted. Bone and Yusuke have to win this by gunfights. They win the first. Only 2 more separates them and taking the lead. Bone puts a low HP. Yusuke down. Bomb successfully placed onto the floor. Bone in the 1v2 can't land the pre-fire. Little Kitties stop the hat trick. The flawless rotation. They win their first round on the attack.
Oh, that was so close too. That was such a great comeback despite losing. Not really doing much on that roam. Losing 1 member early in that point, they're just pushing, taking control of the roam, and despite that, Jazz gets a pick. We saw a kill from other players as well, just bringing it back and keeping it at least competitive in a sense. But the fact that Rafi was sitting inside of just default, waiting for someone to peek it, and Widow Kitties was totally expecting that. On top of the fact at that point, they had that control. They had the opening vertical play. They're going for that plant, and the only real denial you had was that C4, which did not land, unfortunately. And that kind of leads Widow Kitties at that point to just watch and in control to swing. And you can tell Widow Kitties won their fights. They played that great. And now we go on to what be back to bar and cocktail for in control. Is Jazz gonna swing again?
There's something, as we go on, and all of our mental walls are slowly torn down as we go through this transformative experience together. You really start to think about the fact that for 9 rounds now, in complete and utter seriousness, we have been saying the name Widow Kitties. Just want to take a moment and just let that simmer. Let that marinate. That for 9 rounds now, I have been getting paid to say the name Widow Kitties as if I am casting SI Grand Finals.
Well, the question then be is who on was it like a team decision that called themselves that, or did someone on Widow Kitties decide that name?
I like to think it was by majority rule, majority vote. I don't like to think that it was a. I don't like to think it's a itty bitty dictatorship.
Itty bitty dictatorship.
Yeah, was that funny? Was that
They
was
should
that clever?
call themselves that instead.
And I would not be surprised, honestly, if EXO suggested some kind of name like that.
Oh my god. Oh, that was dead.
I was about to say, if I'm correct, it's 40 seconds in, and Widow Kitties have already entered the second floor, and while going for a cocktail take, Lava loses his life early on. J-Slime also getting very aggressive on those white stairs. Sends up a nade in response, and could very well get 2 picks, but it's caught by an ADS. So, no kills today, unfortunately. You'll have to either wait for that ADS to recharge and then burn it, or just cut your losses and move away. That's exactly what they'll do, but Rafi also getting aggressive in turn. There are 3 bodies inside of Reading that might not be aware of his presence.
Well, the cocktail take, they lost their buck early, so that's already a detriment, and I'm not sure how they're going to go from here. They, of course, could use some of that impacts from the Zofia, maybe some grenades from below to try and open the floor up. But I feel like at this point, it's pretty obvious from In Control what the game plan is from Widow Kitties. We're seeing them, of course, change up their plan and be ready and ever adapting to this, as Rafi is waiting for a chance to jump out the window, though I'm expecting an air jab or a claymore to be on that window, so I don't think it's going to work out. J-Slime looking to maybe push up. He's going to use that replicator first, and Rafi's going to play off of it, actually. It's been a fake. Great job from J-Slime to bait out Rafi. Rice and Bry will fight off, though. Jazz and Yusuke go down. Now it's on Bone and Navozo to try and bring this back. But they should know the play, though. And Bone's trying to hold off the window, but Nevo is just he knows someone's coming up the white stairs, but can he still win that fight?
That collapsed spectacularly for In Control right there. All built off that excellent bait by the Yana. Now, Nevo and Bone, can they make this work? Nevo knows there's one inside of Whitehall, and it's not nice, just single bullet fells Bry on side of the white stairs. And that beautiful play, that 3K, that all just flew, flying the round in Widow Kitty's favor. It's all gone. 2v2 now. J-Slime, though slowly creeping his way up white. Nevo has moved into Freezer, and I doubt Bone is exactly in the area to contest. So this is a nice angle by J-Slime to hold the angle for Nevo, but he gives his position up. By electrifying himself on the Cade charge, he's actually revealed his position. Rice will move over, consolidate the attacker's remaining 2 bodies all on the same side of the map. And Rice flashes on in. It's cut by an ADS, though. Can Nevo swing? He can't get the kill, though. He tries to take the fight and is cut down in the process. But 15 seconds left, and Bone just has to wait. Pray that he's not spotted by any member of the attack, but he doesn't have the intel. Still thinks one's Freezer. And that fatal mistake, that fatal flaw and oversight gives Widow Kitties match point.
Oh, that was scary there. This, just the fact he hits the electricity and then he throws the flash, he gets caught by ADS, and Nuevo still can't win it though. But either way, it was interesting because Widow Kitties had a plan in mind. They would go for that control of cocktail. They're gonna control of reading and use that buck in below, use that skeleton key to push those players out. But unfortunately, Lava was the first pick. He walks in a laundry. Somebody from the top of that hatch is ready for it. And at that point, you lose your buck. You try to use a grenade, you try to use impacts, try and push it further on, and you didn't get much. And then from that point, you have to try. Widow Keys at that point have to try and find picks, try and find opening to create that round. And well, J Slime was one of the very members of the three that created that opening for them. Using that gem replicator, baiting out Yusuke, or actually it was Raffi to walk down the stairs, get taken down. Yusuke and Jazz elsewhere also get taken down in the same moment, giving Widow Kitties that push up white stairs. And from that point, it's Nevo and Bone, who did make it close though. They made it a 2v2 in the end there. But unfortunately, even in a 2v2, there's not enough intel to play off of. They're trying to play off sound, trying to play off where these members are. And, well, the question is, where do you position yourself in that position, in that time? And, well, they try to make it as possible, but unfortunately, Nevo can't win that fight. Getting one pushing from Bathroom, one pushing from that rotate from White. He's trying to stay alive in that position.
By the way, just to update on a result you might be interested in.
Oh.
Actually, a couple results actually that are interesting. One, Outlast B Bubble Blowers. I say that just because we saw Bubble Blowers on stream a couple times, both in OT games, and they lost in regulation this go around. Thought that was interesting. In bigger news, though, Eclectic beat West Garfield Park and have all but solidified themselves in the closed qualifiers. It's again kind of like Aerial Arise. They have 6 wins. They're not like guaranteed in, but they're like basically there.
Yeah, West Garfield expect to be in close qualifiers. Yeah, it's like, there's no way. But the fact that, Eclectic beat them, that's looking great. Eclectic have been back and forth. We saw them do decent in like stage 1, but we're interested to see how they improve, further on as we go on in the league and go on to the stages. So it's great to see them here in qualifier 2, doing their best, showing up that they can still, try their best and make it into the next stage. But here, that's still interesting to see that. Not well, but sure. Well, we'll see if In Control can make their way through because they still need 2 more rounds to get to overtime because they're also on the bridge. Well, Bone's gonna start us off. Great shot on the lava. He jumps out, gets that pick, and he's actually able. Is he gonna get back alive?
He does, at least for the moment. Opens up that barricade, jumps back on in. So there you go. 4v5 early on. Set of nades taken down. J Slime now is the only ones left, but to be fair, if they can play their cards right, they might not need all that much. They're able to clear this pixel shield effectively. Exo not at all aware of Yusuke. This time peeking inside a freezer, not playing as aggressively in Christmas like he did last time, but still catching the attack off guard. Raffi has already pulled back into Bathroom, letting go of that pixel position. So if J Slime wants to use those nades, he probably should save one for Bathroom because Raffi close in that position with yellow shotgun, dangerous combination.
Yeah, I think I talked about last time, just, using that to to force the attack to push to that white hallway. The shotgun's going to be interested in here, see if they can open up the bathroom wall. But J Slime, the second person you're talking about with the set of grenades, is now down. Rice will take out Nevo in return, though, as he tries to finish off J Slime. So at this point, they get drawn out, Raffi inside the bathroom. It looks like Bryce is looking to try to take out the person on white stairs. And this is going to issue now. This white hallway is quite a contention point. So they got to find another angle either through the bar or just try and grenade out Raffi and push through. But again, Raffi's got a shotgun. You got a person on white stairs. There's quite a few crossfires here.
Ooh, bro, where you can see Raffi. He's contemplating a peek. There's an air jab on that doorway, and the FR-12 is not exactly the long-range gun, so he's got to be careful if he wants to take an engagement on that doorway. EXO has worked his way on in the 4v4. He successfully baits out the C4, takes a lot of damage, but he's still able to bait it out. Raffi close with a shotgun. This is where the noob out coverage needs to work, and it fails completely. Raffi catches the planter off guard as Bry tries to compensate. He falls just the same. Now he can move back into Bathroom, get his 3rd kill of the round. J Slime, the only hope left, 1 HP to his name. And 2 members he has to cut through with only 7 seconds remaining. Intel on one and an idea of the other's position. Neither getting aggressive, though. In Control will manage to save this round, albeit in the 1v1 by the end. And just 1 defensive win separates them from overtime.
Oh, and the coverage was the point there. If J Slime had been in that position earlier, he could have stopped. He could have stopped Raffi from creating that play in the first place. Because if Raffi had gone down, well, because you saw elsewhere, well, 1, they would have got the plant down, and 2, you saw other members of In Control going down that were holding angles like Bathroom. like Bar. And if he had not been down, if the, the plans hadn't gone down with Exo, that could have been around for the Widow Kitties to finish it off. But hey, good job in control. Good job to Rafi for that 3K to keep them alive. We go back. We go downstairs to the kitchen where it was kind of it was an interesting play. It was Jazzman 3K. I think I say.
Not something that you would you would think you would ever utter on a professional broadcast. And yet, it happened. And it won them the round. It's not a clutch. Was still a very big impactful. Actually, it wasn't a clutch, but they were in a 3v5, and it is the play that brought them back.
Well, so yeah, it was the play brought them back because you saw 2 people die to a bait.
Yeah, 2 people died to a bait in a very well-placed drone, by the way, which we could still see because I don't believe it was ever actually spotted by In Control. So if Lava can get that drone in position again, that'll be huge because that was still a very well-placed drone and could still be very good. Because even that, actually, I'm just going to talk about this drone now. It even had intel on Jazz's position. They knew he was there. It was just kind of a mistiming between everybody on the attack.
I think
so
Exo called him out and they still won it. He still won it.
Even then, that play almost didn't work, all because of that drone. So if they get that again, looking very good. We'll see, though. See if the drone gets shot or gets in a position. For all we know, the one drone that's been shot was that one drone.
Could have been this time. Yeah, that was a crucial thing to their play last time, but we'll see this time if they roam clear, because last time they did just go straight for that bakery play and that they used that drone heavily in their favor, so... This time looks like they are going for bakery once again. Nobody from In Control holding it, so at this point they can just walk in, so taking control, open up those walls, destroy the default cam, start destroying these bar and prep, and let the gem replicator get more info on the members of In Control playing this. Because otherwise, I don't see anybody from Little Kitty's going upstairs. So at this point, they should be able to push through, and I'm interested to see what In Control does in response. If maybe those roamers come down, then push on to prep or something like that. But when it comes down, destroy the shield, and I'm hoping someone in control doesn't get baited once again.
They have fallen for that repeatedly, though, on multiple different attacks. So see if it happens here again. We still have 2 minutes remaining. There's plenty of time for some misplays between one or both of these teams. So not going to make any claims just yet, but I can imagine we'll maybe see one. Gemini Replicator sprints, catches bone inside a coat check, though pretty common position for a defender to be, so no surprise there that there is a Jaeger playing inside a coat check. Little Kitties will just continue with their bakery direct so far. Rafi with some nice vertical holes, though. Ooh, could catch the Maverick if he gives himself up. You can see the intel relaying that, hey, there's somebody on the opposite side of that wall, and if the angle is forgiving, Rafi could get a kill, but unfortunately the wall opens up and Rafi's not able to find anything at the moment, and now the defense has to deal with an angle directly into the site.
Well, at least there's that vertical pressure still. You still see Rafi above as the alibi with vertical pressure using that bailiff. So this is kind of the big thing is Rafi's control is important here. Rafi keep control of train and use that vertical pressure. You can stop any push through. J-Slime taking heavy damage. He's trying to fight through this hole created by his team, take fights and push these defenders back. I don't know if they know about the vertical pressure, because that's going to be kind of the deal breaker in pushing through. If Rafi just stops them from walking into prep, it's going to be big. Jazz, great shot on the J-Slime all the way from the back of sight. Nevo as well, getting one on the Bri. It's not looking good so far. 2 great picks for In Control.
Maybe a third coming through if this angle from Nevozo is able to bear fruit, but no, he jumps up, gets taken down, but still a 4v3 with only 35 seconds left. Rice potentially going for a very late clear of the top floor to dislodge Rafi from his position on these vertical holes. That does leave Lava and Exo, only 2 men down below with not a lot of time. A great reaction by Rice, not even looking where Rafi is, but still able to win the fight. These smoke canisters are so massive. But there was a small window where things can happen. Never mind. 2 members from Little Kitties get smoked in an instant, and the 3rd kill comes fairly soon after. Overtime for In Control as they win 2 of their defenses in a row. Which side are they starting on, Benny? It's been a defender side at Cafe. Do they get it? They do not.
That's unfortunate, but last round was that was great, because that was like Little Kitties starting us off, getting the wall open, but again, not able to stop Jazz or Nevo from playing those positions, able to get those picks. On top of the fact that they're able to deal with Rafi. By the time they got rid of Rafi upstairs, the members of In Control were already in position to stop the push further in. Like Jazz getting aggressive, Bone getting aggressive inside of Whiskey. Great positions from In Control. Great game sense to move up when they need to. So we'll see how they do this time. And yeah, they gotta break the trend now. They gotta win these attacks despite them losing them in the past.
Benny?
Just call me Ben.
What?
It's weird you just call me Ben there.
Say, listen, I stutter sometimes. I think fast, I talk fast. Like Winston Wolfe, just not with driving. I was gonna make some joke about like, oh wow, Bone is six picking from the Finca to the Sophia. The joke being that, at least in terms of players, oftentimes the two operators are interchangeable. Not necessarily in terms of what they can actually do, though there is quite a bit of overlap. It's more so a reference to the fact that sometimes we'll see a Zofia ban. Like, for example, Ashen has had Zofia banned against him repeatedly, and then he'll just play Finca and still get kills and do what Zofia would do.
LMG go burr.
LMG go burr. Is Bone an LMG crutch? Will it be enough to tip the scales and win them this round? He is using the LMG. Find out more right after this break. Just kidding.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Can we say that?
Can we? Oh. Someone cut that. Well, we're back on this attack 4 in control, where last time they tried to go for that play straight to site, straight for fireplace, and well, it didn't go so well. They weren't really behind any picks. They wanted to find control. They wanted to deal with the mirror windows, which is a big thing here for in control. This time along, maybe they're going for that roam clear, but again, it's Bri who's been playing very aggressive on this clear. He's playing that piano side very aggressively, and they also still have that mirror window far off in the back of Cocktail. So there's still a lot to be done here, and in control have to try to probably move a bit quicker if they want to fully clear this out, if they are going for roam clear, but it looks like there's a drop so far. So again, the question is, are they actually going to do it? Doesn't seem like it.
Two members drop down onto red stairs. You can hear the clomp. Yeah, that's not exactly the best onomatopoeia word I could have used there. The oh no, you could just hear them drop the red stairs. Just gonna drop that entirely. Nothing really, no counterplay from Widow Kitties right now, except the reinforcement to close off this angle. Sure, you can't take full advantage of that mirror window now. The nice thing though, now they also don't have an angle to shoot you from. You can fully reinforce this, make it a bit more difficult to clear. Plus the Aruna Gate, even if you open it up, you still have the Aruna Gate to clear out if you want to try to move through that. Not much purpose beyond that, though. The nice thing here, though, Benny, it's been a minute 40 seconds. In control haven't even touched the Cocktail side of things.
I don't know what they're doing. It looks like they're now rotating towards train to go for that.
Wait, hold on. Did they just leave?
Yeah, they just left. I don't see anybody. Nobody's going for it.
Bro, what?
Like they decided to stand in Cigar for 2 minutes and then not do anything, and now they're pushing towards reading. Maybe they're trying to throw Widow Kitties off, thinking they're going for roam clear, but they're not.
What a fake out.
I don't know. But at this point, they're trying to walk into reading, but of course they're scared of that vertical play. People in heaven, people above them, pushing through 90. Someone's going to swing. Someone's going to lose. Raffi loses the fight to Lava, who just swings 90. And then Rice as well swings from the mirror window, takes down Bo, and well, there goes the entire play.
Hey, not the entire play. There's still 3 members alive. And, well, each man could count for 1,000 based on how great they are. Yusuke with 14 kills. Jazzman going positive. Yusuke now dead, but he gets a nade from the afterlife, and now Jazzman is gone, and it's only Navozo left inside of Reading Hall. Can he win the round here? Nope, he cannot. Widow Kitties on match point now. 1 round away from staving off defeat, but more importantly, sending in control out of contention for the closed qualifiers.
Yeah, they spent a lot of time just kind of sitting in Cigar that round.
Yeah, I really like. Why? What's the point?
Yeah, I don't know what the plan was.
What was the plan? What was the plan?
Was it really supposed to be a fake out? Were you trying to like fake them out somehow by sitting in Cigar and shooting some shots towards Cocktail and then saying, "Nah, we're just gonna go downstairs"?
Yeah, I don't really know what the plan was there. I want to be fully honest with you. Just looked like, hey, let's take top floor. Crap, this is a lot of work. We'll go downstairs.
Oh, I'm lazy.
I would say I'm lazy. We don't need to start throwing ad hominems their way. They're rude. Calm down.
When she gonna like insult them out of pocket?
I thought I would do more of that, in all honesty.
Yeah, you didn't do much for that this round.
I kind of subverted my own expectations I set.
Yeah, that's why I was gonna insult them for you, because you didn't want to do it.
Also, dude, Jazz, Raffi, and Nevo all have 10 or more deaths. Actually, so do Little Kitties.
It's
They're
been
a little bit, they're a little bit
bloody,
different, but
been a bloody game.
I actually don't know what I expected. We played 13 rounds. Like, sometimes I say things. I'm like, why'd you say that, Carter? What was the point? What was the point there? Like, of course, you moron.
Yusuke, yeah, exactly. Oh, I'm dumb.
Wow, that's funny. By the way, I don't know how this has happened, but every single game we've cashed in on the mainstream has been one of the final games remaining.
We're good at choosing games.
Right now, we have 7 games left, including this one. I am amazed at how we've always managed to, again, get a game that keeps it really close.
That's what you want to see. I don't want to see these 7-2s or 7-3s or 7-0s. Those are boring.
That is true, because then we have to jump to player streams, and I'm like, I think I know what's happening.
Oh, those are painful. That's why I hated back in the day when I casted like CL qualifiers in the ESL days. I was casting like one-sided games. Just
I will say though, I do enjoy listening to the player comms. That's always fun. Especially we saw a Gunner game, I think in the last qualifier, and that one was particularly funny.
That was actually funny because we were talking about the faces he was making.
Yeah, he was making very weird faces. Here though, sorry to distract. It is a kitchen defense, as you can see. Not much has happened the first 45 seconds though. Little Kitties are going for a full clear. Rafi, of course, meeting some opposition pretty early on. He'll fire some shots and then immediately get the hell out of dodge and go all the way down to the bottom of White Stairs. So the second floor is free for the taking for Little Kitties. Minute of the round has passed. They can start opening up these holes, opening up these hatches, everything they could want and more. Just means it's a 5v5. No advantage giving away just yet.
The Little Kids this time are actually going for a clear. Last time we saw this site, they were going for, well, that's Rafi once again
there it is.
Cut off on the roam as he tries to walk back up the stairs. But so far, yeah, Little Kids this time are actually trying to go for roam clear. They've done it so well. They push back play. They've killed Rafi, so great job to them. Now we're going to see you use that vertical pressure and how they can transition to that first floor. J-Slime with a great angle to see if anybody else is going to get aggressive from in control, but nobody is. Lava's going to go to work. Try and find angle on somebody playing maybe behind bomb chest, playing on site. And whether or not, we don't see actually any players on the side of in control playing that VIP booth side, so they could go for a freezer drop.
Would be a hell of a way to end this. Oldest play in the book. Jazzman taken down. That's always a plus to any round. Then they just send it in through freezer. Bri taking a lot of damage though. Yusuke putting him to 1 HP. I do believe that's Yusuke. Or that could be Bone sitting inside a code check. Either way, it's not Yusuke or Bone that are the next taking out. It's Nivozo, who again, still not having the best of games so far. That leaves Bone a little bit hung out to dry. Sitting inside a code check. Zofia concussed. He's got to make a play and he might catch one of the players off guard. But I think the Zofia might get the drop on the Jaeger and yes, take him down. In fact, Yusuke and Jazzman, the only two left stuck inside of the site, separated, one in A, one in B. But they do manage to down Bri. Jazz on the elevated surface playing close with a shotgun might be enough to catch the attack off guard. Only 25 seconds left. Yusuke sends out and gets a big C4 kill onto Rice. With Bri picked up as well, he's on 25 HP. I have seen 2v4s, one that were way less winnable than this. Jazz close with a shotgun could be the key to victory here. It might be what separates them, but Yusuke's the one going big so far. Jazzman in the 2v3. They start pushing in through freezer. He gets the diffuser dropped on the floor, trapped in front of him. Yusuke a triple so far. They end up winning it out. 2v5 to stay in it. In control, defy the odds. And we need all 15 rounds to see which of these meme teams makes it, well, doesn't get kicked out.
Wow, I will have to reiterate what Yusuke said there. That was a great start to Little Kitties. They get control of the top floor. They kill Rafi. And from there, they even push downstairs, they transition to the first floor. You saw J-Slime take control of that whiskey side. You saw a kill onto Bone as well in coat check. No, and even goes down to J-Slime. There was so many kills in the favor of Little Kitties. They had so much control. But despite that control, they then give 1-for-1s time and time again to in control to Yusuke. Yusuke, though, and even those 1v1s, C4 goes out. He kills another player, downs the player. C4 is going to finish him off, then kills another player too. That was in coat check, then gets a third on top of that. And Jazz, playing the bomb chassis well, knows that position behind the bomb chassis, plays with a shotgun without any other vertical control. Somebody playing a position above or playing with that player inside a freezer. Because, well, interesting enough, Little Kitties only sent one person down that freezer hatch, and that person just walks into a shotgun shot of Jazz.
Benny, I have an update for you. Benny, I have an update for you.
Hey, yo,
One, we are actually the last game. You're actually the last game right now. This is the only one remaining before the round ends. But you know what the second to last game was?
What?
Aerial Rise versus Achieve. Guess who won that?
Achieve won that.
Achieve
Oh.
won. There are now no teams with a flawless record left in the qualifier. Only in the previous one, well, technically not in the first one all the way back last year, the only team with a flawless record was Surf Esports. And I think they ended, what, 8-0, I think? Here, no teams have a flawless record. And
That's
we're
good to
also, we're also the last game.
Oh, well, only 3 minutes left in this game, or 2 minutes 40 seconds to be specific. So we got some time left until we are ending into to the next round. Could be, well, I think this is last round, right? I think it's gonna be the last round, round 8. So a little bit to go. We're almost there.
I thought you meant in the game. I was like, yes, Benny, it's round 15. We don't go more than that. Like, what? It's like, jeez.
Jeez, I know you're old, but
Let's go. Yusuke dropping 29 kills right now. Pales in comparison to Rafi's 29 bomb for the 8-7 victory, getting them to this point.
yeah, Yusuke's going crazy this game. He's 19-8. Crazy.
And
Yusuke's
plus,
cracked.
I mean, after that 2v5 last round, I mean, you should expect the stats to be boosted a little bit. Of course, unfortunately for In Control, they're on the disadvantaged side in this game so far. 4 rounds for the attack overall, I do believe. And the opening pick is 2 picks for J-Slime as they walk right into his crosshairs. He's looking for a third. It doesn't happen. Nevo finally avenges his teammates, but only 1 kill after the Hibana and the Sledge are taken down, Betty. I don't like the looks of that.
He just stares at the gem replicator, which is actually really a good plan, I guess. He stares at the gem replicator and shoots past it and kills 2 people. Like, wow, J-Slime, that was insane. But hey, at this point, yeah, now we gotta see In Control if they can try and bring this back, being in the man disadvantage, because the rest of Widow Kidneys are just waiting for In Control to make their move now, waiting in positions like VIP, positions like Whiskey, positions like behind the bomb chassis, waiting for In Control to make their move. As one person is slowly walking down the white stairs, maybe try to catch Bry off guard, is boned as Yusuke runs by the replicator and just makes more noise, so they know he's pushing down the white stairs.
Benny, wanna know something funny?
What?
I haven't seen much of In Control play, or like be in their comms, but you know what I do know?
What?
They have struggled at clearing out this exact position. That shield on bottom white, I have seen them try to clear it out multiple times, and it's rarely worked. They have cleared out Freezer, though, so if they want to go for a drop, their direct opposition, or part of their direct opposition, where Jazz helped clutch a 2v5, that's been taken down, and that could prove to be the most important, as long as they can isolate, push Bry back, stop him from taking down Freezer. This could be the game, but no! He whiffs on Bone, and he's taken down! The Fico wins it out in the end. Rice and Lava, the only 2 left. They've lost EXO. They've lost Bry. The two players at the forefront at stopping this. They're still the players who can stop the entry in from the double door. They have this angle. Nivozo catching off guard. Lava going huge. He loses the fight to Bone nonetheless. They win it out! Despite the odds, despite everything going against them. In Control eliminate the CL talent of Widow Kitties. I still can't believe I had to say that name unironically. And Nevo did it. Nevo did it for the unpaid workers of the world. The proletariat win today, my friends. And they win it thanks to In Control.
Wow, another overtime win for In Control. In Control have been just going overtime after overtime after overtime, and they've been winning it back to back. Great job to them in that round, especially too because J-Slime started off so well there on getting 2 picks for their team, and he was traded out. But the fact that they were able to then turn that around, deal with Bry, despite Links telling me that they've had problems with that, that player inside of VIP, and then at that point able to get the last 2 players in sight. Great job to them. We have one more round in this night, but still, that was quite the round, quite the game.
Yusuke being like, oh, why are they casting it? Oh, this is so weird.
Why are they casting it?
That's why. What a barn burner. Hell of a game. And actually, unironically, hell of a game, especially in overtime. That was weird. I mean, that 2v5 followed up by another seemingly miraculous clutch out of nowhere. I mean, that was actually pretty awesome. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
Playing T2. Well, what's up?
Because I don't think half the actually no, Yusuke's actually the only one that's underage. Actually, I'm so used to Bone and Nevo being on underage teams that the fact that they're actually 18 is just still so weird in my mind.
Yusuke needs to be 18 and ready to go pro. I keep telling. I told him his post when he could turn to 18.
Yeah, Yusuke doesn't play the game anymore like that.
I know. It doesn't. Well, I don't know. I don't care what game it is. He needs to go pro in a game.
He's raging in Valorant solo queue these days.
Yeah, he could be a pro in Valorant. He just need to turn 18 and go pro.
Well,
Do it, Yusuke.
well, funny.
Do it, Yusuke.
Ironically enough, in Control again, the Pug stack that are just kind of playing for fun. I believe based on their record, now 5-2. I'm hunting for it right now.
I think they are 5-2. I think
They are 5-2. Yes, and they are within the top 16. So
yeah,
not
they could
looking
make it
bad.
close qualifiers.
They could make it to closed qualifiers. And also, as we said, that was actually the last game we had going. So we're not going to throw it a break just yet. Still want to shout out a quick sponsor, but we actually should have a pretty quick turnaround on this stream between the end of this game and the next one. Before we go, though, I want to shout out Mavix Gaming Chairs. As always, great gaming chair that is endorsed by the likes of Scump. That is just built for comfort, Benny. It is just built for the gaming experience in mind. Things like AC kit that you can buy and have built into the computer. Not into the computer, into the chair. You can get computer grade venting in your armrests. I actually don't know if that's true or not, but they do have AC built into the chairs, and they are built with gaming in mind. So go to mavix.com/nerdstreet and use the code NSG55 at checkout. Save $55 off of your order. But again, since this is the last game before the bracket goes live, we will send it to a break, and we should be back fairly quickly with the final round of the night, round number 8. Don't go anywhere.
B3, make that a 1v2. 2 seconds left. It's gonna come down.
Favor making a third as he looks up. Make it up. He finds the draw three. Stunning here from.
Welcome to the Nerd Street Winter Championships, featuring SCS 6, a yearly open tournament series hosting the best players and teams North America has to offer, culminating in a community favorite, the Pro-Am. So let's discuss format. During the Winter Champs season, SCS 6 will consist of 2 stages, where each stage begins with 2 open qualifiers. Once Stage 1 is complete, there will be an additional tournament offering 1 more qualification spot prior to Stage 2. Through participating in SCS 6, players will acquire leaderboard points and cash prizing. The winning teams from Stage 1 and 2, as well as the additional tournament, will qualify for the Pro-Am. The top 2 teams from the leaderboard will also qualify. As we approach the end of the season, the final qualification spot will be determined through a last chance qualifier. The grand finals of the Winter Champs SCS 6 will feature the return of the Pro-Am, where the top amateur teams have an opportunity to define their talent against the North American Pro League. But in the end, only one team will be crowned Winter Champs. Sign up today and make history.
B3, make that a 1v2.
2 seconds left. It's gonna come down.
Favor making a third as he looks up. Faking he finds the draw three. Stunning here from
Final round of this qualifier, the open section, of course. I am Lynx, joined by Benny for the final game of tonight. And well, Benny, I don't know how we could possibly top just the full package that was the previous series. Hopefully this game will.
Yeah, hopefully this one is a bit more interesting. Just to say that last one was interesting as heck, though. That
one was definitely interesting. I don't know what kind of
was
characterization that was.
A mishmash of chaos, but maybe this will be more serious. We got some teams that are on the cusp of making it. They've got to make sure they win this game to keep themselves in that top 16. We have Didn't Ask versus Silent Patience. I think right now, Silent Patience is what, 14th or 15th, and we have Didn't Ask is, or maybe the other way around. I think Silent Patience is 12th. Didn't Ask is like 14th. So
either way, point being, whoever wins this makes it in. Whoever loses doesn't. So kind of important overall. At least I would say so. Maybe you disagree, Benny, but I feel like this game is important. Can we agree on that?
I think it's important. I don't think they're out per se, but their destiny is in their hands.
I would agree. I would say so as well. And here, for Silent Patience versus Didn't Ask, Silent Patience have, of course, attempted the qualifier run many a time. They have yet to fully make it in just yet. They've made it to close, though, so they're hoping to regain some of that success here. And Benny, thank the Lord, 4 different maps today.
Thank
very
the
happy.
Lord. Thank you for
very
listening.
Happy. We got Clubhouse, we got Cafe, we got Oregon. Well, if you want to go the order, we had Oregon, then we had Clubhouse, then we had Cafe, and now we have Villa to end things on. Sure, no bank, chalet, or coast, but still four separate, distinct, unique, separate maps. And I'm happy about that. No repeats today.
No repeats. Hey, let's see how they do on Villa. Another map to work through, but still, yes, yeah. No chalet, no coastline. We're sticking to those staple T3 maps, staple amateur team maps, but better than nothing, better than what we could have had. So we'll see how these two teams do, and I'm interested. I'm interested to see how Silent Patience do with the new players on the team.
I'm as well. The Snows has been there for a little bit now. I'm also intrigued to see. Didn't ask. They've always seemed to upset teams either at the right time for their standing or just at the right time with all the eyes watching. Now is a great time to make the closed qualifiers. All they need is this victory. That's all that separates them, is this best of one. If they do it, this will be one of the higher heights this team has achieved and give them a shot at making it into the regular season. Can they do it? Will Asylum Patience, the CL favorite, do what has seemed impossible so far, and that is actually be a Challenger League team making it to the closed qualifiers. We'll see if it happens, as of course, the setting is Villa. The team's Asylum Patience didn't ask bans to be determined, as it's didn't ask starting out in the defense, and they have the first shot at breaking the trend of Thatcher.
I don't think they're gonna break trend. It's qualifiers, so
Don't think that?
I don't think that. It's qualifiers. It's Villa. You're gonna probably ban Thatcher most likely, and then of that fort, they're gonna probably ban either Flores or Habana, and then it's gonna be Mirror and Valkyrie, as per usual.
You didn't need to spoil it. Could have at least made. You could have like built up the mystery a little bit, like, what are they gonna do?
They're gonna ban
Thatcher?
Thorn.
They're not gonna ban Thorn. They might ban Hibana, of course. Common ban Flores is something we see on Villa as well. See, though, saw Zofia banned earlier. We could see that come out if you want to take down one of the fragging operators at the forefront of the attack. Oh, they actually take down the Finka. That is not a ban we see often, but similar mentality to a Zofia ban.
I guess, yeah, Finker does kind of bring more than Zofia does. Valkyrie ban next, that's crazy, but the fact that Finker can heal you as grenades and a Gone 6, so let's go off of it, especially also with the LMG. So seeing Finker banned out isn't too crazy. Mirror should be next, depending on how things go out, because usually Mirror on. Actually, it's Kaid.
Well, this should make attacking at least a little bit easier on sites like, especially Trophy and Statuary, not having to deal with that Cade. Of course, there could still be hard reach denial on, say, the triple wall, but you'll need to stack maybe a couple mute jammers on it, bring Bandit, use the Bandit battery. So opening those things up, especially with Hibana on the board, makes this a lot easier. You have that ranged breach, and you don't have to try and fandangle some way to take down Electro Claws, which, especially on Trophy and Statuary, putting one high up on the ceiling and one in a cubby inside a bathroom, for example, can be very difficult to deal with and be very troublesome for teams to try to make work. So for the attack, this actually has a lot of tools available to Asylum Patience that could allow them to get more rounds early on than you might normally expect on Villa.
Could be, yeah. So yeah, usually seeing that those Electric Claw inside the bathroom was ridiculous. You're not getting the wall open, but
yeah.
Mirror is available.
You're at least not getting that panel open.
Yeah, you're not getting that one panel over on the left side, which is kind of the side you need though, because it's kind of the side that cuts the rotate. So that was kind of crazy, but we'll see here how Mirror is available, but not being brought by Didn't Ask, who started off on defense. So they are bringing that same kind of denial though, having of course that Tachanka use that Shamika launcher to deny a plant to go behind the vault, or maybe even play top of main stairs like we've seen and try and deny people from walking up those main stairs. We'll see probably Hawk and Snoop play this for a moment and try and stop it if they go for it. So we'll see how Asylum Patience take this. If they're going to go for the main stairs push, the buck is in the handoff from Titan, so they're probably going to go below at least and try and create some havoc with that skeleton key, push some of those players back, maybe even get a pick from below.
That would certainly be the ideal situation, specifically onto the Tachanka. No smoke on the board does mean that a lot of the denial will be on Swoofsana's shoulders, that and Nico with the C4, so could be a little bit problematic in that regards, but thankfully Asylum Patience aren't going for a main stairs take right now. They're starting very heavily on Master Bedroom, Trophy, and Statuary, where there are some players right now, Delta Force specifically, I believe has barricaded 2 doors now, so they know he's over there, and Rainbow moving quickly to hopefully capitalize on that position, but the Malusi's already gone away, and he'll cut down that barricade, but there's no Malusi hiding behind it.
Look at that Malusi of Delta Force will go downstairs. A C4, well, actual impact in hand actually too. So maybe if they are to try to open up those holes from study side, you can go below, try to impact trick it from below, something like that. But at the same point, we'll see how they go forward and where Delta Force goes to, or we're waiting for a chance to flank up that stairs. It looks like Nico's gonna be one with an MP5 holding an angle to see if someone peeks through. He does get some shots his way, but he's gonna back off. So at this point, Didn't Ash should be understanding that Asylum Patience are mostly coming from this north section towards south section, Titan below. with Skeleton Key, looking to find a pick, and someone's on those red stairs. You see the head of Hawk, but no Hawk. Great shots. Finish off Titans. And at that point too, getting rid of that deal with that Skeleton Key could be big for the players on site.
Now, of course, 7 will rotate back, though Delta Force still holding main for just a little bit longer. Nobody over there, so you can be relatively safe for the moment, not having to worry too much about anybody pushing over there, as the Silent Patients are still heavily focusing on this side of the map. Flipper taking a lot of damage through that vault drone hole. One manages to cross. That's the Sledge shooting open a hole at the top of that wall to send a nade on over, trying to destroy any hardware now on the opposite side. Some flashbangs sent preceding it, and there we go. You can now open just one little X-Kairos hole, but important because Swoop's Sauna's position there is a lot more uncomfortable. Still alive, though. He sends out a Shimiki grenade, then fully swings Skull Door. Takes down Nat. 2 kills so far for Didn't Ask. Swoop Sauna's first, and he can still use these Shimiki grenades to great effect, and they only grow in power as the time dwindles down, with 9 remaining now. He had 11, 2 more used to burn just 5 more seconds a time or so. First kill finally goes Hawk's way inside a study, though, so an important position, but still plenty of obstacles in a Silent Patient's path. Now slowly lessening. Much bigger kill for Rainbow, a more confusing one to be the third, as Delta Force somehow loses that fight, catching Rainbow mid-reload animation. Nico isn't able to stop Flipper as he gets behind the map's table. He can't get the kill. Snows can capitalize off of his confusion. And now Snoop in the 1v2. Flipper falls off the plant. He doesn't finish it. Now Rainbow has to pick up the diffuser and try to win this out. Confusing plays all around, but Snoop's not in the position to deny it. Rainbow can get the bomb on the floor, but still low HP. Snoop can win this fight very easily if he swings him. He decides to play it safe, move back into games, but that does allow Rainbow to get this position, to play passively inside of 90. Wow. Do they have intel on the diffuser? That is the question. He's moving over to Vault, and there he go, catches the Wamai off guard. I want to say that was a well-played round by the Silent Patients, but honestly, Benny, I really don't even know what to make of that final minute. I really don't.
Well, it was only possible because of Rainbow in the first place.
That is true. It was entirely opened up by Rainbow, but even during it,
it was mainly a north to south take, and from there they opened up the vault wall, and from there it was kind of just if that play from Rainbow didn't work out, if he didn't have quite the impact he did on Study's side, I don't think it would have happened, because you saw members like Snows, you saw members like Swift Swanna, like Snoop playing aggressive, taking fights and winning them time and time again against the Silent Patients. And really interesting there too, the fact that there's some aggression from a Silent Patient, despite the fact they just kind of have to stop the plants. The fact that we saw one member from Didn't Ask just sitting there trying to shoot the Habana who was planting for like the longest time. Definitely kind of oddities here and there.
Yeah, it was... Well, a lot happened. We'll say that. A lot happened. We'll try Aviator Games again, as for the most part, aside from Rainbow going massive, the defense went fairly well. Swoop Sauna was not really countered. He was able to get a lot of his denial out, stall the attack out quite a bit, as Silent Patients were progressing, I'd say, pretty well, even though they started losing some bodies. They still were able to open up that wall inside of Vault, deny Swoop Sauna from playing there, but it was really Rainbow pushing into Study that was the saving grace for Silent Patients, because even then, Swoop Sauna was in a very good position to continue denying the push in from Skull. Probably going for the same strategy here. We'll see if the Silent Patients vary up their take, but if they don't, they're going to need to be a bit more proactive, and it's gotten a lot harder because of Delta Force.
Well, at least it's not Rainbow, their main fragger from last round, but still losing 2 sets of grenades, or one set of grenades early on. Still not great for the side of a Silent Patients. Nat playing more aggressive. Well, not playing Nat. Nat was trying maybe on the stairs by himself, and Delta Force in a great position just to capitalize on some unfortunate carelessness from the side of a Silent Patient. They're going to push through. Again, going for this north to south take from, again, on this AVG defense. And they're going to run probably the same issues, and we're going to see somebody from our Silent Patients do the same thing. Will it be Rainbow once again to make that play inside of Study? I want to do it earlier without losing members early on like they did last time. And the first pick was a Cock in this position who was playing red stairs.
Thankfully, nobody pushing down below him right now because that position is a little undefended. Somebody could push from Memorial and probably get a kill, but no, Delta Force actually now rotating into position to aid out and make sure that nobody can push him from down below Memorial. That is good. Now, Hawk has most of his bases covered, but Nico is supporting in for maps as well. This can sometimes be the problem of this position. You might lose a body while trying to clear it out. One player holding a tight angle outside of the statue doorway escapes punishment, and so does Nico as they both cross respectively, and neither takes any bit of damage. That does mean a Silent Patient still on the back foot right now. The Jaeger will rotate away, and him and Delta Force will instead stay down below, rotating back later, and the Silent Patients have yet to find much momentum beyond the control they've achieved previously.
Yep, same thing. Let's Titans this time on the 90 window to try and stop any aggression from the Son of Didn't Ask. But looks like they're going to once again open up this hole, and again, Flipper taking heavy damage in the foot by Swiftsana through the drone hole. Again and again be happening, and that's just more damage. Maybe finish off later on. They can open up this hole, push off Swiftsana from playing the vault. Otherwise, again, you need to see someone from the side of a Silent Patients to go to that study side and take fights, because otherwise it's just a one-sided push. Maybe if they're able to open the full hole into vault and walk in, they could try and, you know, push in and take fights again against unsuspecting members who didn't ask. Because otherwise, they still destroy this Future Chamber though, so it looks like they're struggling to open up vault, and with that not opened, that's another angle they haven't gotten clear of, another place that they just, another way they just can't push into sight.
Yeah, and in an even more uncomfortable position, Swiftsana was not only able to waste the attacker's time, but even get a kill, and that was with the vault wall opened. Now with it closed, he can get all of these lineups he's likely practiced repeatedly out. Delta Force with his second kill of the round. Silent Patients finally get on the board, and it's Rainbow with still one of the only members of... Honestly, I'll be real with you, Benny. There was not a lot going on in that round. There just was not. I'm just...
He's just mid-play, like, oh yeah, I'm done now.
I'm not done. I want to be honest. I started stumbling over my words, but let's be real with ourselves. What did they have, Benny? They got 90 control. They couldn't even open the wall.
Oh, they didn't have really many control.
Rainbow got one kill. That is it.
Yeah, they couldn't open up vault. They had 90 control in a sense, but they didn't push into classical and actually take fights or destroy the shield that was holding classical. They just kind of walked through skull, rushed into sight. Rainbow sure gets a pick, but nobody else does on a Silent Patients. And then Rainbow runs into another member playing main stairs. He gets finished off, and that's the end of the round. So, yeah, Silent Patients not showing us a whole lot when it comes to their strategy here on Villa.
You just try a new site, though. Silent Patients can see if this one goes better. See if they can get, you know... Well, I guess Snow's got a kill. To be fair.
Oh, yeah.
Also, I like that Snow still has WW in his name. As if he's not been off of that team for, like, 3 months now? Actually, that might not be 3 months.
That's how he keeps his checkmark on Twitter.
How long has it been since he was on Wichita Wolves Academy?
I actually don't know.
At least a couple months, right?
I think, yeah, at least been a couple, probably, yeah.
I don't know. Time is starting to blend together, if I'm being honest.
I'm not the best person to keep track of this kind of things.
Fair point. Well, again, trophy statuary defense coming out from Didn't Ask. Mira left on the board. Don't believe we saw her on the Aviator Games defenses. We'll see her on trophy statuary. You have a Mira to aid the astronomy hold. Of course, if Snoop gets pushed back, you still have a Mira window to make sure the attack isn't fully comfortable once they push into that position. Though I imagine, given how Silent Patients play, no, never mind, actually. Nat is the only one on the study side of the map. Hawk is there with a mirror window as well, who, if he wants to, could maybe get a kill on Diana and take down Nat, who is a little bit isolated from the rest of the attack right now. But everyone else might be going for a direct, I think, Benny?
I would expect so. They're probably all going master side, but with the,
Yep,
the
there they are.
intel he has, you think that he would be able to, someone could pinch out Hawk. Because otherwise, it's kind of a waste of time and a waste of grenade from Nat's side just to be sitting here, just staring at that mirror window. And Nat has a great drone on Hawk, but can't do anything about it. So he's just going to pull off, join his team on this side. Delta's in a great place to try and flank one of the members. He's walking around, and I don't think either member knows he's there. And Rainbow definitely has no clue that he's just walking downstairs in Royal. And again, solo plays. What are they doing?
Yeah, very a silly way to lose your Zofia right there. To lose the opening duo as well. And your top performer right now, by the way. Though it's only 2 rounds in. Plenty of things could change. Hey, maybe now that the burden is no longer on Rainbow and it's shouldered to the other 4 members, now we see them shine in this position, even though they're down a man. crazier things have happened. Problem here, they do have master bedroom control. They don't have much else. They have to use their utility, or if they want to take gunfights, hope that Didn't Ask presents them with an opportunity to trade this back, make it a 4v4, or go further and make it a 4v3. But if Didn't Ask are playing discipline, that's not going to happen. They could sit behind, say, the mirror window looking into astronomy and make life much harder for Titans, for Snows, for Nat or Flipper, anybody else pushing into the site or astronomy. That is not going to be likely a winning strategy if Didn't Ask don't start peeking. 50 seconds remaining, less than a minute. Over more than 2/3 of the round, Silent Patients have now spent on this side of the map. They've progressively done more damage to Nico, but it doesn't result in a kill. And it's, in fact, the Maestro who gets the second kill of the round. Third as well overall for Didn't Ask, not the fourth. No, yes, the fourth, as Nat is able, well, not able to get the kill onto the downed Maestro. Didn't Ask successfully bait the Maestro, and now Titans is the only one left. What are they to do?
It's like they had a hard time getting the wall open. In that point, the only real other control they had was Titans on the window and Astro, but they weren't able to get full Astro control even despite Titans being on the window. And even with Astro control, the mirror makes it so Astro control isn't even that important for the defense. So other than just having that control of master bedroom and trying to then push through, just kind of walking through those barricades, walking through the doors, walking through the breach into crossfires made by the defense, there's not a lot you can do there. And this kind of regards some of those players need to push up to different positions and try and take a different fight, because otherwise you're just walking into what Didn't Ask or expecting.
Well, so far hasn't been the best rounds from a Silent Patients on Villa Attack, but I mean, hey, then again, you know, it is Villa Attack. I mean, it's not exactly the favored side, but still hoping they'd put up more of a fight. What we've seen so far. Haven't tried every site. Maybe Kitchen will be where the stars really align and they all start shining in their respective positions. Big thing they'll have to counter is, well, as you can see, Swoofsana 6 picking to the pulse. That's, well, obviously the style they're going for. They're going to use that heartbeat scanner down below, use the pulse of C4. They don't have much beyond that. Only Nico is the other one with the C4, so it will also be focused on the actual players on that top floor, not just, say, trying to create a minefield for the attackers to walk across. But still, with that bit of intel always being relayed to a Silent Patients until they actively deal or minimizes the pulse's importance, it's just something else that is going against the Silent Patients right now in what has been a very lackluster start to their attack. And it doesn't seem like this is boding very well with the pulse now on the board, something that can very well shift entire rounds if he's not dealt with.
That's interesting because it's really difficult to deal with him too, because usually on site just giving intel to his team, unless you know SCS Didn't Ask get aggressive, but you're probably gonna see Swoofsana just on site giving intel to his team, and it's difficult to deal with that unless you bring maybe an IQ and you pinpoint his position. Otherwise, he's probably just gonna sit in sight with no regard or no real danger to his life. Just give intel to his members upstairs, help them play their positions, and we're gonna see how a Silent Patients play around that and see if they can even then, despite the intel disadvantage, they can still win those fights against members of the defense here. As well, if they go for the room kill in the first place, looks like they at least drone through laundry, maybe see a member inside laundry. Snow's going for a different angle, and the rest of the members upstairs are still setting things up, doing what they need to do, make sure they have that roam upstairs is ready, and a ready welcoming party for the members of the Silent Patients. As there looks like they're all going to the basement.
Well, there's at least some... Oh, wow. Yeah, you can just see 3 members setting it up. Is that pantry stairs right now? Where is that?
No, that's red stairs.
Is that red? All right, I guess they're 3-man setting it up red stairs, and everyone is dying except Rainbow, who has got a kill in this round. That's certainly good, but everyone else has died. LMG go burr. 150 bullets. You love to see it. Swoofsana, hey, the pulse is taken down, Benny. It's just come at the cost at 3/5 of a Silent Patients roster. Rainbow's position also now revealed because of that Banshee. He can't seem to shake. Him and Flipper both struggling to find something to do. All catching the Zofia off guard as Rainbow goes for a solo play. No info. Base checking. Flipper has to now fight. A defender behind a deployable shield, and with another Banshee on that doorway, his position actively relayed. C4 tried and attempted to be sent over the wall. It's shot as it's caught on the top of the reinforcement. Flipper with no more flashbangs left. He tries to make a play, tries to send a pre-fire, but Benny, in all likelihood, this round is over.
Yeah, that was a different play from the Silent Patients. They were looking to just push up the red stairs, push through the that closet for Memorial, walk right in and take fights. And you saw, well, unfortunately, like Link was saying, sure, they got a couple kills, but it costed them most of the members on the attack. And the last two members of the attack was what Rainbow and Flipper, who are both estranged from each other and dislocated. One's pushing through Moria, one's pushing through Laundry. And at that point, too, you saw Rainbow die, unfortunately, to Hawk, pushing through towards China. And Flipper's all by himself inside the Laundry trying to make something of it. So really, it just seems like, again, a Silent Patience, that strat book, that strategy from them seems not exactly a lot. I don't know how many pages it seems like a single digit pages in the strat book.
Silent Patient strat book was Herman Cain's plan for legislation.
You lost me already.
Okay, I knew you wouldn't get that. For context, there's a famous clip of former Republican presidential candidate Herman Cain in the 2012 Republican primary saying that under his administration, they would only allow small bills amounting to no more than 3 pages.
Interesting.
So the obviously reference being that you call the Silent Patience a strat book, which would normally be fairly sizable and maybe take up a whole binder, small, much like Herman Cain's plan to make legislation, which should normally be broad and comprehensive and very well written in 3 pages.
Gotta make like the font size like really small per page.
I guess that is one way. It'd probably be like 0.5 font though.
Yeah, get a magnifying glass trying to read that.
Benny, what was that round? Like, what was it? Wiping the bit aside, what was that round? Like, really, just what was the plan?
It's the same thing like when people just rush up pantry stairs. Same exact thing.
But at least that's in the site.
They were technically near the site. They were adjacent.
Oh, shut your mouth. Shut up with your technicality.
Like, you never expect them to just rush up red stairs, push into the closet, and then run Memorial. You never expect that. Totally.
Rainbow and Snows are still the only ones with kills.
Maybe this would be the one very quick game of the day that we didn't think was going to be quick.
That would be ironic, wouldn't it, that the final game is the quickest one. Not many games have finished yet, so there is potential. Well, obviously, aside from, forfeits and things like that, there is still potential that we could be the first done today. If didn't ask, are the quick about this or Silent Patience don't wake up? It seems more the latter, to be perfectly honest. It seems...
I just don't know what they're doing. Like, I don't understand. Like, it's very, very, how I'd say, simple attacks where they're just trying to push straight in and take gunfights. And well, that's a very mishmash way of doing things where you're just kind of risking it and thinking that if you just win these gunfights, you'll win the game. That's all I gotta do, is win gunfights. Easy, right?
Well, hey, if they start actually winning gunfights, not a bad strategy. Could work out. Another problem, well, really there have been a lot of problems for Silent Patience, to be honest. They have a lot of drones right now. Can they find Delta Force on a flank down below? Of course, Hawk is the low-hanging fruit right now for the attack. They know he's on red stairs, so he's probably playing this position. They know there are likely people supporting him. That's going to be the primary focus for Silent Patience. Can they also, in the back of their head, keep in mind on Delta Force's position down below? He's part of that support for Hawk. Him and I believe Nico inside of the site are the 2 prongs defending Hawk. And something they need to be careful about if they try to clear out the Jaeger. You can see Snow is anticipating this. He has an angle open up to watch and see if the Malusi gives himself away. Hawk now moves backwards down the stairs. This is exactly what we've seen Delta Force, or didn't ask, excuse me, do previously. Waste about a minute and a half on this red stairs extension, then rotate back to the site. And now, this is where Silent Patience start to struggle.
Well, let's see this time they can actually hopefully open up this vault wall. Twosana once again watching that drone hole trying to take the feet off of one of the members on the attack. But this time it looks like they try to burn the ADS, grenade over to destroy that mute jammer. I don't hear the grenade going off. It looks like it's been pulled finally. Thrown over the floor. There goes the mute jammer. They can actually open up this vault wall. That's big this time. They can actually deal with Twosana, push him off, and then have someone go, well, I wouldn't say someone go to a different direction, but Delta Force, last time we saw Titan go on the angle, well, Delta Force is there ready to take that fight, but Rainbow, and you kill onto Hawk to start us off once again. He's been the big performer for the team, and he's doing just so once again.
There we go. Nat finally getting a kill on the board. Rainbow also going massive, but Delta Force shuts him down. Able to take down the player inside a study. Snoop taking a hell of a lot of damage on that long angle, but he does a lot and dishes a lot out in return. Nat put to low HP. Snow's pushing in from Vault. Could be the saving grace of this, though, as Delta Force might not be expecting the sledge to swing, but Snoop gets a shot on the diffuser. The coverage not watching study. A major misplay from a common position not being watched. Delta Force can now cover the diffuser as well. A triple for the Malusi so far. far. Snows has to play his cards right with only 10 seconds remaining. Sees the head of them. Lucy's able to cut her down. But Snoop on 1 HP. Does he have time? He's not even watching. He doesn't know. Snows can win it out. He finally gets some kills on the board and gets a Silent Patience, their second round in quite a long time.
Again, that was quite a round from a Silent Patience. They were able to open up Vault this time, which is big. And the Vault open, cutting off the rotates between the defenders, and then you saw from there, well, maybe you didn't see, actually, I didn't see it either, but the picks were a big thing. Delta Force, sure, he gets rid of the 90 control, but while he's doing that, the rest of his defense are dying to Rainbow, to Snows, to other members of Titans, not Titans, to a Flipper on site. That's big. They get that control, they get that opening picks they need to push in. But despite that, they didn't have full control. Those kills were big, but that didn't give them the control they needed to really get the plant down. Snoop, able to walk through study, able to stop the plants. You saw Delta Force still play inside of games and stop another push in. And then from there, it was all on Snows in a 1v2. And good job to him, but also a slight miscalculation from the last player in Snoop. Despite knowing that he was on site pushing out of games into Classical, he didn't expect Snows to just run to the hallway and take that fight. And well, Snoop only had like 7 HP, he had a bullet from death.
Yeah, that's kind of the issue right there. Is that 1v2 is very winnable because, oh no, he's got to find the Wamai and go for the frag. Oh wait, the Wamai has 1 HP.
There was like 7 seconds left, so it could have gone either way, really.
I mean, yeah, I suppose, but
Snoop should have kept moving.
Because of the 1 HP, the Wamai would like have to keep sprinting.
He should have kept sprinting. 7 seconds left. You just gotta keep moving.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but it's you got to make a stand somehow. That was his decision. And the nice thing though, a Silent Patience, if they get a 2-4 attacking half on Villa, that's honestly where you want to be. That's the funny thing, is even though the other 3 rounds have looked abysmal from them, and even the ones they've won haven't exactly been stellar, they got what they needed. Now they can just hopefully go to their defenses and wipe the taste out of their mouth. And hey, if they get a 3-3 as well, looking pretty good. Of course, Trophy and Statuary wasn't the best go for them, as I'm sure you can attest, Benny. As they try to go for a bedroom direct, they opened up, I think, part of the wall, maybe, but they gave away bodies down below, gave away bodies pushing into Astronomy, and there really wasn't anything going their way.
Yeah, it's kind of issue when you only bring the Hibana. You just make that small hole and that small breach. You just kind of walk through, and someone with an Aldo just watching it. It's very difficult to actually walk through that breach at that point. Then you also have the crossfires from the trophy side. So this is the issue with only bringing Hibana, only having those small holes to push through, and why it's difficult. Now Nico's impact trick. Great job to destroy some of those impacts, but there's some of the Skyros, but again, because it's Hibana, you can just throw 2 at a time, and you can waste those impacts out. Nico's last time was playing by the statue. This time he's going to play close up to the breach. Delta's looking for a chance maybe to get an angle on somebody, but now he's not downstairs stopping the Zofia of Rainbow, who was that person downstairs. So now, if nobody's playing that position, he could actually maybe make that push up Astro and take control Astro, but then the mirror is going to be the big point if that mirror actually works out for them or not.
Nico moves to a position he is very familiar with playing, of course, one the attack might hopefully anticipate. Now with the wall at least partially open, they can deny any play close there. That is very good if they want to end up going for, say, a bricks plant later on in the round. Snoop also inside of Astro. There you go. Rainbow pushing solo up the stairs, but there's Delta Force down below. He was inside his study earlier. Now he's rotated all the way down and on the opposite side of the map to take down, again, that big player, one of the only really good players at least in this game, for a Silent Patient so far. His C4, less impactful, as it doesn't really do an inkling of damage to anybody on the attack, but can make them a little bit more scared, and that might be enough in the end. With their key entry taken down and still all stacked, stuck inside a bedroom, this isn't looking the best for a Silent Patient's attack, as it's all very one-sided, pushing through either one breach and 2 doorways. And if they go for even that latter option, they're spreading themselves a little bit thin. 30 seconds left. Nico playing close on that brick store, waiting for the contact. Not going for a solo play up Astronomy stairs. Can Delta Force anticipate it? Snows is down, and he's not turning his back. There we go. Nat opens things back up. He gets Astronomy control, but there's still that mirror window watching and allowing Swoof Sana from getting... Or no! Flipper's there. He's able to deny it. Titans also with another kill into the site. Is the coverage there? Nico could still win this out if the Hibana falls. He puts Nat to 50 HP, and there we go! A 3-3 half for a Silent Patience. And what is a good round from them. is a good note to end on for what has otherwise been a poor attacking half, despite what the scoreline might say.
Yeah, that was scary there because again, it's a one-side push. There wasn't other real control from the side of Silent Patience. But the fact that you still had, Rainbow going and killing Snoop, sure you did get refragged by Delta Force, but still, Delta Force then needs to take his place on those Astro stairs. And then you saw there, of course, Nat then take another kill onto them, and also getting the pick on the member behind the mirror window. It looks like that shield wasn't quite in the place to, cover that person behind the mirror window, allowing to get the pick through the little sliver of the shield, stop the person behind the mirror window, allow the astral push to even push even further into trophy was huge there from Didn't Ask, or not Didn't Ask, from Silent Patient. So those little bits were able to glimmer of hope, so able to push through, give them that 3-3 half, and now when we go on to what we see from Didn't Ask, they can have a better attack compared to Silent Patients, because yeah, despite the 3-3 half, we saw some not great attacks from the Silent Patients, but hey, they brought it back. They even salvaged it.
Well, they did. They did salvage it, and at the end of the day, your rounds can be as sloppy as you want, but if you can still get yourself a good half and then try to make up for it on the next half, I mean, you could still have an equally sloppy second half, but hey, it's the round count that matters. Doesn't matter how you win, so long as you win. That's what they did. Got their 3-3 half, moving the Aviator games. Hopefully for them, they might be able to get themselves an easy opening pick. You can see Delta Force moving to the Nook. I imagine this is a play we actually see a little bit more often than you would think. Not commonly, but still something that I've seen enough times to remember other examples. Delta Force in the Nook can creep his way up red stairs and try to acquire early 90 or early skull control or pressure. Maybe get a kill as well if maybe the defense isn't all too aware. But actually right now he's moving over to master bedroom side, so never mind.
I wonder what the Nook's going to be really good for at that point. If he's not going to be that sneaky, roamer on the attack side.
I mean, maybe try to go for a sneaky entry?
Could be. There's a one player on the defense. There's two players actually on the defense who are roaming around. Rainbow gets picked to get some test shots into him as he's playing this angle, trying to stop that push into the closet, playing these two reinforcements inside of Statuary. Those Habonic X Kairos will push him off for the moment. And I believe there is a player down below Astro Stairs who maybe Delta Force is looking to take a fight with as he's being droned out for the moment. It looks like Nat's looking for a chance to kill somebody jumping in through that Astro window. Oh, Delta Force first pick here. He runs away. No, he gets away in time, actually. So no, too late on the jump. Won't get the pick, but Nat gets picked off running downstairs by Nico. I thought Nat was going to be taking out Nico who jumped the window, but I guess never mind.
Well, if you actually heard, I believe he caught him off guard, but whiffed his shots. Unfortunate. Happens to the best of us, and because that hatch opened up, the sledge is able to catch him on the rotate back down brown stairs. So nothing comes of the Nook entry, but something does come of the Roan clear, though it's been more at Nat maybe misplaying it. But now Delta Force can go the full potential of this Nook. Try and go on red some place down below, maybe go for a nade down below as well, or move up main stairs later on in the round. Ooh, but somebody spots him through holes made inside of the site. That snows on the Tachanka right now, but Delta Force pays it no mind. It creeps on past anyway.
He's looking on down, walking by for the moment. Can he maybe make us play up the main stairs when nobody expects? The grenade in his pocket pulled out to try and deal with snows, but nobody's playing that position right by the billiards. He's playing a different position, so the Delta Force at this point should signal he's below. So Flipper should have a great angle through those vertical angles to stop him if he does go main stairs, but he's going to throw another one. Destroy the shield, because the shield over by the Aviator boy, that Aviator map is important. Got to destroy that shield. Make sure they can actually push through Skull later on. Looks like the grenade will go out, I think, or did it get caught? Oh, it actually exploded in the wrong place, unfortunately.
Unfortunate. Delta Force will, either in response or separate from it, just join his team. 5v4 right now, 30 seconds remaining, but struggling to gain entry into the site with the smoke canister and 14 Shumika grenades separating between them and the site. It's difficult to picture them moving in through Skull doorway without suffering an immense amount of damage, especially with study control, anything but certain. Titans dodges a nade. It could easily get a kill on the Yana as they vault in. That's exactly what happens. 4v4, and now one player stuck on the balcony. Can he win this fight? The Jaeger manages to dodge it for the moment and win it in the end. Snoop now pushing up Book's hallway. The last one alive isn't long for this world either, and the Silent Patients on the back of that denial and some unread positioning win a very solid round as their first defense.
Well, a little more complexity to that attack from Didn't Ask, but still, unfortunately, not coming too much. At least you saw Delta Force going below, trying to use grenades, trying to catch someone off guard on the side of the defense, sure, to get rid of Nat early, because he was caught off trying to deal with Nico jumping through the window. But other than that, Delta Force didn't get much on below. He was able to destroy utility. He was able to get any picks with those grenades. And then from there, they try to go for that steady control. But the big thing is time. It's efficiency. They weren't quite quick on those takes. They weren't opening up vault. So they had to go kind of rush for that steady control. And you saw their members like Titans, who was playing the corner study, just playing that well, waiting for the eventually of didn't ask pushing through and catching members like the Yana, who jumped through the window, didn't know he was there, and then catching also the Habana, who did know he was there, but still, it's a 1-for-1. You're trying to pre-fire someone in the corner, and Titans played it well in that position. So, unfortunate for them was the Nats, but Silent Patience, pretty good defense so far. Sticking discipline, not getting too aggressive, and playing it to the utility that you are, kind of intended for.
And again, if you have a sloppy attacking half, you get those defenses. Doesn't matter in the end. Hey, trophy statuary, the next site up. Benny. Will we see Didn't Ask go for a Master Bedroom Direct? Which, actually, no, think about that now. I have not seen a Master Bedroom Direct in quite a while.
Yeah, usually they go for Astro, or they go for that north to south take, like go south to north take, where they take control of, they deal with the extension. But with the mirror on the board, I guess dealing with the extension can be a pain in the butt.
That's true, but I also feel like just going for a direct is also a pain in the butt, especially, obviously there's no mirror on the board, so it's not applicable here, but especially just in general. Placed on
Well,
the
if you're gonna
site,
go for a direct, you
is
think they'd
difficult.
bring like a thermite instead of just the Habana.
But close breaching on Villa can be a little bit difficult sometimes, so I can at least kind of get that. Plus, with
Yeah,
the
but
Habana,
you can bait out the impacts with the Habana and then just go for the thermite.
Oh, why don't you shut your mouth? Stop talking back. What is this? Who do you think you are?
Well, at least this time, Asylum Patients aren't using the mirror though, so there's not quite the formidable obstacle on this Aviator game side, so it shouldn't be as difficult for Didn't Ask to push their way through and push Nat back to site.
Well, Nat will start retreating early on, so clearly not holding it too aggressively. It's not fully necessary to what's going on, but he's still playing, maybe to try to get some more drones. If he doesn't think there's pressure coming through, he might go back later on. Nope, not get that drone moving into 90. So 7 drones will remain for Didn't Ask on the board right now, but also they won't have to worry too much about anybody playing inside Aviator games because, well, everyone has left. You don't need to worry about Snows playing down below alongside Rainbow inside a kitchen, though. If they do rotate over to Master Bedroom later on, which they should rotate to Master Bedroom later on, they won't have to worry about those C4s down below. Delta Force might be going down, but if he's not careful and they haven't droned it out, he could easily get flanked on red stairs.
Somebody's in the closet too, lying down. Well, so there's still quite a bit of things to deal with, though. It looks like Didn't Ask is aware of the presence below.
Did they drone
Delta
him out?
Force. Oh, did they know he's there? No, they don't.
Oh my God, they didn't,
Snows
dude.
in the corner, not droned out, misdroned by Didn't Ask. He's gonna take full advantage of that. And from there, well, they still haven't gone for that master control. Looks like maybe at this point Rainbow's taking some damage, but with time is ticking, they still know he's lying down in the closet.
Oh my lord, please don't. I am actually on my knees right now. I am on my knees. Dude, please look down. Oh, thank the Lord, they looked down. They saw him. Oh, and he's dead. Okay.
Thank God.
Oh, Benny, just give me like a couple seconds. I should to breathe.
Well, at least Snows are
Okay.
gonna C4 off though from below onto Nico, and so at this point, it's that play onto site. It's those members downstairs. It's much more. At least the strat book from a Stop Patient's defense is much more robust.
I was about to say, second C4 goes out, though, and it's not nearly as robust as the first one, but you've already made it a 4v3, and with 30 seconds remaining, that could be enough to win out the round. Just play close, play your angles, play together, and you should be able to win out this round if you don't give away any engagements. Snoop sends out a flashbang, but that C4 on the triple panel is still up, and there is a player playing directly behind it. That's a difficult gunfight to win, and so far, it's all the gunfights around it that are going Silent Patient's way right now. Flipper gets 2, Rainbow gets 1. The Silent Patients get their 5-3 halves. They are flawless on the defense so far.
Looking good for a Silent Patience, maybe just to take this on defense. That was a great defense. Didn't Ask. Well, maybe the strength book was a bit more robust, but fundamentals seem to be more the issue. Not droning out Snows in the corner. At least they dealt with, I think it was the Jaeger of Titans who's sitting below the window. So at least they had to deal with that. But despite having that control, they still were able to deal with a downstairs control from Silent Patients. That C4 did end up killing someone later on from Snows. Rainbow also the C4 didn't kill anybody, but still pressure on those members. And from there, because they didn't have that control elsewhere, they only had master control at that point. The members elsewhere that were pushing from that south and north side were C4'd. So it just becomes that one-sided master control, like we saw from Silent Patients in their attack, despite Didn't ask starting off, clearing that extension, trying to clear downstairs. So good job to Silent Patience. Great job on their roam. Go on the kitchen and dining next for them.
Oh, and if they can win this, that is match point right there for Silent Patience, and they barely even had to break a sweat on this defense. Where, if you contrast this with their attack, I mean it's a complete 180. This is the glow up of a lifetime in terms of side swaps. But Benny, we have some on Didn't Ask side that I love, that I'm a big fan of. Who's Delta Force playing? Who is he playing?
Who is he playing? It's the Ying. You did say Yin and Yang earlier too, actually.
Why did you repeat my question? Just answer it.
I said it's the Ying.
You said, who is it?
It's the Ying. Yeah, I'm trying to hype you up.
Stop repeating it, okay? It's supposed to be a very succinct, taut broadcast. And you're providing...
What's a succinct taut broadcast mean?
Like, not a lot of extraneous word choice.
Extraneous word choice. So, like... What's extraneous then at that point? It's like the crazy words? Like,
no,
extraneous
be like extra, like...
Ah.
Delta Force currently resides in study. A nice wood-colored paneled room. Room temperature at about this time of year in the sunny countryside of Italy. As he progresses over to Red Stairs, the deep crimson carpet aligning and moving down the stairwell, he spots his prey sitting behind a cobalt. The cobalt is blue. Sitting behind an onyx deployable shield. Shield slits imprinted. A metaphor for the windows to man's soul. Like, that'd be extraneous word choice.
That would be extraneous. So me repeating your words is also extraneous, I guess, at that point too.
Yeah, I kind of hyperbolized it, but yes.
Yeah, okay. So, well, Oh, well.
To go back to the game, that was a very weird bit that I decided to do right there. Flipper is currently sound on C4. It is not blown up. I don't know if it is... I believe it is pre-placed down below, but we did hear it upstairs, so still in a position very close to the statue entrance, and it's Rainbow C4 that actually gets the first pick, not the pre-placed one from Flipper. He just tosses it up, gets the first pick onto the sledge, Benny. That is your soft destruction for a kitchen dining attack. I'm sure that won't be impactful.
Well, that's unfortunate. Lose your sledge early, and Nat's playing that position so he can call out the C4 if they push through. Flipper below with a great angle to stop the X-Cows going off, so they can push these members early. Delta pushes in, though. He's taking down Titans right behind him, but Hawk's there, at least the refrag, and Snoop is there to take out Titans. So at this point, that top floor control now in the hands of Dinas. Sure, they don't have the sledge, but...
I'm not gonna lie to you. I was about to be very confused as to why Delta Force used all 3 of his Candelas on the top floor hold. Well, they got all 3 kills of the defenders up top at that. So, actually, in terms of the utility and what the results, can't really argue with him all that much. 45 seconds as well to transfer down to this bottom floor. There is still, I believe, Flipper's C4. Either Flipper's or Snow's. One of it's pre-placed, and Snow's has been misdroned. They have to face check this angle. He still loses the fight, though. Great job by Snoop compensating for the lack of intel, and Swoopsana cuts Flipper down soon after that. Didn't ask it their first round, and it might have expended a lot of utility on that top floor, even more than the bottom floor, but it still works out in the end. They got the result they needed.
Yeah, I would say there's a lot of stock, a lot of utility put in the top floor from a Silent Patience, and well, we saw there, it was a bloody take from Didn't Ask still, but they worked out in the end. Still getting the kills they needed to, the trades they wanted to, push them all through, and still have quite a bit of time to deal with the last 2 players on site. You saw from there, despite the misdrone, still able to deal with the first player, and the second players by themselves in 1v3, trying to bring it back. So great job from Didn't Ask, and really just able to use those kills to push them back. And despite Titans being unread, coming from behind, killing the Ying, and still somebody from Didn't Ask though was then behind him to able to get that refrag. So good job on them, and just it seemed like there was a lot of utility placed there because the fact that they're getting their Sky was shot out, they used 3 Candelas, Raids is going out. It works out in the end because they put so much stock in the first place.
You know what I felt like has been kind of weird about both this qualifier in general, but also today?
Yeah, what's up?
There are barely any results in, like, from actual games that weren't forfeits.
You mean like on Twitter or like?
No, like just like in general. All the games so far, unless, in theory, it's possible the teams are just like not inputting their results, but assuming that's not the case, which would be ridiculous, every game appears to be fairly close right now.
Like, you mean on this round, yeah.
Yeah, on the bracket, barely any new results have come in since the beginning. I think maybe a couple.
Are you talking about how this is 1-0?
Why is this problem? Like, am I not making sense?
I'm just confused because if you just click, it tells you the result.
No, I know, Benny. I'm saying, we had like 4 or 5 forfeits at the beginning.
Yeah.
I'm saying, in addition to that, barely any actual games have finished.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just been slow. Maybe this is the last round. People are actually trying to win them out. I don't know. Hard to say. But I will say there was a lot of quicker games earlier today for whatever reason, which is odd. But it's also why I don't like one-side games. I don't know. Crazy. Hey,
Rainbow's
ABG
on low
defense,
HP.
though. Yeah, ABG defense on the side from Didn't Ask, or not from Asylum Patients, I mean. And so far, last time around, it was a bit of a robust attack from Didn't Ask, but it was a bit slow was the issue. Trying to get the study control late in the round and falling prey to Asylum Patients who were still lurking in the vicinity.
And another problem here for Asylum Patients, all that utility that was left alive towards the end of that round really made for Didn't Ask. Even if they got a couple kills, they still had to walk through Shamiki grenades, smoke canisters, try to make it into the site. Now, Flores here, that might change things up. I don't really know how much it will. They could send one in through Vault, make that position a bit more difficult to play. I have to see. I think that is the smoke, though, getting aggressive inside of 90. Okay, I was about to say, Flipper will move back. I was like, he might give his life up very early on, and that'd be half of their entry denial just taken off the board. So good to see y'all move back.
Looks like one person in Skull, though. Actually, he's playing around the corner. I thought he was playing Skull from right there. He's playing around the corner. Rainbow's in a position if they just run in. Because last time, again, like the waste of time. So Rainbow in a position where he's not spotted by a drone. He could be in a great place if they rush into Skull, rush in for that plant behind the map's table. So at this point, Snow is going to start doing those Shumikas. The study control, trying to go for the Nas, they're going to start getting around those angles. They're on the windows. There is a player below. You see Nat below with a C4. Maybe the C4 member pushing into study to help out Rainbow to keep in this position. As smoke comes out, as far as the smoke isn't going to smoke him out.
Wow.
He's just right now. He just.
That's what I was going to say. Rainbow is flirting with death right now, flirting with friendly fire. The Flores drone doesn't spot him either, as it does go into Vault. Same with a nade as well. Still, Hawk take the majority of the damage, despite all the utility dumped into Vault. Rainbow also the first one to die, as right as he gives up his position, that's exactly where Nico is watching. Replay C4 by Nat, right below the default plant spot on maps. Entry made even more difficult, as no, it's actually Nat killed down. Or Nat gets a kill down below match point, looking within Silent Patient's grasp, but Delta Force goes for the plant behind Vault door. The C4 is not effective, and they don't have the intel. They take down the coverage with the Shamika grenades, but doesn't stop Delta Force from getting the bomb on the floor. But it's still all the kills going a Silent Patient's way. Nico has to run up the red stairs in a post-plant, clutch a 1v3. What angles does he have at his disposal? The Vault wall's been tricky, but have they been able to open it with 2 bodies on the coverage? He's able to get one, down him, get the smoke as well. Snows has to fall off and get the kill, and that's what he'll do. 6-4 match point for Asylum Patients, but way too close for comfort.
That was a scary one there. Great job. Well, Didn't Ask. Bit faster time. Definitely a lot faster. Able to get that study control they need to. Able to get those picks. Find out some cheeky spots from Rainbow. But the thing that Nat was able to throw a C4, get a pick on one of the members downstairs was interesting. Because again, they wanted to stop someone from C4ing, which didn't get C4 in the end. But the fact that they had to go downstairs and lose a member anyway, which is unfortunate. And then when they're going into that plant, the cover goes down and do the Shamika grenade. I guess he was too close to the grenade despite trying to hold it. It still hits him in the feet, burns him. He was already low HP and kills him. And then from there, they try to push through. They get the plant down, but it's Nico who's already off site to try to come back to site to keep the plant alive. And he almost had it though. Downs one, kills one, and then unfortunately it's a 1v1, and it Snows at that point, knows his position, just pre-fires with that LMG, finishes them off, and that's it for them to put on match point. So one time overtime, go trophy statuary for them, which could be the last round.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
Going based off of history, of course, this could be it, but it's not the end for the SCS qualifiers. If you missed this chance to play, or you're just missing some siege during the very short break, qualifier number 2 for stage number 2 will be January 14th to the 16th. Just type in !play for more info on how to sign up, where to watch, where to follow all the news, all the sort of requirements and guidelines you need to know. You'll learn there, learn more from our Twitter and our website. Qualifiers, part 2 of the qualifiers for stage 2 will be January 14th to the 16th. Hope to see you all there as one of these teams. Well, I guess technically both of these teams could be in qualifier number 2. One of these teams, if they want to make it into SCS, will definitely need to play qualifier number 2, potentially by the end of this round. Because whoever wins makes it in, whoever loses is out.
Could be. This could be the last round for this team. Didn't ask have to bring back 2 rounds going overtime, and well, last time they attacked this site, well, they tried to take that south to north take. They tried to take control of that aviator game side and push through, and then have members go over towards that, go over towards that master side. But unfortunately, C4 from below, they were able to clear that roam downstairs inside of Memorial. The C4s, the members downstairs, caused that south take, that aviator games take, that skull push forward to just fall apart. And from there, well, it becomes that one stock master take like we saw from Asylum Patients. And unfortunately, that goes wrong. Seemingly wrong every single time in this game.
50 seconds in, no chance for things to go wrong just yet. I suppose there was a chance, but it's not been realized, thankfully, so don't have to worry too much about it. Nico moving in through 90, who spots the Malusi, but he's not able to capitalize off of, maybe not even the intel, just the timing as the crosshair moves over the Malusi, but puts Nat down to 50 HP. Still some damage done, but that was potentially the opening duel right there, and it will escape away back into the depths of the site. No momentum gain by Didn't Ask, really, aside from that 90 control. They can start moving over to master bedroom, thankfully, now that they've pushed the enemy back to bore, back to inside of the site as well, and with half the round remaining, not terrible, but now they need to concern themselves with Rainbow and Titans, but especially Rainbow, that C4, currently inside a kitchen.
Yeah, once again, they don't want to be stopped when they push through if they're going from that, that trophy statuary door in or that bore side in. They want to be able to push right through, not get stopped by C4. And there's that C4 actually going off early. That does destroy, makes a bit of fire, but at this point, now they can destroy that shield next is going to be the big part. Impact trick coming out, and that's actually 6 X-Gyros thrown out by Swift Sonos. That's going to be an issue. Well, he still has 12 more in his hands, so it should be a bigger issue. Able to destroy the shield too, so one of those shields put out in statuary. It's looking more and more that utility is being at least being burnt out. But actually, no, this Vulcan shield's still there. Impact trick once again to stop these X-Gyros.
Oh, no.
And if they keep doing this, this is huge. Looks like at this point, Swift Sonos is trying to at least make a hole with those 2 left, so he's 2 more, and I don't think there's any more impacts available, so he will make a small hole to push these members out, but they can't push through the breach.
No, they cannot. They do have an angle denying that Goyo shield on the triple panel, but beyond that, not much. Ooh, nice kill by Snoop, though. Able to get the transfer onto Rainbow. With Delta Force getting the bomb down, nobody's there to deny. Snoop gets the second kill, and the bomb goes down successfully. Despite all of the denial, despite Flipper and the rest of the defense's best efforts, it's now all left up to Nat, and he's not even long for this world. Miraculously, despite the difficulties and the strife, Didn't Ask are 1 round away from taking us to overtime in a round that they had no business winning.
I guess that's part of the problem with like the Shmuku grenades, because sure, they're great at stopping the push in, but once you get into the site, they're not great at stopping the plant, especially because you have to get that bank off and know the angle depending on where they're planting. So especially too there, beginning of it very ready, you were ready. Asylum Patients were already trying to hold on to statuary for as long as possible. You saw the amount of impact tricks they had, you saw the amount of the shield there. But unfortunately, there's only so much you can do when Didn't Ask are throwing, Rotero drones, or throwing impacts. They're finally opened up the wall, and by the time they, there wasn't a lot of time left, but they still made enough of a hole. Just push those players back out of statuary, allow for them to get into sight and get the plan down. And of course, the only real deny you had there was the C4, which Rainbow wasted unfortunately earlier, and then the Shibiki grenades, which, like I was talking before, if you don't know the angle where they're planting, they can get that plant down. That's exactly what happened. That caused the rest of Silent Patients to have to just get up, try and taking fights, or trying to take back control. And well, the members of Didn't Ask were ready and waiting, welcoming those gunfights, winning them again and again.
That's exactly what we wanted to see from Didn't Ask to make this competitive. They've struggled with basically every site, except Kitchen was the only one where they seemed to find any sort of ground. Even then, it seemed like a struggle at times. But here, now they won Trophy Statuary, it is anybody's game, especially after how good of a round that looked by the end of the game. Can they make it happen again? One thing they need to navigate, Benny, even though it didn't matter much in the end because they still won it, that impact trick was still so good for them. I want to see a little bit more focus on that triple panel, and that does mean taking down below and maybe running into Rainbow and Titans, who will certainly try and provide a challenge to the defense, or to the attack.
Honestly, yeah, if they had been able to waste all of the X-Gyros, it could have been a very different round, because they could have kept playing behind that shield in sight. The only reason they had to, allocate or leave the shield was because of the fact they opened up that 2 centimeter hole into, or 2x arrows hole in between statuary, so they pushed him off the shield. So we'll see this time Delta Force actually making a different play to destroy that shield. Wow, that was a much different Rotero drone, destroyed not only the ADSs and the shield itself. So this is gonna be a very different time around. Let's see if they can still impact, trick, and play behind this despite not having the shield. Nat's gonna try and play the angle despite being on fire. And this should be a lot easier for Didn't Ask to get open this wall and make this control theirs compared to last round, because yeah, they wasted so much time last time trying to even get in the or trying to get open that wall.
Bomb located by
Still on that side of the map, though. Still a long ways away from anything close to an execute, even anything close to the site. But that might be a little bit shorter of a distance than I'm giving it credit for. There are still players down below who can make an impact. 2 with a C4, though one is currently pre-placed and waiting to be blown up. Likely waiting for the entrance either outside of the statue or the trophy doorways. One of the two, not too sure where Rainbow has it placed yet, but I imagine it is somewhere over there. 2 Rotero drones have gone out so far, with the 3rd incoming from Delta Force. Not found anything yet. As a silent patience, minute 40 seconds have passed, and we haven't even yet to see this bedroom rotate.
That's like kind of an issue too, and especially because the fact they relocated one of the Vulcan shields. Look, they put throw another Terror drone, try to stop it. Looks like they're gonna go throw that in there, and it should get shot, or maybe we'll destroy this time actually, because nobody spots it out. So another Vulcan shield destroyed. Actually, no, you got muted. Actually, there was a mutual behind the shield. That is great from a silent patience. Now the question is, can they get this triple wall open? Is someone on master bedroom side? Snow's in a great position too to try and stop them from planting. Again, if they don't clear this bottom floor like they've done before, they haven't cleared it yet in these rounds.
Ooh, and Snows catches Nico exposed in a very compromised position. The nade might not come of anything, but neither does Snows' play down below. It puts Nico to low HP, but it reveals his position. Thankfully for him, Didn't Ask, don't have a lot of time. With only 30 seconds left, there's not really a viable option to go down below unless Snoop maybe wants to go for a solo play. He does spot out the mute, but again, playing close with a shotgun. This is a difficult proposition. Spoof Sauna does have the first kill, not the second, though. And yes, the second! He does get it. Now Delta Force in a prime position to get the bomb on the floor. He goes for the play, though, and Titans cuts him down. Now a diffuser drop. The attackers have to go for the kills. Thankfully for them, it's working. There's still 2 left, and those 2 could be enough to swing this round in a silent patient's favor. Rainbow on low HP, might give himself up to Swoop Sauna, but he lives for just a moment. Now we enter the post plant, though, and Snow still has some fight left in him. Hawk's body collides to the floor. If Rainbow can get this kill, this round goes to winnable, but Snows, his comrade, falls, and all the hopes in regulation and winning this in regulation on a Goyle with 1 HP. He smokes Swoop. Excellent crosshair placement, puts a bullet straight through his head with barely a sound made by the Hibana. Now, these other attackers, they might be separated. They provide an ample challenge, and he has no idea of Nico's position. We're going to overtime as we have so many times today. We don't get a quick one today. We need potentially 14 in all 15 rounds, maybe, to see who will make it to SCS close qualifiers.
Oh, that's true. Every single game has been overtime for us.
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day. It's been, what, 14, 15 rounds every single game.
It's been a long day.
It's been quite a broadcast. Hey, we'll see how this works. And I guess it's been 3 halves. Nobody's really had a crazy attacker, defender sided rounds per se, but I will say silent patience attacks have been one side or the other side of the spectrum is the issue.
Also, do you have some updates?
Oh.
Technically, because of how many 6-2s there are, nothing is like officially decided. There are a few 6-2 teams right now, but teams that are definitely without question officially in the close qualifiers are Eclectic, Aerial Arise, and Achieve Esports.
Ooh, cool.
And also, actually, I believe based on how it works out, I think the 6-2 teams honestly might even be guaranteed because there's barely any 6-2 teams. So I'm not going to officially call it just because I'm cautious like that. But I do believe Chess Club, We Miss Benfield, and In Control, team with Jazzman on it, have also made close qualifiers.
Wow. Okay. Seems some new faces come around to the close qualifiers this time around. This is exciting.
One of them being Jazzman. No, I think, to be fair, I think Jazz is sub. I don't know if he's playing with the...
I think, no, he's listed as sub, but maybe he'll keep playing. Depends on, I guess, if Turbo's available or not, I guess. I don't know.
Maybe he didn't do poorly.
He did not do well.
He did do
yeah,
he did well.
He did well. He had some shining moments. Exciting to see.
I mean, for all I know, he did terribly in the other games, but the one we
Yeah.
saw, he did okay.
I don't know. Rafi still had to go 29 one game, so
That is true. Actually, if Rafi didn't drop 29 and they win that game 8-7, they're also not here. 2 of their games were 8-7.
I think most of the games have been overtime, haven't they? Though.
Nah, the one they just won was like 7. I think 7-3 was the one I saw.
Oh, okay. Oh, hey. It's interesting to see how they do during close qualifiers, but hey, we're not there just yet. We gotta see if Silent Patience can show us a better attack here on this trophy statuary defense. Okay, right, trophy statuary defense. We'll see if they can do something different this time. So far, first step, as per usual, is take control of Master Bedroom. Rainbow's going down below. There's a mirror window watching Astro once again, but hopefully Rainbow isn't caught off guard by someone below like he was last time.
Right now, nothing is, not too much has occurred in the first minute, at least nothing to note beyond they do believe get the Harbor's denial off of the triple panel. No Kata on the board, of course, it was banned. It means all you have to worry about is destroying one lonely mute jammer, and that is easy for the attack to do. But of course, it's everything that came after that. That was the problem for Silent Patience on this attack. The Maestro playing on Statue, really almost everything. Snoop playing on Astro Stairs. We've yet to see fully what the Silent Patients have in their arsenal to deal with this. Rainbow does spot Delta Force trying to get aggressive down below, and now he can effectively deny this Astro Mira, but there's Snoop gone unread on Astronomy Stairs. He can trade it out, make it 4-4, and sure, there might not be the Astronomy Mira, but they still have to worry about the stairway before they can push in.
Yeah, last time big thing was the fact that they were able to clear out Astronomy Stairs and kind of full take control of Astro, and the fact that they were able to then get a shot on Susana here through that shield. So it looks like they maybe placed shield more to the left side facing so they can not get shot through that sliver from the breach. So the question is, can they deal with the second person of Snoop on those Astro Stairs and try and take control of Astro and then push through and try and deal with Susana? And then question 2 as well, they haven't really opened a full hole into sight from the triple wall. Nico's there ready, holding it for his team, or at least in a vicinity to do so. So at this point, they're still in that kind of rut they've been in the past when it comes to making this push.
If you're stuck in a rut, if you're down in the hole, a Maestro with an Alda aimed downwards at you is not going to make it easier or make it any easier to crawl out of. 2 drones also only left for a Silent Patient, so if you're hoping to get any late round intel, it is just quite simply not happening. In a lot of these positions, you gotta go off on faith and just take the fight and hope that you win it. Nat making a play down below could be what they need to shake things up and cause enough chaos. Does see the Jaeger, who was watching that play. Now that he's gone, the Maestro gives away the gunfight and loses it as well. Nat single-handedly turning things into the favor of a Silent Patience, but it's even back up. 2v2. Snows with the diffuser if they want to go for the plant. Nat's the only one who can cover. They'll try to go, but his coverage just falls. Snow's got to go for these kills, but he'll instead stick the bomb on the floor. Pros do not fake, my friend. But now he's in the 1v2, and he can't react in time. He downs his foe, downs his killer. But that means Hawk is still alive, and means Didn't Ask are 1 round away from making it to closed quals.
So close they are, and that was a round where at least the Silent Patients this time around didn't get stuck in the rut, just sitting inside a Master Bedroom. At least they tried to make a play. It was not specifically to make that play walking out red, despite the Jaeger just watching red stairs. He still loses that fight, and then from there Nat kills the Maestro, the one who was Nico, holding Statue, holding them from walking into the breach, from walking into Statue. He's able to nullify that. But from there, still their trades. There's still members like Susana able to stop Titan, able to then leave Snows in a 1v2 as their cover is dead and has to go for the plant by themselves. And from there, unfortunately, 1v2, even then they could not even trade with the person. Like they had to down to the person and couldn't finish them off. They go down. So good job to Didn't Ask. Can they win one more round, or we're gonna have to take all 15 rounds?
After that, I think they certainly have it in them. You mentioned it's been an even half so far, 3-3 for both sides, and neither attack nor defense really able to get an edge, but at the same time, it's been 3-3 halves, but neither is it attacks, especially starting out, were particularly spectacular, but I will say, Didn't Ask, Benny, feel free to disagree if you want to. I feel like they had a better attacking half in the aggregate. They sort of picked it up and made up for, I'd say, lost time and lost rounds towards the end, especially, whereas the Silent Patients really struggled a lot of the times, and the last round, even though they lost, was one of the better attempts that we've seen on this half so far. If Didn't Ask are able to just channel some of the momentum they've had on this attacking half so far, Aviator Games has been a little bit difficult for them, I will say. It's not been easy by any stretch of the imagination. but they've been able to slowly work their way on in and at least get in a position to put the bomb on the floor, which a Silent Patient struggle to do very frequently. They can just make that happen again, displace Flipper or Snows, take out one or both of them, or even do the same for any member of Silent Patients, like, say, inside a study, for example. I think they can definitely close this out 8-6. I don't think it's an impossibility.
I think it's an impossibility, but yeah, I think it's really come down if they could somehow either get picks early like they did on that last time, and then also not lose too many people when it comes to execute if they able to get that down. As last time too, it seems like on this attack there was some definitely faster movement, but some, like, I feel like they were also just like neglecting other angles they need to push. So we'll see how it goes this time around. Until there's 2 members, maybe 3 members on a roam here for the moment from the side of Silent Patients, and they're looking to try and once again needs to make it difficult for Didn't Ask to just jump their way through this north side and start pushing towards the south side, towards Aviator Games. Nico knows one's on the stairs, grenade comes out, not cooked quite enough though, it'll just do some damage on that, and he's gonna be able to stay alive on these stairs. Needs to know his position. The other comes out, C4 comes out again, and no kills either way.
Just the utility wasted on both sides, but probably more so for our Silent Patients. And, well, Rainbow on the floor now, talking about not necessarily study players, but players who definitely are the forefront at trying to stop a plant going down with their sheer presence. That's Rainbow, especially in the lobby. He has been felt throughout this entire series. 16 kills, without question, the top performer, having double kills, the next player close behind him. Good pick for Didn't Ask to start out. Now, if they're able to clear out this red stairs position and, say, get a kill off of that, maybe the player playing on red stairs, this is looking extremely good for the attack moving into the latter half of this round. The player there from Silent Patients, I'm not entirely sure who that is. Thought it was Titans, but it's actually Nat. They can get a kill onto the Mute or the Jaeger. This is beautiful. But they instead rotate down with a minute 15 left, go back to the site.
At least this time they're able to show the shield over by the Aviator maps, so they're able to at least have an angle walking in. But at the same point, we still need to see Didn't Ask to try to create this execute, and that's actually in position maybe to go for a flank too on top of it. So big thing here is whether or not they can get this, get that flank off to stop the push from Didn't Ask. Though I see Didn't Ask last time, they just kind of got the plant down, and they were picked off one by one trying to get the plant down last time, leaving Nico all alone. The question is going to be, can they do the same? But it looks like they may be even trying to open up this vault wall like we've seen from the Silent Patients. Though Snow's in great position, is trying to stop the plan. He's waiting for a great chance. He's just waiting to waste more time with 30 seconds left to go. Nat's in a great position. He's going to walk up those red stairs and catch the Delta Force off guard.
Nico gets a second kill on the Snows. That's your Smoke's still alive, but the Tachanka taken down. Flipper waiting to send out that last toxic canister. If he times it right, that's 10 seconds gone. And right now the attack, they'll be in the red zone by the time they try to go for that plant. Now on red stairs, he might be full blind. Yes, he is. He still gets the kill nonetheless, but it just Didn't Ask. Taking the momentum in this round with Nat in the back lines. No, he's cut down before he can have any impact. It's Flipper all alone, and he misses the final shot of the series. Didn't Ask. They make the comeback. They make close qualifiers. They take the game 8-6, as I do believe this was the last game of round 8.
We're the last. Well, I guess we were the last ones in the previous ones. Well, I think we were the last one last round, but we're the last ones in the previous two. But still, last round, last map, last game once again, and it was a barn burner of a game, 8-6 in the favor of Didn't Ask. Oh well, I gotta say that was great to see their attacks really start to flourish. And the Silent Patients, unfortunately, their attacks, they were getting better, but not quite up to snuff compared to Didn't Ask.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Based on how that game started, not only did I not anticipate a 3-3 half for Silent Patients, I didn't anticipate a close one at all. But,
yeah,
to be fair, Didn't Ask also started a little bit lackluster on their attacks, and the defenses for both teams looked pretty good, especially when it came to stalling the entry into the site. That's where both teams seemed to excel, and unfortunately Didn't Ask when it came to who can win the more attacks, as the defenses were unimpeachable, at least, well, in the rounds that they won. Didn't Ask were the ones that had made a lot more progress in this map on their attacks, and the one that looked at least a little bit better collectively. And here, the final round, I think it was the prime showcase for what they did in this series. And they will make the closed qualifiers, as I said. And I do believe... I don't like being a liar, so I'm going to check the bracket real quick. I do believe they are... Okay. I guess technically Aerial Arise are a CL team, but it's not the CL team we know. So a CL org is in the top 16, but I do believe that means there are no CL teams in the closed qualifiers. Oh no, Nocturnes is. Excuse me. I think Nocturnes
I'm about to say it.
Still. Either way, point being, CL teams have fared horribly in the game so far, and or not in the game, in this qualifier so far. And even if I'm wrong and there is one and Nocturnes does end up making it in the end, that's still incredible. Not only just overall for these T3 teams, but especially for Didn't Ask, who are always in these qualifiers and always seem to struggle to really set themselves away from the pack.
I'll say, yeah, it seems like the CL teams unfortunately aren't really, well, at least the ones in the qualifiers aren't quite ready for the Gunners in the amateur scene, which, hey, it's interesting to see, what potential talent is available inside the, the amateur scene to show us off and tell us that, hey, there's more upcoming talent besides our T2 talent.
That is true, definitely. We do have a play of the day, of course, to take a look at. Which of our 4 best of ones from today will it be? To be honest, Benny, I don't remember. But actually, now that I do, I'm pretty sure the Mike and Ike Sweet Play of the Day, brought to you by our favorite fruity and chewy candy here at SCS. I'm pretty sure it's Yusuke Jazzman's Clutch, whose game was powered up by Mike and Ike's. Am I correct? Roll the tape. Let's see.
I would remember. There's too many games, too many rounds.
It's got to be that 2v5. Oh, no, actually.
You're wrong.
No, this makes
Anarchy,
sense.
yeah,
No, this is
on
fair.
the flank.
No,
Yeah.
this is if you don't recall, Anarchy hit the back on Big Tower Stairs, somehow won that fight, by the way. Still don't know how he did that. And got a 4K to win that round for NCSU. Even though they ended up losing the game 7-5, that and the 2v5 are definitely without question the top 2 plays of the day. In terms of impact, I might give it to the 2v5. But in terms of actual just quality, that 4K was very nice from Anarchy, and it is our Mike and Ike Sweet Play of the Day. And of course, thank you to Anarchy for playing, and thank you to Mike and Ike's for sponsoring SCS. But Benny, that's it for the open qualifiers.
Yeah.
Both days are done.
Qualifiers tomorrow. Won't be us, but it's still.
That is
best
true.
of 3s tomorrow.
That is true. It will not be us. It will be best of 3s tomorrow, and I believe it'll be Crow and Jonah. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm pretty sure you're correct. Because C-Apps and Cookies did yesterday.
Yep. So we are not done yet, to be fair. We are still waiting to make sure we get everything figured out. All the games have finished, but there's still, round differentials to calculate, tiebreakers. Yeah. Well, that technically round differential, but tiebreakers in general to calculate. We're going to get the final bracket out. We will take a short break, though, just a couple minutes, and then Benny and I will be back to break down the closed qualifiers bracket and who made it in and who didn't make the cut. We'll see you then.
Make that a 1v2. 2 seconds left. It's gonna come down.
Favor making a third as he puts up. Make it up. He finds the draw 3. Stunning here from.
Welcome to the Nerdstreet Winter Championships, featuring SCS 6, a yearly open tournament series hosting the best players and teams North America has to offer, culminating in a community favorite, the Pro-Am. So let's discuss format. During the Winter Champs season, SCS 6 will consist of 2 stages, where each stage begins with 2 open qualifiers. Once Stage 1 is complete, there will be an additional tournament offering 1 more qualification spot prior to Stage 2. Through participating in SCS 6, players will acquire leaderboard points and cash prizing. The winning teams from Stage 1 and 2, as well as the additional tournament, will qualify for the Pro-Am. The top 2 teams from the leaderboard will also qualify. As we approach the end of the season, the final qualification spot will be determined through a last chance qualifier. The grand finals of the Winter Champs SCS 6 will feature the return of the Pro-Am, where the top amateur teams have an opportunity to define their talent against the North American Pro League. But in the end, only one team will be crowned Winter Champs. Sign up today and make history.
Oh, I love the smell of a cup of joe in the morning. With roach. Oh, hello.
A letter has arrived, sir.
A letter. For me. You have been cordially invited to compete in the 2022 Winter Championships.
Wow.
Featuring multiple game titles, competitive leaderboards, over 25,000 in prize money, and glory. By golly, time to get some headshots. What a perfect time to tell a story. Gather round, everyone, and hear the tale of the Nerdstreet Winter Championships. There once was a tournament during the season of snow, filled with contenders of might, with names Deez, Ligma, and Joe. Players rose from their beds, from the east to the west, to compete and prove which players were best. Through weeklies and monthlies, the hype did climb, as soon came the grand finals. Locations in due time. Aspiration and community was preached to the masses. Amateurs became legends, Mavics supporting their...
I was gonna say glasses.
The road was a trying one, wrists aching with cramps. In the end, victors rose. We call them Winter Champs. Before they departed, they left us these words. Our journey's just begun. All thanks to the nerds. Oh, how I love that story. I think we will compete. What do you say, Chiefs?
I can compete, sir.
I suppose better bring that KD up. And you should too. After all, if you're a competitor, this is the circuit for you.
B3, make that a 1v2. 2 seconds left. It's gonna come down.
Favor making a third as he looks up. Make it. He finds the draw three. Stunning here from.
Final time tonight. Welcome back, everybody. We almost have the bracket live, but we decided to come back and drum up some tension real quick. Who will be in the closed qualifiers? Well, I mean, if you pay attention to the Battleflight, you already know. But I, Lynx, joined by Benny, will guide you through the stage and the setting for tomorrow and who will be playing and who will be playing whom.
Hey, it's gonna be interesting. Got 16 teams.
Will it be
who are
interesting?
gonna battle out.
I want to push back on that idea real quick. Will it necessarily be interesting, Benny? It could be boring. It could be dull, for all you know.
I think it'll be partly interesting, depending on what side of the bracket you're on.
Going for the wishy-washy answer, I see. Interesting maneuver.
I think it won't be entirely boring. Maybe for some games it will be, depending on who you're playing.
Interesting. Well, of course, we do know guaranteed that some teams are in. Of course, I do move my mouse. Do believe that Eclectic, Aerialize, and Achieve are guaranteed to spot the close qualifiers, and I believe the 6-2 teams as well. So Chess Club, We Miss Benfield. Who's Benfield, by the way? Who is Benfield?
Don't know who Benfield is.
I don't know. Who is Benfield? I want to know. And why do you miss him? Were they such a great person that you had to miss them? I don't know. I'm curious. And then we have In Control, not to be confused with In Control Nation, who I actually believe do not make it in. So,
No,
again,
they didn't make it.
ironic how that works out sometimes. As the teams that I know for an absolute certainty made it in. And here we go.
Here we go.
Now go see the bracket reveal. Benny.
Who is mean?
Who is mean?
Oh yeah, they're number 16 actually.
I didn't look at them a single time, so I actually don't know. I'll find out. Benny,
Slimy, Nick, Nacho, Maniac, Adapt, and who are you peeking?
That's actually who In Control beat in their most recent match. I actually remember that. I think at least. Unless Yusuke posted the photos out of order.
That's gonna be an interesting match.
Next up are Wichita Wolves Academy versus West Garfield Park. Well, West Garfield Park did have a 5-3, and that was the scoreline you needed to hit to at least have a chance at making it in. They did manage to come out, and I believe in the bottom 8 out of the top 16 that made it, but they still made it. They'll fight Wichita Wolves Academy, who are the 8th seeded team. And next up, we have Chess Club versus the only Challenger League team. Well, the only official Challenger League team to make it in. There is technically CL talent on West Garfield Park, but the only official CL team to make it in is Nocturnes, and they will fight Chess Club, who are looking to be one of the better T3 teams right now in terms of established teams.
Yeah, I didn't know much about them really, but I've seen both cast of those players, and they look pretty good though in that game though. So I'm interested to see how they do against Nocturnes, see if Nocturnes can deal with that aggression from Chess Club and that way they play. But it's Shadow Realm versus Weemus Benfield.
Again, who is Benfield? Is he in the Shadow Realm? If they win this game, will they win Benfield back, and will he be on the roster? All that and more will be answered tomorrow if you want to watch the closed qualifiers and see more of these teams. Aerial Arise versus Gremlins. Great team name, by the way. Its simplicity is beautiful. And
Did you watch the movie?
No, I actually have not. I just like the word. Plus, Aerial Rise, again, technically they aren't the CL team, they're just the CL org. Then we have Noob Slayers versus Didn't Ask, the team we just saw beat Asylum Patients 8-6 to make it into the qualifier. Will be going against Noob Slayers, who they got Trist, they have Pengu. They've been doing pretty well in the qualifier so far. They one of those 5-3 teams that made it in.
And then we got Achieve Esports versus Widow Kitties, which Achieve Esports have been showing us up.
Widow Kitties made it in?
Turning heads, and yeah, Widow Kitties did make it in.
I'm just glad I don't have to say that name anymore.
And then finally, of course, In Control versus Team Goosick, which could be a barn burn. Team Goosick were quite a team, but In Control have been showing us that apparently certain players analysts and casters can actually play.
Well, based on what we saw, I don't know if I would say analysts can play. He wouldn't exactly have the great performance. We know the players can play though, and Yusuke did very well. Jasmine also did pretty well in that game, so I'll give credit where credit is due. In this case, me saying nice things about Adam, so I got that. I will say I wouldn't touch the game within a country mile though, because I'm not giving Adam more screen time than he deserves. That's why I'm not casting tomorrow. Funny enough, Benny, since we're not casting tomorrow, when, where, and with whom will the closed qualifiers be streamed?
Tomorrow. Actually, are they going to be co-streams tomorrow? Actually, too, is my question.
Tomorrow. I assume there'll be co-streams. I'm sure they'll
I'm
give...
assuming super co-streaming.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm sure they'll give intel tomorrow, but of course, if you don't want to go through all the hassle of finding co-streams to watch, you can find the closed qualifiers right here on Nerd Street R6, where Crow and Jonah Jayswills will be guiding you through the games tomorrow, talking over them, and showcasing some of these best of threes on stream. And of course, just before we go, if you're not interested whatsoever, and you're only interested in having another chance of making it into SCS Season 6, type !play in the chat before we go off the air to get more info on our other qualifier for stage number 2. They take place January 14th to the 16th, and if you just want to watch or play in them, either way, that is what you should do. Type !play in the chat to get all the qualifier info you could possibly want. Benny, that's it for us for tonight. That's it for us until that second qualifier. So anything you want to say before we sign off for the night?
No. Hey, good night, everyone. Good to see you all. Thanks for coming by. We'll see you next weekend.
Farewell, my friends.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's been a good night. I say goodbye.